Hello, and welcome to Chaos Tournaments with the Pantheon Series, a new series they have focused on the European side of CDH.
A bit sick as well, so if I'm coughing too much, just tell me and I'll mute myself. I'll try to keep it to a minimum, the coughing.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
We have 5 people over there. Okay.
Okay. Good. I sent the link to my friends also so they can see me losing. Okay, yeah, pot 1.
Have you shared the link already?
Yeah, it's in the chat of the
In the chat.
pod.
Thank you. At least for me, it's already muted.
Yeah, more same for me.
Should be good. Can you hear me over spell table again? No?
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you doubles, I think, yes.
Thank you.
Icanrith, and what's the last one? Is that the Edgar?
Magus Lucia Kane
Okay, that's the spicy one.
of the Warhammer 40k tie-in Universes Beyond set.
Yeah. So, yeah, we have 2-man Crom going first, and a Rogue Side going second. This will probably be a faster pod, I would assume.
Yeah, but I could also see this pot, like, there's 4 blue decks, there's like 3 of them want to go a bit slower than Rockside does. I could see this taking like half a calendar year, if we're lucky. But I have faith.
Yeah, it's also one of those pods where I actually think Kenrith could be like kind of dark horse.
Yeah.
Just due to Dockside probably being pretty strong here.
100%. They can
and going like as long as you survive the Rogue Side early turns, you probably have a Dockside for like 8-7 on turn 3.
Yeah.
Which that's kind of just how Kenrith wins, right?
Yeah, like creature, you can't negate creature spells. The fun fact. You can't negate creature spells, and Dockside usually gets turbo juiced in pods like this, and like you can win instant speed, so you don't even need to like be perceived as a threat until you know, having that kill switch is very powerful. That's also another way through mid-range hell is just like whenever everyone has used up all their interaction, you can just sneak through a win, which is why cards like Born have made this format infinitely more interesting, because suddenly everyone can create a window whenever they want to, and it leads to some very interesting turns and
Yeah.
sequencing.
Born Upon a Wind and Dockside is my favorite A+B in the format.
I love winning.
Fair.
In the name of my patron saint Necro guy. Nah, I the win.
Yeah. So, I think you have some opinions on where Team Necrom is going at the moment as well, right? If we look at...
You want to derail the stream already, bro?
We're in Willigans. We need to talk about something, man.
True. Yeah, I've been playing that deck for a while, and I've been fairly vocal about the direction I think the deck should be going in. I think you have a strong Grixis core, and you've got some, white is a bit of a tertiary support color, and you should still lean into the powerful Grixis core. If you start putting Talion in your deck,
we're gonna need to have the talk, or you're gonna need to have the talk with them.
I would recommend against it. I feel as though like playing into the whole like mid-range Fiesta thing isn't really where you want to be. Even though I think the deck is like very well positioned and balls like that, I think you got to look at it as a this is a marathon. I don't think you want 5 back-to-back games where you're going to time and like winning in the last 5 to 10 minutes. And like the deck is good in those situations, but the deck can be very powerful, and I think a lot of the skill is in realizing what the pod composition is and knowing that you shouldn't really go for those slow hands. You should try to be a bit more explosive, especially if you're going like first or second. Like maybe try to resolve a turn 1 wheel, maybe try to resolve a risk study, which is like just always correct, always optimal. But yeah, don't put Smothering Tithe in your deck. Like if you're paying for mana and not winning the game, like what's happening? Where are we? Who am I? Like.
But you realize the Talion draws cards, and it's a tomb attacker, right? It's flying.
I forgot. You wanna know a fun fact? A little fun statistic, Pontus?
Sure.
How many in the past like 50 games? How many times do you think I've cast him though?
In the past 50 games?
Yeah.
I'll guess about 6 times.
Wrong. Probably 1.5 times.
1.5.
Yeah, that halftime was like one time I started reaching for Tymna, and then I woke up. I snapped out of it. I was like, wait a second. Like, me keeping up my mana and maybe getting wheeled is better than casting Tymna here. I'm not gonna do that.
Okay.
So yeah, that's what I think. That's what I think about that.
Okay.
Also, we're gonna see this. Oh, just as a last thing, we're gonna probably see this a couple times today. Like the absolute phenomena of seeing someone have like a Ristic or something and then tapping out for a worse draw engine. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, that tends to happen sometimes. It's kind of greed based, but it's like I understand it. I want to do that as well. I hate being started mana with the draw engine, but sometimes you need to represent that interaction. But to address some things that been asked in the chat. So, Pitufris, the tournament has started. We're currently having a pod mulliganing, and we're just filling that time until we have the game started. And Thieves Magic, what do you think we're gonna? You're asking what do we think we're gonna see a lot of this tournament? As it was earlier, it was Blue Farm, and I do think that like overall the global meta is pretty homogenized. We do have some local differences that we might see here in Europe. I'm not actually sure how the Europe scene looks, even though being from Europe myself. But I know that Portugal, at least last year, really loved Yuriko, so we might see some of Yuriko being represented here. But other than that, I do think we're mostly going to be seeing these classic decks like the Kinnans, the Tunacroms, the Rugsize, the Kenriths, I was going to say Thrasis Spruce, but I don't think that's meta anymore. Do you have any thoughts on this, Scipio?
I have no thoughts.
Thoughts?
Talk to me before the show.
Are there any decks that you want to see?
I'm trying to think. Actually, not really. No, it's all the same. We're all just resolving Ristic Study.
Yeah. Okay, we have the game starting though. So we have a Blessing Mary come down. We have everybody seems to have kept pretty healthy hands. Honestly,
Yeah, there's like 6s and 7s all around. I think actually, where is it? 7s everywhere?
I'm unsure about the Kenrith player. I think that looks like a 6 or a 5, but I'm not entirely sure.
5, 6, 7. I think I see. Well, yeah. Well, we'll see. Blue farm off to a start. We're going into Scrubland here. Not usually my choice of card to tutor for, but sometimes maybe if you have like an E-tutor. I assume this signals an
An Esper, maybe.
I think they passed though. So I thought initially
Okay.
Esper.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm guessing it's like E-tutor or
Yeah.
similar to that effect.
We also have a follow-up to the Necrom discussion. What do you think about Delny in Blue Farm?
Huh? we already talked about this. We're not casting Timna. Anything that synergizes with Timna. No. I would rather.
But double stock side. Huh?
I'm also of the firm belief if your dog side is making 7 mana, I don't think you need more than that to win. Like,
that's fair. I think the only deck that I'm actually excited about Delny is actually Timna Dargo. Because there it actually is kind of a combo engine. It might end up more win more, but I'm not as excited for Delny that as many people are either. Actually,
I think this is thing where like people always are sort of like they always want a card to clamor around every single release.
It's partly that. It's also the fact that usually like they evaluate cards based on the ceiling instead of like the not floor but like the average use case.
Yeah, I think like a good if you ever have to during card evaluation add any and or if clauses, just stop right there.
Yeah.
All right. MTG PT Tad, one of the better known Rogsai aficionados. Good player. Casting a Dark Ritual. Beautiful.
Okay, turn 1 Necro. That's where my head goes.
Big fan of Necropotence. Big fan of Necro Guy, but that's. Anime Necropotence.
Oh,
beautiful.
Let's see.
Beautiful. Incredibly powerful card. Probably underplayed, even though a lot of people are starting to get on the Necro hype train.
Yeah. Some people has called it better than us, and I don't really agree, but I can see the argument for it.
I definitely. I mean, weirdly
and the
enough,
mana crypts.
Yeah, we're off to a great start.
This is starting to look like a Rogueside win, honestly.
Also, I think this is a small thing that people might not have noticed. We cast the crypt after we use all our black mana to cast. I'm not sure what I'm talking about because Necro costs triple black.
Yeah.
But Mindbreak Trap is a consideration, right?
Yeah, of course. We also had a case about casting Rogue post Necro.
Yeah.
We could look at that in 2 different ways. Either they don't have the fears, which is pretty reasonable. Having a hand with Necro, Dark Crypt, and a land, you probably don't have the fears on top of that, usually.
We have a list for people like that.
Yeah. But in that case, you're better off usually just having Mindbreak Trap in your mind and just playing around it as well as you can, because
it's free.
If you can avoid getting blown out, it's usually good to avoid that. It's not a nice feeling. Yeah.
I would recommend that. But also, don't be too afraid of getting blown out. You know.
No, of course not.
you know, sometimes you just gotta go for it. Sometimes you just gotta, you know, throw.
Some
out
would
there.
even say most times.
Like on average, if you're expected to win, I think that's another interesting conversation. Like if you're expected to win 25%, like anything that bumps that percentage up by like any sort of actual meaningful amount, just go for it. Just like you're expected to lose all your games, so not all your games,
Most of
but
them.
most of your games.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's something I've been trying to like teach people as well. Is like the fact that if I have 50% to win and 50% to just completely die, those are actually good odds of me winning compared to like my starting points.
100%, 100%. It's actually insane. Like it's double the odds of winning. I'll take that.
Yeah.
Even though I'm a bit of a min maxer, and I'll take that 26%. I don't care.
Yeah. So we had Tad going pretty conservatively with the Necro, it looked like. Just paying 6 life. But this is just the setup turn before probably going all in next turn.
Exactly. Wounded was talking about this yesterday, and I think it's something that a lot of people miss when they're trying to play with Necro, and it's one of the pitfalls. Like, just because you resolve it, you don't need to like go ham. Next turn we could probably be a lot more. We can be more aggressive with it, but Necro just scales with mana. The more mana you have after resolving Necro, the better. So if you're gonna go with it with Necro, try to make sure you have as much mana as up as possible. Of course, double red for Final Fortune, and now any color and a blue. You know, but just as a like, you know, some people sometimes say Necro is more powerful than Ristic Study, and that's of course like context based. But having your draws not being contingent on your opponents doing anything, like they don't need to misplay or anything or like play into the risk. You know, you can just I'm gonna pay 10. There's no pressure on the board. I'm gonna just like keep refueling my hand. Incredibly powerful for the low cost of 3 mana.
Yeah, and we also had Magnus tapping out for a Dork turn 1. A classic turn 1 play, but you have to consider here, is that gonna cut it with this Necro going down on turn 1? Feels like we might be barreling towards the end of the game very quickly, depending on what happens with other 3 turns.
No, Tad's gonna Vamp Tutor in his upkeep to resolve a Ristic Study, because he understands more draw engines is what's needed.
Yeah,
we gotta keep the cards coming. They gotta keep, we're gonna drown them in card advantage. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and Vamp Tutoring for a Ristic Study is a great way of doing that when you get it in your end step.
Exactly. See, even I troll when it comes to like Necro, incredibly complicated card, so many lines of text. Did you know, Pontus, that if you have a tapped Mana Vault and a Necro, you don't take any damage? Fun fact.
I didn't actually know that, but I think I would have noticed if I went there. I believe in myself sometimes, and I think I would have noticed, but I'm not entirely sure. It wasn't something I inherently knew.
Yeah, it's mostly that Mana Vault triggers in your draw step, but if you don't have a draw step, then it never triggers, so,
Yeah. So we have a Crypt Underground Sea from Kenrith. If we were hoping to stop Rogsai, I think we're hoping for it to be a Twister or Windfall here.
Yes. Even though I'm not really sure how good that even is for you, like drawing the Turbo Grixis deck even more cards, not usually where you want to be, but I think messing up their whatever hand even though they didn't like go like 15 or whatever and like scope down.
Yeah. But if it's like a Windfall, it could actually be really hurtful depending on what they had in their hand.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Oh, that's Lotus Petal? Okay.
Yeah, we got a lot of mana.
Yeah.
Of mana. And that's Smothering Tithe.
Hey, a Smothering Tithe.
Which is like less egregious in a deck like Kenrith where you can actually use the mana.
Yeah, of course, of course.
but we're still staring down a Necropotence.
We're still staring down a Rogue untapping with Necropotence, and that's a huge threat. At least Smothering Tide is one of those, like, it's one of those value engines that actually gets you mana back to interact with.
Yeah.
So tapping out for it isn't necessarily a problem. You still need the card in hand to interact, of course, but I do
And
think
there's the first Rhystic study of the tournament. Can I get a?
Yeah.
I love Rhystic study. I love Rhystic study. Anybody in chat love Rhystic study?
I love it.
I
In
did
play for me.
I did go to sleep actually. And it was
Wait, you did? Why?
I have school during the week. I don't want to mess myself up too much.
Sounds fair. Okay, Rhystic Study pass. Tad took damage for his crypt, and upkeep. Wait,
Yeah.
did he?
Probably.
Was it? Yeah, he was 34. He's 31 now. I just can't do math.
Anyways, we're about to see here, you know, if we all tapped out for value engines, we finna die. But I think that's not the important thing. The important thing is that we need to realize yeah, no, I'm not really, like, I don't know.
You just lost it.
Like, no, it's just like, I don't know what are you supposed to do in this situation. Like, it's just, I mean, keep interacting.
Yeah, it's one of these things where, like, you didn't have the interaction from Necro, and once they actually have the Necro in play, it's pretty hard to actually do anything.
It's like the Nos conundrum, you know, trying to interact post Nos doesn't really, you know, they have like 30 cards in hand. It's a bit.
Yeah, unless it's like a non-blue deck, then you can actually, like, kind of get them sometimes. But even then, they usually have the resources to just try again. But also, you can't just mulligan to have the interaction, because that's also losing play. That's kind of like you're kind of like damned if you do, damned if you don't with Rogue's, which is why
100%.
I very much dislike playing against it.
True. It puts a very weird pressure on the table.
Mm-hmm. And we also have another interesting synergy here with Necropotence, where Smothering Tide didn't get an extra treasure from the Necro person. But we had Tad tapping for a, I don't know what.
Diabolic Intent.
Oh, Diabolic Intent. Okay.
I'm a big fan of the Amonkhet invocations. I really think they're genuinely beautiful. A lot of people a bit weird about the frame and everything, but I think it looks like a piece of art. You know, not all magic cards are pieces of art, but I think, you know, the Amonkhet invocations, very good looking.
Yeah, I think they look way better in person than they do, like on like Moxil or anything.
100%. I think like once you get up close and personal, you're like, damn.
Yeah.
Frame stuff really well, actually.
And to address the chat, Waterboat, it's a Smothering Tide, a Mana Crypt, and a Treasure. And for Wounded, it depends on what deck I am on. If I'm on my baby to Dargo, I actually do think I prefer Trinisphere, because I actually have a pretty good game plan around Trinisphere, unless it lands in a very unopportune spot. I actually think Rogue's is the worst matchup for me on Tuma Dargo, because they just do what I do but better, and have the interaction to stop me. And we have
Born.
Yeah, casting Born before activating Necro. So there's a lot less possible interaction in Tad's hand.
Also just securing
but we only have one mana up for interaction from the Kenrith player, and Kenrith kept the turn 1 Smothering Tide, so you would kind of assume that it doesn't have interaction with that kind of starting hand.
And we're off to the races.
Yeah, it resolved. We get the second mana on Smothering Tide. We're in a kind of interesting position here, where each card you cast will draw a card for Rhystic Study, which will also make mana for Smothering Tide.
Yes.
But once again, do we actually expect Kenrith to have a interaction spell
No.
if they kept land, crypts, Lotus Petals, Smothering Tide. We don't know. And we paid 28 into the Necro.
Yeah, looks correct. You usually want to keep a couple
Couple of life left to do
Yeah.
stuff.
to use for some-
Notably, I would say you usually want to pay so you have 3 life left, so you have the opportunity to cast a Vamp Tutor if you need to, or an Imp Seal with the Born.
usually you're fine if you draw 20 cards. You're good.
Yeah,
keep
usually
track.
you are. But we are down to 0 mana floating. But 30 cards usually get you there. And we're kind of racing the Ristic Study here. Like, can we get rid of the Ristic or into the guaranteed win before Ristic draws Mindbreak, Trap Force, or Will Force Negation? Those are the free ones. Packed, I guess, but I don't think they're gonna pact here.
No, wouldn't really lead them anywhere.
And that's usually winning race as the Storm player. I think way too many people over respect the Ristic. They're like, I can't let them draw it; they will stop me. And it's like, no, they have no mana.
Yeah,
It's like 10% chance to stop you.
Yeah, there's like 4 pieces of free interaction in this format. Like, it's not as much as you'd think. And like,
Yeah,
it's a 100-card singleton. People drawing like 5 or 6 cards usually doesn't matter. Like,
yeah. And we have Tad tapping the Moxo Diamond for a Rite of Flame. That is Breach mana, if we have the Breach in hand.
Yep.
Let's see. Actually, Dockside is pretty fine here. A Ragavan. Okay, so we're needing a...
probably an Infernal Plunge target is what I'm guessing.
Yeah, so 1 mana make 2 mana, then 2 mana make 3 mana.
Yep,
Yeah, pretty fine. Also filling up the graveyard. Because that's one of the issues when you go for these Necro lines. If you need to breach, if you want to breach and you need to crack the LED, that can like actually be problematic.
Not anymore, actually, because if you're on Reborn, right, so you just respond to the Necro triggers.
You are correct. You see, I don't play that much with Born and Necro.
Big fan of the Necro guy. I'm not even sure if he's told me that, but hey, I subscribe to his school of thought.
He's the one who teaches you the basic.
Yeah.
But we had Tad tapping for his Soul Ring, or using his last red mana floating for a Soul Ring. So probably a Signet from, or not Signet, but a Talisman-like card from here.
Yeah.
I'm getting a bit worried for our dear Rogueside player when they had to test the Ragavan.
It's looking a bit odd.
It's looking a bit odd. We don't have full information, of course, so we can't really know what's going on.
Yeah.
It could be that they have a Calling the Weak in hand and one needs the black mana for like a demonic tutor.
We are showing that we are channeling a colossal sky turtle.
Targeting the Ragavan? Right? Yeah, targeting Ragavan. Spicy.
Why didn't
It's Colossal Sky Turtle, just... it's non-permanent even.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. No, it's target creature. Okay. So then that
if it was 2 mana channel bounce.
Yeah. Of course. That's what I was thinking. Then that's actually pretty solid play.
I'm a bit confused if the plan is like to culling it or something. Then
He doesn't have the black yet. Oh, that might have been in. Yeah, but we're probably in response to Sol Ring here, I would assume.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Let's see.
got off the Necro?
3 sources of fast mana. Yeah, that sounds pretty below par, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, it's still like 3 pieces, but
Yeah, and it's really problematic here if you have to pass. Then we're probably losing guaranteed as Roxai. We have the Kenrith player on tapping with at
Not the Julian
least 9 mana. Probably more. And we have the Team Necron player on tapping with like 15 cards in hand.
okay, there's a talisman.
There's a talisman, yeah.
Not sure which one it is.
No, it's set to defense grid.
No, it's an arcane signet.
It's arcane signet, okay. Looks completely gray on my screen. I can't really see. For a moment, I was considering if the Ragavan was bait, but I can't really see why you would cast the Ragavan as bait.
Yeah, no. It just draws him a card for no reason, right?
Yeah.
Pretty sure it was like a sacrifice fodder. But good timing on this guy to roll.
Yeah,
You know?
for sure.
It's an important thing, like hitting them when they're low on mana, that's usually the bottleneck. Like,
Yeah.
sometimes waiting until the absolute last possible moment to interact isn't really where you want to be. You know, sometimes it's just correct. Just counter the dockside. You know, choke them on mana.
Yeah, countering the dockside is like right most of the time, even I would say.
100%. Like, if it's making 11 mana, then why would you let it resolve and then try to fight them after, right? Or like just
Yeah, especially with all the people running clones as well. Like the dockside in play is also liability.
Yeah. 100%.
Like, of course, some people have started running reanimate effects for those docksides in the graveyards. But like, I think that's still a lesser risk than the clones in today's in what people run today.
And we're back to Ragavan.
Oh, recasting Ragavan for the talisman mana, spicy, or Arcane Signet mana.
Is it possibly that we literally hit nothing and we're playing this as a blocker?
It is possible.
Yeah.
Putting cards on the table looks like he might be sculpting to a 7.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't get there. Usually, if you're like going into a Necro with Born already like resolved, that's usually enough to get you there. But sometimes, yeah, like it's still variance gets you.
Yeah.
Even though
and it sounds like Tad is going to clean up from the table talk.
Yeah. So of course
that's not.
Yeah, like this is of course incredibly could be pretty bad because you like one person has a bunch of mana and the other person has a bunch of cards in hand. TNK famously draws like complete and utter yuck. Take it from me. And Kenrith, one of the better decks at translating just raw mana into wins with all their creature combos.
Yeah, for sure. I really want to say, it's not every day you see a Colossal Sky Turtle stopping in Necropotence win. I think that might even be the first time I've ever seen it. It 100%. Probably is. I've barely seen Sky Turtle in decks, so 100%. I can almost guarantee it's the first time I've seen.
Underrated, probably Ottawa, probably the best card printed in that year for CEDH of just pure power level.
Yeah, channel is an amazing ability. Like even the bad channel cards are kind of good, just for channel being a thing. So, who are you gonna bet on to win from here? Do you think Kenrith is gonna be able to translate this mana, or do you think the Resistance player will win the game, or do you think the Magnus player will just untap dockside win?
I think that only works if we don't crack all these treasures, which would be incredibly greedy.
I don't know. We still make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 treasures of the dockside.
5, 6, 7, I mean that is true. That is true. I would be mostly worried about the TNK player untapping, but
Mm-hmm.
I think like from what I've from my experience, usually you need a dog side to make like those hands work. It's like it
Mm-hmm.
doesn't matter. Yeah, mana is usually the bottleneck when it comes to that deck. So
Yeah, of course.
but if we
And
hit
that's
like a vamp or something in our upkeep,
yeah, or if you just draw on the dock side because dock side is pretty fed
yeah,
for them as well.
100%. So I'd be mostly I'd be mostly worried about if Timna Crom has drawn a dark side or not, and if Kenrith just has like it all wrapped up in those like three cards they have in hand, which would be crazy. Would be crazy.
Yeah. And if we have the dock side as Tunacrom, we're one card from your famous quote. Remove Aristic dock side.
Yeah, yes. I have this theory going on that we're all like stuck in like this weird psychotic hellscape where we're playing the same game over and over again. Where it's like I resolve blue draw engine, and then I tutor for dark side, and then I win the game.
That sounds like a pretty good game plan, to be honest.
100%. This is usually the game plan I go for. Like most games, I win. It's usually that line. Here's a
Meme bets.
Trail. Very powerful card. I think this.
Luckily for the table, the most of the cards discarded from TAD got exiled. But
Yes,
we still have Diabolic Intent, and just that alone probably gets them there.
Yes,
to be honest.
They have all this. Oh God! I had the dock
and
side
the
too.
dock side. Yeah, so looks like Kenrith got there.
Sometimes you need other people to not win for you to not lose in order for you to win.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes you need that Colossal Sky Troll to interrupt the Necro line. I still can't believe that. That's amazing.
That was pretty interesting.
Notably, there's no interaction for the Ristix. The Ristix still has the chance to draw the free counter spells. I don't think there's any interaction in graveyards at all, right?
No, but I think like we need to hit. I'm actually not sure. It's.
Oh, but Diabolic Intent is enough to just win here, correct? Because Dockside makes 4, 5, 6. That's not enough to win with the Fimage on its own. You need 7 for that, I believe.
Yeah, but Ad Nauseam card that you can run in your deck.
Yeah. And we have effectively infinite mana.
Yes.
Not actually, but
hopefully we don't see them like trying to resolve a wheel or something here, because that would be kind of sad.
Thank you, Winner, for correcting me. It's 8 to go infinite, 7 to loop. So, is there any other cards in graveyard other than Tad's cards?
No, I don't think so. I think Tad's cards were the only relevant ones.
Okay.
And I think actually like the only relevant card was the Intent, because like the rest of it was a bunch of mana. Really.
Yeah. Still, we are resolving the Intent right now. It looks like. Yeah. Dockside is in graveyard and we're searching.
We could go like we could go like Intent for our D tutor for Breach, and then Breach.
Yeah, that's a pretty clean line.
Yeah, it's a pretty clean line. Only issue is you're drawing the Ristic a lot of cards, but once again, we've seen them draw 50,000 cards, but we're still just doing things because
it's only like 8, I believe, right?
A lot of cards. That's a lot of cards.
It is a lot of cards. But it's probably not enough to draw them into the free interaction that they would need, I would assume.
100 card singleton, baby.
Yeah.
Intuition.
And we're having Intuition. Yeah, that's also a solid one card win con.
Clean.
A real blowout potential here because I guess they don't actually need to get the LED here. They can just find Breach, Savins, and Brain Freeze because they have the dock side.
I assume Tad just like sculpted down to? Oh no, nothing. All right, cool.
Yeah, he's no mana, no commander in play. He drew 30 cards, but as I said, like drawing 30 cards isn't guaranteed to find the free interaction. And also, if I was Tad here, I would hope for I would hope for Kenrith to autopilot the intuition pile, finding the LED, giving them the LED, and then once they crack the LED for the civilians, then you interact, because that's the most clean point of interaction. They don't actually need the LED here because they have the 5 mana left. So no matter what card you give them, they can just either flashback civilians for Dockside and Breach, or you give them Breach, then they have 3 mana to cast Dockside, or you give them the civilians, and then they can civilians Breach and cast Dockside.
I think the pile I'm grabbing here is something like Savine's Breach, Brain Freeze.
Yeah, exactly.
That's probably where I want to be.
Yeah.
Want to be like...
But if you go autopilot, because the autopilot pile is to not grab the Brain Freezes and find the LED.
Yeah.
So there is a chance of them misplaying, and like when you are in Tad's position, I kind of think you need to optimize for your opponents to help you.
100%.
But do we have any other spicy lines to find with intuition here?
No. Because I'm all about winning. I'm all about making the optimal play. I don't care about spice, bro. I have no personality. I just want to win the game, which is apparently an alien concept to a lot of competitive Elder Dragon Highlander players.
Oh wait. So we have Magus fetching. Are we going to see intuition targeting Magus and Magus Veil of Summering?
What card is that?
Is there a card in play?
They put something.
Oh, there's a board up on the win, right? Is it?
I think so. I can't really tell. It's really. But it's a surge foil. I don't think. Is that a Doctor Who card?
I actually don't know what that is.
I have no clue what that is. Is that a Doctor Who card?
It's in response to a fetch, though. Is it a stifle?
It is a board.
Oh, so we're responding. So we're fetching in response to intuition.
Surge foil board. Thank you.
And then we're borning in response. Yeah. Interesting.
Why are we picking up our deck?
I don't know.
Issue, so we're just trying to fix that. Why did we born?
And why are we shuffling?
I guess they might have like touched their library when they shouldn't have, or something.
I guess. I really want to see like the intuition targeting Magus and them Veil of Summering. That's one of those things that you never see, but it's actually really good.
Which you can play around for free by not targeting the green player.
Yeah, or the play with mana. Okay, so I assume we have had a looking at top card illegally thing happen.
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming.
So he drew a new card, and now we have the fetch resolving.
Also, now I do want to point out, even though, as we've said, Tim McCrom draws like a horse that's not very good at being a horse. My vocabulary gets a lot more constricted when I can't curse, so it's I'm really like, you know, trawling the bottom of the goddamn lake here, trying to find some idioms at work.
You can do it like I did in the latest video released, where I tried to say Grädde på moset in English, and that just didn't work.
No.
It's like the cream on the mash. It's like, what?
You get the cream of the crop, bro. That works.
Yeah, but that's not what you think of in the moment.
True. Fan. Glory mossen, alltså.
So we had them find a volcanic island, which probably means it's not the Veil of Summer, which I would love to see. Interestingly, they didn't do this during Tad's turn, so I'm not exactly sure what. Maybe it's a Red Blast?
But then with Red Blast and the Mono Betrayal.
Yeah.
Or maybe you don't. The graveyards were pretty bad. Like I think Insert needed to also have a Dark Side in his hand. So I think like I wouldn't fight you if you passed on the Meme Betrayal there.
Yeah. Also, thank you, Illusionist, for the Prime sub.
Thank you. We're gonna put that to good use.
Well. Yeah, I guess when thinking about it, there wasn't actually that much to interact with on Tad's turn. Like, if it's a Red Blast, there wasn't any blue spells cast. Oh, it was the Born. You would Red Blast the Born.
Yeah, you Red Blast the Born. So
yeah, you Red Blast the Born and every day.
Yeah.
And Fluster, he was tapped out.
So I'm thinking it's like maybe we just have a blue spell in our hand, or blue or red spell, and we're just gonna like try to draw the Risk Study a card, because this is definitely you know this is definitely an interaction point, because I'm pretty sure like we could do something about intuition here and probably survive Insert's turn. Now, do I think this TNG player is gonna untap and not win? There is a chance. I've been there before. I've drawn like 20 cards, but once again, card deck draws like absolute, you know.
Horse doesn't run well.
Exactly. It's just you know, not to you know beat the proverbial dead horse, but you know, it's not run very well.
Christ.
Oh, there's a lightning bolt. We're just
There's a lightning bolt.
Yeah. Oh, we just flashed it. We didn't cast it.
What? Huh? That's spicy for. But wait, why didn't you lightning bolt Tad before getting his cards then, as well?
Maybe they drew it. Maybe they drew it for turn. Maybe they drew it for turn.
Ah, that's fair. That's fair.
That is, I always give my tournament players the.
All right, he's played the land for turn.
That too. That too.
Yeah. Okay. But we still do have. Oh well. So. Well, we did see a Sky Turtle stop a Necro. Of course, we can see a Lightning Bolt stop a Breach Line. I believe.
Would be interested to talk with Tad to see if he actually just like didn't hit anything. That would be like genuinely giga unlucky.
You would assume, since he didn't do anything.
Yeah, but like if the Ragvan even was like, if he actually needed it for like sack fodder or like shit, I'll play a blocker.
Oh, he did actually say that Sky Turtle stopped him. I do have in-game audio, but it's really low, so I just hear some things.
Okay, that's dope. That's cool. Unfortunate for our boy Tad, but that's a neat and nifty interaction point.
Yeah. So we've entered into the classic CDH state of the discussion.
Yes, he's like.
Some people would call it slow playing, but some people call it an integral part of the format. Good warning, Pigeon.
Yes, if I'm in Insert spot here, I say there's an intuition on the stack. Are you passing? And I just start pointing at people.
Yeah, the pointing is overpowered in IRL events. It's so powerful.
Yeah, you can really, because like they really cuss through everything. You're like, all right, you don't.
Your priority? You doing anything? Okay, perfect. You've
been talking for 2 minutes. I need you to do something.
It's also very powerful because if you're the one pointing, you actually have the power of if you need to politic, you have the power because you're the one keeping pace of the game.
Yeah.
Some would call that manipulation, and I agree.
I will not speak.
You will not
I will not speak. If I speak, I will end up in trouble.
That seems like a trend with you.
No, I just like I have opinions. You know, I have opinions
Wait, you do? I never heard them.
about mind slaving my fellow competitive Elder Dragon Highlander players. Remember, the counter spell you don't use and still somehow counter a game-winning spell with is much better than actually resolving a counter spell.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to figure out what to do with the Born here.
I think we just want to put a spell on the stack. I think we just want to
Maybe.
I think you underestimate how badly people want to take game actions. Never the game actions that actually matter, but but like when it comes to just like putting spells on the stack, you know, they love doing it. But then when it's like I need to put a spell on the stack to keep the pace of play going here, then they're like, but no, I need to like think about what I'm doing.
Vibe.
Like, yeah.
Oh, lightning bolt is being put on the stack. What are we targeting with the lightning bolts?
Also,
It kind of has to be Tad, right?
actually, yeah. If we no, that's. I mean, if we
It does stop the cards in meme
exactly,
in the meme bat pile.
It really messes up the dockside count as well if we just kill Tad.
Yeah, it does actually. Yeah, dockside goes down to 1. Yeah, that's true. Unless I don't actually know what the green card is. That's not the dork on Magus' board.
That's another dork.
It's not a dork. Okay.
Yeah, it's another. I think it's actually a Llanowar Elf. Yeah. Oh no, I think that the one to the right is a Llanowar Elf, and the other one is the Elvish Mystic.
Okay, but now we see inserts or Kenrith cast the cards he cares about in response with the board. So he casts the Right to Flame from Tad's graveyard.
Casting another Born to draw another card. Because we should spend 2 mana to draw a card.
I don't think I agree with that.
Oh no. But as I was saying.
Well, also I just realized that Team Necrom isn't drawing with Heuristic because they don't want to give Kenrith mana, which is fair, but it does really help them knowing that there's no interaction or probably no interaction.
I mean, we're already like they already have more than 5 mana. I don't think
Yeah.
it matters.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But maybe it matters now when the dockside count becomes lower because they assume this is killing Tad.
But we still just lose to good old Breach.
We do, correct?
That is true. So we should be.
Or it depends. Graveyard is 4 cards, maybe 5. But that is enough to just do the LED pile.
I mean, like, yeah. Also, like, Intuition goes our graveyard again. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Or we just
And
the correct pile of Brain Freeze, LED, and Breach. No, sorry, Brain Freeze, Savine's, Underworld Breach.
Yeah, with the 5 mana, that line is pretty. Or with the dockside not making more mana, I actually think that line becomes a bit more sus. I think we actually were relying on Tad for having the perfect lines.
Yes, that is true. That is true.
The only thing I do disagree with there is I'm actually not sure if killing Tad is correct choice just from what's happening.
Wait, what? We had a
no, we have a silence. Well, okay, of course, silence is a good choice.
Yeah, because we're on the silence now.
Yeah, because but what I was going to say is that lightning bolting Tad here, I would put him on at least 1 piece of interaction. That's just sandbagging.
Did we force the silence and not the intuition?
Oh,
what's happening?
Maybe we're forcing the intuition in response to silence.
Yes, but I saw the silence move, so I got a bit worried.
Yeah, but you have to move the silence to get to the intuition under it, right?
Technically, true.
Yeah.
But but they turned it sideways and put it into their exile zone, and then they brought it back. What are we deliberating about? Hit the intuition. No.
I
no,
think the
no.
targets has been soon. Yeah. Okay. And now we just mind brick trap the events, and we're fine.
Are we sandbagging?
I think so. At least I think Tad is sandbagging interaction. As long as that lightning bolt isn't resolving, I think Tad will have interaction in hand.
But we had the interaction. We had the force neck.
Yeah, but like letting people swarm into your risk study isn't a
Not
bad
bad
item.
per se.
Well, to be fair, he hasn't been drawing off the risk study, so I actually don't know.
I feel as though we hit the silence for some reason.
Okay, we're casting Kenrith in instant speed in response to our intuition.
Okay. Why didn't we force connect this intuition?
They have a plan. I believe in them.
Why not kill Tad? I think that the thing is like you're fine to just pass on it there. Even though like just killing Tad is very low investment for high reward. But
Yeah.
you needed to have the dark side in hand to be able to do any of this, right?
Yeah.
Even though I don't really think the ceiling of a lightning bolt is gonna get much higher than killing a player and like breaking someone else's spell on the stack.
Mm.
If this intuition resolves, I don't think I'm gonna recover. Chat. I really don't think I'm gonna be able to. First game of the tournament already. Like come on.
You will. I believe in you. You're mentally strong.
I think I forget I was doing this for like 10 hours yesterday. I'm not in a good headspace right now.
Are you ever?
Sometimes, it's all about smelling the flowers,
Oh.
It's the little things. But
Yeah.
if this intuition resolves, it might be like straight jacket time for me.
Well, maybe they do have the interaction for the breach of the events. You don't know.
I guess yeah. If you get an LED, you draw like.
As long as he gets the LED.
Yes.
You don't
But
actually.
There's a lot of this going on. There's a lot of this going on right now.
Yeah. We went to the discussion part, the social game part of CDH.
Do you have access? Can you go and see what's going on?
I can raise the volume. Yeah.
Can I do that? Am I supposed to be able to hear this?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is broken.
This is broken. Exactly.
All right, let's see what they're saying.
They're just discussing the game states. Oh, they're considering. Wait. Okay, so they're considering casting Kenrith to gain Tad 5 life. That's a spicy line. I did not consider that as a thing. Yeah. Okay, so they are talking about casting Kenrith, giving him 5 life, surviving the lightning bolts, then giving Kenrith haste to kill him. Still, that's a pretty funny line. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if that's actually needed, to be honest, though. It feels like we're just like. I feel like we're just like playing around mental ghosts, maybe.
Oh, we were targeting Tad with the intuition, then we killed him in response. Nah, that's good stuff there.
Oh,
that's
okay,
why we
okay,
needed-
yeah.
Okay.
That makes sense as the target as well.
Yeah. Okay.
That makes the lightning bolt a lot stronger as well. Even though I would probably also have lightning bolted Tad in response to the meme bet.
Yes, probably do that. Now we died to Necrom, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles, you know.
Or maybe we've drawn the breach in all of this happening. We haven't passed yet. We still have 5 mana. We can draw a card with Kenrith. That can be the breach.
Draw a card with Kenrith.
That doesn't actually get us there because we don't have any free mana in the graveyard, but we can try. I believe in our players. Okay, so we're looking for a line, of course.
Okay.
There's no cards in graveyards from Timacrom and Magus Rights still.
No, I think this is actually like still kind of difficult of a position to win from, because Dockside is 2 right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's also a problem for Timacrom.
No, I mean like for Necrom right now, winning.
Oh yeah,
probably some combination.
Unless you drew breach LED.
Yeah, like unless you do like a bunch of free mana.
You don't even need free mana. You just need breach and LED. Like those are the 2 cards you need, or like
that is
Demonic Tutor, one source of free mana, and LED or breach. You don't actually need that much mana to find a win here. But you need at least one of 2 pieces.
It's usually that the more mana you have, the less moving pieces you need, right?
Yeah, of course. Mana is the most important part of CDH, which is why Keenan is a strong deck as well.
Mana broken. Big fan of mana.
Mana is broken. Having a Dockside in command zone, pretty good. So in total, I think the Resist study drew 8 cards from Tad. No cards from one card from Magus from the Lightning Bolt.
You have a Dockside
9
for 1 coming in.
Dockside to reset the Smothering Tide.
Yes.
Yeah, and we're correcting the directions in response, of course. So now you get Dockside makes 2. Dockside color corrects and gives you a treasure or a creature. Honestly, Dockside for 2 in Dargo is wonderful.
Yes. That's Dargo.
Yeah, but this is Dargo, sadly. And Seaver Yang. The casters are me, Pontus, and Anis or Scipio.
We are big fans of compatible Dragon Highlander.
Yeah.
Big fans.
So we have 3 mana here. We still need 1 mana for the Sheepest Line. We could also just have that circle consult. I always forget that is a thing. Like, who wins that way when you have breach?
True. I kind of forgot. Like, I was so used to winning with breach that I forgot that I'm just shortcutting the escaping the Oracle part. So like, I was like, damn, Oracle really sucks, bro, because I like never win with like Oracle consult. But then I was like, wait, I win with Oracle every game.
But you forget about that part.
Yeah, we did find a fortune here, I think, which is another way of doing it when it comes to like mana. The only issue is that though, I mean, we are like,
yeah. So we find fortune imp seal. That probably gets us there.
I would think so, but I'm actually not 100%.
I also want to highlight we reached the follower goal, 1,000 followers. Pog. And also thank you for the Prime sub, Racial ND.
Any any poggers in the chats? I know how Skippy is awake. I went to sleep, and then I woke up.
Sounds sus. I don't think I believe it. By the way, Punchy, I'm in the same camp. I'm also just here to see how CPU casts without swearing.
I'm trying.
It's been spicy so far.
I'm trying my darndest. Are we not allowed to curse? I know I should have like.
I don't know.
Mr. Stream Lead, what's the stance on that? Are we?
I think they're deafened.
Do we have any? All right. I guess they're watching. I assume they're watching the stream though. They're not completely deaf.
Probably.
So do we have any sponsors that are against me saying the dreaded F word?
This is now that I sponsor the stream just to say that, yeah, I'm against it.
Make him suffer!
Okay, so we cast the Seal, cast the Final Fortune, now we're going to clean up.
I'm not even sure, like, I don't think there's a... for like... Also like a Naz.
It's interesting that we cast
we
zero fast mana.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we discarded the Naz as well.
There's no draw engines to be scared of, so...
I'm trying to... Because I don't think Breach really wins here unless we have the LED in hand. But we'll see. We'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, but still, if you have the LED in hand, why wouldn't we just cast it before passing and have one more card in hand?
Yes, that's what I'm like. That's what I'm thinking. That if we had the LED, we would have played it.
Yeah. By the way, our dear stream guy answered in the chat. He's not sure. Please, nothing too wild. So for you, that's half okay.
If it happens, it happens. Yeah. No. But like. Oh, okay. We're going for Oracle Consult.
Okay.
That is a pretty compact win.
Yeah.
Wise. Yeah, after a lot of...
Okay. And yeah, we're ending the game in people's most favorite way, unless Kenrith is surprising us with the
gotcha.
Wait, how many treasures do Kenrith have?
Endurance?
How many treasures does Kenrith have? Is it 2?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think it's enough to do the thing, sadly.
Oh, it's 1 mana away from Kenrith just killing them.
It costs 5 too? No, it costs 4. Oh,
4.
Okay.
Yeah, GG's called. Cards are being picked up. Yeah. Team Necrom giving away with the win. Risk study. Good card.
Yeah. A lot of things had to go wrong there for it to go that right for the risk player there.
Yeah.
Like,
and they did.
Like, people basically fizzled out of their wins. Gave them the opportunity to untap and squeak across the finish line.
Yeah, you drew 1 force negation and that got you the win.
Beautiful.
Yeah, exciting.
Pontus with a fucking wine glass for water. Yeah, we're up.
Oh, we're back on camera. Hello.
Oh, hello. Hello. We're big connoisseurs here.
Yeah, water is nice. And we're going to the second pod. Let's see what they are bringing us. Okay, so we have a Malcolm Francisco. That's spicy. We have a Tayam. Next, we have Kenrith and the Kinnon. 3 exciting decks.
Are they trying to kill me or what's Wait, what's happening?
I actually think we're joining for Tayam going through and doing Tayam things.
Ooh. Mr. Team? What's happening? Why would we? Hello? 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 Help!
Yeah, we have.
Help! What the hell is happening? Why are there so many counters?
Yeah, this the Tayam doing Tayam things. And we had 20 minutes to look at this, which is perfect because that's how long it's gonna take.
Shout out Brick Squad, who was playing in Path of the Peak yesterday. Back
Yep.
to back.
Didn't they make like top 16, top 10 at least?
These Americans, bro.
I'm
They-
not
they-
sure if we can actually complain as
No,
two demon hour connoisseurs of the
no,
Cabal.
but I'm just saying. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying like they got that competitive spirit in them, that dog.
Yeah.
You know.
At least we have passed on the torch of the demon hours to Furlough.
Oh, yeah. You should have seen his games yesterday. Those were some rough beats, bro. My guy was trying his best, but it was just not going his way.
Yeah. But we do, if we go back to this game, we got distracted by Tyam doing Tyam things, which is never nice to see.
I can't parse this board state. I don't see this game ending in a reasonable amount of time. I mean, it looks like Tyam is fairly ahead. I'll give them
Yeah,
that.
Tyam seems to be doing the things. He has a rich car,
but that is
so all his
literally
creature are dorks.
Yeah, but that is literally because they have the most things on their screen, and my
Yeah, we do have Malcolm Francisco with the heuristics that in play. Doesn't really help that much versus Tyam specifically. We do have Canrith with the dockside on board. No Canrith, but like I don't actually know what the dockside count is here.
That's Insidious Roots, I think it's called. Very powerful news addition to the Tyam gamers.
Okay. I don't know Tyam at all.
It's like it does a lot actually. It's like does a lot.
Okay. We did see Archon of America coming down, which probably puts a hamper on everyone else in this game states. Kinnan might be in a good spot to grind, but we don't have the Kinnan in play. I don't think, unless that's the Kinnan to die on, but it looks like a dinosaur-ish card. I'm interested to see Agatha's Soul Cauldron in Kenrith, by the way.
Yeah,
that seems very exciting.
yeah.
I don't know how you use that. So this is probably like a kind of unique brew, I would assume.
Yes. My knee
unless we've stolen it in some way.
My knee-jerk reaction is that you don't use it, but
you don't know the deck.
Exactly. You know, I'm not tapped in like that. Okay, so I think we just cast removal.
The most wonderful part with this is that we don't actually know whose turn it is, because it's Tyam doing things.
Yes.
It could be anyone's turn. There's no way of knowing, except for the part where they casted the Archon of Maria, I guess.
I mean, it could have been a time activation.
It could have, yeah. You're right. I'm wrong. Does Rishkar say +1/+1 counters or just counters? Do you know that?
This +1/+1 counters, I think. You can distribute some +1/+1 counters.
He puts +1/+1 counters, but does he say that creatures with counters can tap, or each creature you control with a counter on it has tapped at a green? So yeah. The original counters do count.
Also his tokens tap for mana as well now. Because of let me wait, can we pull up Mr. Streamlead, can we pull up Insidious Roots from the new set? I think it's called Insidious Roots. I'm unsure. Yeah, it is Insidious Roots.
And we're seeing Kenneth untapped, and they immediately exile something with the Goddess Soul Cauldron to give Dockside another counter, and that is a Bowmasters. Okay. Not sure if we needed that here. I feel like maybe you should keep the Soul Cauldron to. We're doing it in end step.
I mean, I guess like keeping it up as Graveyard Hate.
I'm lost, yeah. Yeah, keeping up as Graveyard Hate sounds like something you would want to do with it versus Tyam.
Yeah, but
I just feel like you don't let Tyam get to this point.
Yeah, also,
something has gone wrong. Wait, okay, so now Malcolm Francisco is untapping?
Was this on? Was this on the Kinnon's?
I am lost. Not gonna lie.
We chose this apparently.
Or Insidious Roots in the.
Insidious Roots, black and green, enchantment. Creature tokens you control have tap to add 1 mana of any color, so that's Cryptolith, right? And whenever one or more creature cards leave your graveyard, create a 0/1 green plant creature token, and then put a 1/1 counter on each plant you control.
Okay, that's actually pretty good in time.
It's really good in time. It basically does everything.
Yeah, if only Time was a real deck.
I
shouldn't be that toxic.
I've never said that. You know. Wonder what works.
And we have Malcolm Francisco playing a Imp Seal as their spell for turn.
I'm pretty sure it's exponential, right? Because you get more plants. Yeah, you
get more plants, and get more plants get counters.
Yeah, exactly. So you're getting Insidious Roots very good at enabling the counter portion of Tyam.
Yeah, for sure.
Tyam hated the Euro stream. I actually got called out yesterday by my brother, D-Mage, who said I was wrong. And they never clarified why I was wrong. Apparently I said something. I don't even remember saying something. I think I was pretty tame. But I miss D-Mage deeply. And
you formed a very deep relationship during that stream.
Oh, 100%. You know what they say, love and hate, two sides of the same coin. I feel deeply about D-Mage. And I hope they pop up in chat today, so that we can hear more. More elucidating takes.
Yeah, and also to clarify, I think Swedish casters or Swedish players are probably the least Tyam pilled players in Europe. I've worked hard for 2 years to keep us Grixis based.
I don't care. Personally, I don't care. Either I win or I scoop.
We had one Tyam player for a while, but I managed to get them on wrong side, and now they're going 0-3 in Path to the Peak. So I did a good job.
Normally they win a lot though, but tournaments, I still think the whole tournament, the nerves.
Tournament nerves. Yeah,
I think it gets you definitely.
It's something you had a hard time with in the beginning as well, right?
Yeah. I think I understand. I empathize with everyone. But then the more tournaments you play, the more you realize how much of it is out of your control, and then you just start letting go.
Just play funny cards and watch stuff happen. That's what I do.
Yeah. Don't push too much. Don't put too much stock in any one tournament result.
But yeah, we are going to see a new turn that will take a long time.
A long time?
A long time.
Anyone else? Anyone else?
Oh no.
Please make sure to use your Twitch Prime to subscribe for more bangers like that.
Why?
Please do support the good people at Chaos Tournaments who put on a event every single weekend of the month. They're doing some good work out here. They're doing some good work.
For sure.
It's time for me to unsub for this blasphemous pun. Sadly, it's non-refundable. So, thank you, Joe O10. I'm a streamer now.
You're a streamer now. You made it.
Yeah. If anyone else feels like opening up their wallet,
or just use your Prime subs. Check if you have a Prime sub. They are free to give away if you have Prime.
They are definitely free to give away. Please use your money responsibly. Oh, we got another sub. Heyo, guys, lads and gals at Chaos. I'm putting in work here. I'm putting in some work.
Yeah, thank you, maybe featured for the one sub, and Angslick Sick for
We got
the
a
Prime.
hype train going, baby.
Yeah. Go. We need to do something where Tyam does their stuff, right? Come on,
I am
hype
not
train.
paying
It's
attention
something
to
to
this
do.
game anymore. If we could get another Prime sub, I'm not really sure what we could offer you in return, but we would appreciate it immensely. You know, anything that goes to keeping the lights on here at Chaos Tournaments.
Wait, I can help, I realized. There we go.
Oh.
I think I subbed. Yeah. I just can't see it myself.
I can see that.
Wait, they need to like have you share the sub. There we go. You're welcome. Or I'm welcome.
Boom! Another Prime sub from our good friend and fellow caster, Spontus.
He's a great guy. I enjoy
Great
him.
lad.
Except the fact that I don't. Next topic.
We don't talk about that. Alright, we're keeping it light and jovial and very transactional, alright? Just keep the Prime subs coming in. Thank you for completing the level 1 hype train.
I haven't even checked what the Tyam player has done in this time. In this Tyam.
Hey. Hey. Alright? That's my thing, alright? Don't worry.
Okay,
out.
so what is going on the board state right now?
Did you know that the blue bird in Rio went extinct and then it came back?
It did?
I think they were pretty close to going extinct, or they've gone extinct. I'm not really sure.
That sucks.
It really does. Like, it's beautiful. I feel like, what is it, blue-billed feathered macaw? I don't know, bro. I'm pulling that one out. I'm spreading misinformation.
Yes, Rachel, Raziel, and we're still on Tyam's turn.
Yeah.
I think Tyam is the only player who's going to take a lot of actions in this current board state.
And do you guys know what we're still on? Level 2 hype train. Keep the subs coming in. Keep them flowing in. All right. We've got. You know, we're gonna take that money and we're gonna put it to good use. We're gonna keep the events coming. We're gonna keep the streams coming. You know, we're gonna. Yeah. I was gonna say we're gonna get me on the head by psychotics.
Oh. That's not what we're doing.
No.
We are filling time for a Tyam turn, which is needed.
True. Oh, 10 minutes left in round, by the way. Thank you, Pigeon. We're trying to fill the air here. Apparently we're gonna be giving stuff out to the subs, so we're gonna send up some stuff in the merch store, which, by the way, does ship to Europe for normal shipping costs.
Amazing.
So that's, yeah, we're really big fans of that. So, you know, keep the subs coming. We'll get some merch. I will start sending out some merch.
Okay, we have Brick Squad tapping out or tapping stuff. Are we in end step or are we responding to something?
I have no clue.
I don't even know what Tyam did.
I'm not sure where I am right now. And
that's fair too.
As it pertains to this board state.
Thumbs up. We have a Tyam activation.
Yes. Big fan of activating Tyam.
Activate Tyam.
Activate Tyam. Are you guys enjoying the stream? Enjoying the event?
I was until Tyam started doing things.
I
shouldn't be such a hater.
Yeah, you're ragging on kind of hard on these poor people. They're trying their best.
Yeah, I think Tyam might actually be winning this turn.
I mean, most likely. I don't really see how they lose this game.
Going to time is a real issue, I think. But I think they might have. Is that a 1,000-year elixir?
Yes.
Spicy.
Which is really bad for the table because that's what they needed. They needed something for them to be able to go infinite, or they needed something to give their tokens haste so that they can tap them for mana as soon as they come in.
Yeah.
Because now I'm pretty sure they're going infinite. Because now they have infinite mana and infinite token.
We need a sack outlet of some sort, right? That's like the last piece we need. Then we're just winning.
Because every time we bring something back, we get more counters and we can tap them for mana.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, like Insidious Ruse is like actually crazy in this deck. Oh, Hype Train success apparently?
Yeah, it just completed.
Such strong support. Thank you, team.
Yeah, thanks. Great work.
4 subs. Thank you. I'm just trying to figure out because you get 1 plant right whenever a creature comes back.
I don't remember what the card did. You're the one who knows it.
Leaves, you create a 1 green plant. Yeah, you get 1 plant every time.
When it leaves, you said.
Yes. Yes. Whenever a creature leaves your graveyard.
Okay. So you get 1 plant, which is 1 mana, and a token. So you need to. But no, but each plant gets a counter.
Yes. Yes.
I feel like we're still missing a piece here to actually go infinite.
Yes, I don't think it's infinite yet because you're missing 1 mana.
With a range captain coming down.
As soon as we start making yeah, sack out like. But wait, we have a Bartholomew in play, don't we? Yeah, that's a sack outlet.
What's it, follow me?
Bartholomew, the words of
Oh, Bartholomew.
Yeah. Don't we just win if we start sacking Bowie?
Oh, that
gives you 3 creatures every time it comes back, and they have haste, and you can tap them, and they have counters.
Get 3. Yeah, that should be a win. Do we have a?
Is time in play even?
Bowmaster?
Yeah, we have
Bowmasters
in play.
We've seen time activations, right?
I'm not sure what I'm seeing right now.
They've taken too many game actions for it not to be time activations.
True. I mean, yeah.
Because we are under Arcan, or what's it called, the Archon of Emeria.
Yes.
Yeah, there was a Bowmaster in Malcolm Francisco's graveyard, but that doesn't help time.
Yeah, but yeah, we crack the Ranger here, and then we win
Probably.
because we can tear through our entire deck. Might be time to start playing.
Out of time.
Not out of time. Concordant Cross.
Out of time.
God. Sure, man. Whatever you say, man.
It's your joke. I just used it.
It was funny when I did it the first time. Out of time, more subs. You heard it, man.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, he's explaining the things. The table most likely don't believe him.
Yeah, Time explaining the loops always sounds kind of sus, to be honest.
EU casters are wild. You should see us after 5 o'clock.
That's when we're too tired. That's when we're too tired to be logical.
True.
That's not good.
The less sleep, the more
Unhinged.
good content.
Sure.
Content is good. All content good. Aren't you on after 5 later today? Yes. Which might have been a logistical oversight. but I am not a brand risk. I repeat, I am not a brand risk.
Yeah, let's just keep saying it until it's true.
Yep. Fake it till you make it, baby.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Show up
I
in the
don't-
market. Put Kanye to
Hmm?
shame. I don't know, man.
Yeah, so 1 minute and 30 seconds left in turn, unless there's an extension for this game. So I think no matter what happens, this will probably end in time winning or a draw. Maybe we get to Big Squad's turn, but I'm pretty sure Tyam has enough juice to just keep doing stuff without
Yeah,
floor
100%.
playing.
I mean, they have win on board, right? So unless
The-
we, unless we
I think we're still missing one piece.
no, because we can. So all our things-
Wait. Doesn't Young Wolf just win? Wait, didn't we?
I mean, our board just wins, right?
No, but we still need something to recur
No, because
repeatedly, right?
no, because we sacked the Orcish Bowmasters.
But did we have an Anchorage Bowmaster?
Yeah, it's like the top card of the. It's next to the
Oh,
Ragavan token.
the Ragavan token?
Top right of Zen's Light is.
Oh, yeah, that might be a
I mean,
Bowmaster. Yeah.
that's the All Dark Bowmaster. So we sack Bowmaster, bring back Bowmaster. We get a Insidious Roots triggers, which makes it so that we bring back a plant. We get a plant. We get our Orcish Bowmasters, and we get our token. They all come in with a bunch of counters on them, and then we tap all of them. Then we sack Orcish Bowmasters.
I don't know what card that is, though. Oh, that is Young Wolf.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I know the lines. Not, but I can guess sometimes.
True.
Young Wolf sounds like it. Wait, you don't get to put the counter on Young Wolf, though, right? Yeah, okay. So Young Wolf was the target for Ranger Captain, ETB.
Yes.
We just sacked the ETB, Ranger Captain in response to the ETB trigger.
Yes. I was talking about this yesterday, but Curse Totem might be severely underplayed.
Yeah, for sure. Didn't you play it in Rogue Sci for a bit?
Yeah, I was. It was like I had a flex slot, and I was like, yeah, I enjoy not just losing to random creature decks that I can't negate.
So is that the Necropotence card to play?
I'm thinking about it right now. Like the only thing we lose is Ranger Captain, but like I think that's fine.
Honestly, I'm unironically kind of looking at all time personally though for Tunacrom. In kind of the same slots, because like both of them just shuts down Tyam and Kinnon in a way that's hard to deal with for them.
True, definitely.
And thank you, Pricatado, for the sub. I missed it.
Oh, more subs coming in.
Yeah. Oh, Anxic has a very good point. There's a ring with one counter in play. That probably means that Lomax has protection.
I even forgot about the Orcish Bowmasters ETB. I was just thinking about the.
you were just thinking about it being a loop.
Yeah, that was where my mind went.
Joe, it's probably Tyam's turn, but we're not completely sure.
We have our top scientists working the case.
And we are 2 minutes into overtime.
Thank you for the follow.
Into overtime.
Okay, now you're just really ragging it out, bro. Like, what are you?
It was Tyam. It's close. It's funny.
I know,
And
but like
you put it into my head. I can't get it out now.
I know, but it's like
it's your fault.
The jokes have like they have a shelf life. And, like, all right.
Yeah, and you need to like make them expire so they're funny again.
True. Okay. I think this game has pretty much ended.
So we have Young Wolf was casted. Or yeah, it has to be casted for it to. So that was his spell for turn. Because that's just the Young Wolf, right? Yeah, it's the Young Wolf. Oh, Archon is sacked. I didn't notice that.
Me neither.
Yeah, that's also one of these like good sidelines with sacrifice-based creature decks, where you can sacrifice a stacks when it stops you.
Yeah. Or when you need someone else to interact, and your stacks can stop from interacting. Yeah,
We're
no, I
tapping
think
a lot of mana.
I really
What
think it's
expensive cards is there in? I don't know.
Well, I
that
guess
card.
we'll see now.
I
That's
is that?
the
I don't
first
know the card.
year's lands. Knight of the Reliquary? Yeah, there we go.
Oh yeah,
Okay. Are we like getting a cradle? Are we making infinite mana?
I assume it says it has to be Cradle. I'm not sure. Can Tayam win through a protection play with protection? Is there any loose life effects in Tayam? Because that's the only out.
Do they put Blood Artist? Do we have the deck list? Did someone check?
Blood are just targets. It has to be something that makes each player lose life. Or each opponent. Yeah, Blood Artist is just one player that lose life and targets. There we have the Cradle. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. 12 or more mana.
We have to have some way of winning through ring protection. Or maybe we don't. I mean, it's Abzan.
I kind of feel like Tayam is the kind of deck that would have like some weird card that just
Yeah, but I'm trying to like figure out like
plays around edge cases.
In these colors, there's not really a
like Soloport Cutthroat works instead of Blood Artist to kill the table.
Yes.
I don't know the white black creature that
sadly,
loses life is this target.
Sadly, milling out doesn't work because then we have to pass and then we draw.
Yeah, pass into draw. Yeah.
Could we stream team? Could we get the time deck list, please? Someone get that for us.
Thank you, Peter Shaw, for subscribing.
Oh, we are on.
And we're sacrificing the Young Wolf.
Yes. Here, is this something we can get? Thank you, thank you. That will help us sort this out.
I feel like there has to be something.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. That's what I feel as well. Like there's that is a mishmash of cards. There's definitely something. I would be very surprised if Tyan plays P-Grasp. That does not feel like a Tyan card. I mean, they don't like tutors in general, so like. King Kunari, thank you for the follow.
Where the deck list?
Thank you. Shout out Herb, by the way, for running a tight ship. You know, really supporting us casters here. All right. We have a White Plume adventure, and I think going into the dungeon at some point drains. Could I get a?
Can't you just click it in Moxil? That does not work.
Could I get a confirmation? Which dungeon is it? Is it the Undercity, right?
I think so. I have never learned these cards.
Oh,
we do have Blind Obedience, so extort if you can do infinite casts.
Yes. Sadly, the Undercity targets as well.
So Extort is the one we know so far?
Yes. Yeah. Blind Obedience works.
I'm looking at the sideboard now. That doesn't work. Yeah, I think it's Undercity if that works, or it's Blind Obedience. I think those are the only two I can see. I might be missing
Yeah,
something
Undercity,
though.
Undercity doesn't work sadly.
Okay.
Targets, but Blind Obedience does it. Blind Obedience definitely does it.
I don't know how they cast infinite spells, but maybe.
Oh yeah.
I guess like you have to like endurance loop or something.
Does this deck play endurance?
Yeah. It's a
I-
green creature based deck. Of course it does.
I have no clue what's going on in any of these decks anymore. Yeah. Nothing makes a lick of sense. We could also like we mill ourselves and then we that doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
I was gonna say we could like keep tapping Deathrite Shaman, but we need 20 instants and sorceries for that. And this deck has 9 instants and sorceries in it.
Almost.
So, that doesn't really work, sadly.
There are a couple in other graveyards though,
There are
but
another grade. I don't think it's enough though.
I don't think so either.
I think we have. I do think we have a loop here. I think definitely we could. Try
Yeah,
to-
I agree. I'm pretty sure we have loops going. I just don't know how we win off them.
Yes. If we have infinite mana and an endurance in our deck, then I think we're pretty good to just call it there.
I'm not sure how you draw though, but I'm not the time player.
Draw.
I feel like if I was Sun here, I would have drawn if I didn't know they had a line. So the fact that they're still playing, I assume
sure
that they can win.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they have the line. Like, I'm pretty like, yeah, they definitely have infinite mana right now, right? And they have infinite counters.
Mhm.
So I think with that you can say, well, here's I'm gonna mill myself, bring back my blind obedience, and then I'm just gonna start endurancing my. Wait, this deck can draw one card, right? Please tell me this deck can draw one card. Right? Okay.
I don't know. You can tutor a card with Ranger Captain and cast it.
Yes. Or you could like Druid's Charm cards into your whatever. You
can't charm because you don't draw them.
Yeah, exactly. So yes.
So, but if you have infinite mana, Blind Obedience in play, you mill through your deck, find a Ranger Captain, find a 1-drop, cast a 1-drop, sacrifice, shuffle it back with Endurance. That's loop.
Yeah, that's exactly. So we can do it like so. So if we show them these cards, I feel as though we should just.
Yeah, but the problem is that you need to get to the infinite mana part before you can actual infinite loop to start telling them that this is how I win. And tournament players are famously kind of stubborn on letting you just win.
Yes, even though I feel as though you should take a glance here and be like, I value my time more.
Yeah.
Then
I would have offered up an ID like 3 turns ago.
Yeah, we're big fans of the ID meta here.
I'm not, but I'm a fan of saving my time.
Big fans.
I have famously, or not famously, not many people know about it, but I was in a last pod of the tournament where I had double Tiam, and I just immediately should have just shortcut this game in ID, and we did.
Smart. Big brain.
And the fourth player didn't make top cut, sadly, but I did.
Do we wanna like, cause I think they're just like playing it out now. Do you wanna like take questions from chat or something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Anyone wanna talk about something that's not watching
Oh, Pigeon, they're not on Wither's Mug.
paint dry?
That's not the type of thing Tiam would play.
I wouldn't really blame the tie-in player in this case because I mean they definitely have it. I think it's more so like the other players not wanting to scoop to that.
Yeah.
Like
yeah. How are you doing today, Scipio?
my day hasn't started yet. I'm gonna finish this and I'm gonna go back to bed.
Makes sense. Can we play the Euro? Can we blame EU for Tiam? Kinda, yeah.
Duka and Pixel believe this is slow play. I mean, I can't really like. He should just start going for it. Like he can tear through his deck. So let's listen in here. Let's see what's going on. I'm sure we're gonna have some. It's gonna.
Yeah, but it seems like we actually are looping the Young Wolf. So we probably have a guaranteed loop. So now we just need the mana, the infinite mana, and we do have a win.
Yes. I'm not sure if they're like scared of milling themselves, and then no, but that doesn't make any sense because you can just endurance yourself whenever.
Yeah. We have 9 mana floating, I assume that is. It feels like we should just be able to present the loop here.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have 7 loops.
Yeah.
Like, we can kill 2 people. I mean, we can just kill 2 people, and then we can just be like, all right, here's this blind obedience to kill you.
Hmm.
So we should just start looping Bowmasters and kill 2 people.
Yeah. It's not like you needed Dockside counter or anything, so yeah.
No, just kill them both, and then kill the last person, so you don't like cast spells into the risk study, I guess, and then kill the Kingdom player last.
Kill the Kingdom player last. Oh yeah, of course. The ring. I was like, I thought
no,
that was like your. I thought that was your evaluation. Like always kill Kingdom last. Kill them second place.
I think we've already established I'm above such petty things.
It seems like Tiam has stopped taking game actions, so I assume we're trying to just talk through the line, and our opponents may not believe us.
We can all agree that we can infinitely recur our Orcish Bowmasters, right? There's no chance anyone can say anything about that. Why is Zen not proposing a loop? I'm getting very confused.
Like presenting the loop to kill 2 of the players doesn't really cut it.
No,
so
but I mean, like,
presenting that loop.
You say first, I'm gonna kill 2 of you, and then I'm gonna kill the last guy.
But why wouldn't you just do the loop that kills everyone in that case? Like killing 2 people is just a waste of time.
Like you're casting the endurance into, like you're casting spells into the risk study.
Yeah, okay, sure, that's fine. Good point. But if you're doing it for mana first, doesn't matter. Okay, so we did wave the arm around while pointing to young Wolf. So we are representing an infinite combo of some sort.
Yes. Start taking game actions.
And we are activating Tiam, or okay.
Yes.
We're not.
We can flip our entire deck into our graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
Could we please just Okay, bro, you need to like resolve.
Okay, resolving Tayam.
Not one by one. Don't do it one by one. Don't, please. I'm already suffering.
We're not. We're choosing to not put things into play.
Yeah, I guess we're just responding with more time activations over the top.
Yeah, so we have infinite mana, infinite counters, and I assume the table has allowed this. So now we're just looking for the endurance and the other thing that I said. Bite obedience, thank you. Oh, crop rot might do it as well if you can get crop rot back to hand.
What does crop rot do?
I don't know. Lands.
Okay. Also, we're under a ranger captain. Oh, that's true.
Our opponents are, yeah. There's not that much that actually stops the Tayam here. Maybe no, not with infinite mana. You just recast whatever they bounce.
Yeah. We don't play Thoracle. We
No, we
barely
don't. We don't play P-Grasp is the actual problem here.
Oh, so yeah, we barely play Demonic Tutor. Barely.
And like for Tayam, you don't really want any cards from other decks because you want all the interlaced cards that you run in your deck.
You need more space for things like a coffee and a money changer. Boom. Gosh darn. Noose Constrictor. No, maybe that's another god that. You get what I mean. There's a lot of. We need to make space for the real heavy hitters.
Yeah.
Things such as Mold Adder. Whenever an opponent casts a blue or black spell, you may put a 1/1 counter on Mold Adder. 1 mana, 1/1, fungus snake. Hopefully that's not tech or something that I'm like, blowing blowing the cover on,
Yeah, we shouldn't highlight the cards in the deck.
Yes. We should not do that.
Well, they are mailing through it, so it's not...
Exactly. At some point, you may or you may not see a Mold Adder, 1/1 snake fungus. Why are we stopping? Stop stopping.
Okay, so we're hovering on Court of Calling in our graveyard. We're showing... I don't know what card that is.
We have a sack outlet. We have infinite mana. We have infinite Bowmaster ETBs. We have infinite counters. Yeah. But the table is refusing to scoop. You'll be pre-screening the pods we take from now on. I don't want to be like that, but we walked into this willingly. We didn't.
Willingly.
I had no idea, but someone in the upper brass gave me this and told me to work with this. I kind of knew where this was going as soon as I came into this.
Yeah. You see Tayam with the board, and yeah, you know where it's going.
Yeah. This is genuinely egregious. Could we please get a judge in here?
There's a judge in the pod.
All right, we need to tell these people to like finish this game. There's like legit 60 people waiting for one pod.
Nah. Maybe this is my curse. I still remember casting for Tier 1 Con.
Yeah.
And we had three pods going 1.5 hour over time.
Beautiful. That's beautiful.
There's a reason I needed like a week to recover from that casting event. That was before Tayam as well, though.
Yeah.
The worst part, it looks like, okay, are we pointing to the ring to say they were protection? Not trusting Sand to final line? He's showing, isn't that a triple green dork thing?
Yeah, it's just a cradle, but we already have a cradle in play.
Yeah. Okay, so we're putting that into play to make infinite mana again?
Yes. But we could do that anyway with everything else situation we got going. Alright, looks like people are conceding. It only took...
Oh, we're scooping it up. Wonderful. Or are they? Just Kinnan.
Yeah.
The one with protection is the one scooping it up. Okay, now okay, everyone's scooping it up.
Yeah, looks like everyone's scooping it up.
Perfect. And I assume Sen won?
I hope so. I would be very surprised if...
They should have. I'm not sure. They could have drawn, but I assume Sen got there. I assume they saw the line. But yeah, that was the first round of this fine event. We are probably pairing very soon, but I think we're gonna need to take a short break and swap Anis for a other Swede quickly.
I'm being silenced.
That is me.
Hello, Mons.
Hello.
Hi, Anis.
But let's go to a short break and we'll see you in a bit. Hello, and welcome back to round 2 of Chaos, the Pantheon Series, this European-centric Chaos tournament series. I'm here with Mons instead of Atis.
Hello. Nice being here.
Yeah, we got the upgrade in the Swedish rooster.
I don't know, upgrade.
No.
Different. Same, but different. Different Swede.
And we have a game that's actually been started for you already. We have a Kinnan in first seat. We have a Bruce Thrasios in second seat. A Tuna Kram in third seat. And a Malcolm Bruce in fourth seat. That's spicy.
It is. I actually have seen a few games with him already on different tournaments. Not that many, but it's popping up now and then. We have some game actions from Kinnan playing in Mox Amber together with Tropical Island. And then on Ball's turn, we have a Mox Diamond.
Yeah, and a fetch resolving as well as shortcut, I think. Because there's
Correct.
2 lands in the graveyard.
And he's casting his Thrasios to start off.
Yeah.
And then the turn is shipped to Timna Krom. Pons, what do you think of Thrasios turn 1?
It's not as good as the turn 1 fish, which Timna Kram went for.
Mystic Remora, indeed. Yeah, rather have that.
Yeah, but like having Thrasios early is kind of, it is good because you do have the fierces, the deflecting spots, and those things that you enable from it. And you don't represent them necessarily, but you like introduce that thought into your opponent's mind.
Right.
You also further enable things like Mox Amber and like Springleaf Drums later in the turn.
Yeah.
So while I'm not a huge Thrasios fan, I think that just casting a Thrasios early it's pretty fine. But you would prefer to have a more powerful early game than just casting a Thrasios, in my opinion.
Yeah. I think it's nice to just throw it out to have it in play if you're going to activate him later anyways. Like, there's going to be situations where, okay, I don't have anything to do with my 2 mana, and you can just put him into play.
Yeah, exactly. I just kind of question, if you have the 2 mana and nothing to do with it, is it a good hand to begin with? Well, that's what we're going to see as the game goes on. But like, having 2 mana to sink into Thrasios isn't a real game plan in my mind.
I agree.
And
I think the turn is going to glow soon. There is potentially just the shuffling of fetch lands from.
I think we might be holding priority and moving to discussion step in response to the Mystic Remora.
Okay.
Oh, there was also a bird from Kinnan that I missed. I don't know.
That must have been.
I guess they shortcut and said that they're fetching and casting bird and didn't put it into play.
Correct. Because I didn't see that bird when he passed the turn.
Yeah.
We have an ancient tomb from Glow.
Yeah.
And a lotus petal.
Oh, turn on wheel.
Triggering the fish.
It's just a turn on Malcolm. That's kind of what you expect. Or it could be Heuristic as well, of course. But
I think it's going to be
Malcolm is kind of the baseline of most Malcolm decks.
Yeah. And there's the turn 1 Malcolm.
Yeah.
As you said.
Okay. And to address Hate Person TG in the chat, I do love Thrasios Stargo. But even in that deck, like Thrasios still isn't really the game plan. Thrasios Stargo is good in spite of Thrasios, kinda. Not actually, because you do infinite mana stuff, and that's what Thrasios is good at. But yeah, introducing that room is really nice. And Thrasios is a good like late game pivot or like backup plan. It's just the early Thrasios or the Thrasios plan that I'm against. And we do have a Kinnan into a
Bird of Paradise.
Wasn't Bird in play?
I don't think it was actually. Apparently.
Where was it revealed?
No, there was a worldly tutor to find the Bird of Paradise.
Oh, worldly tutor for Birds of Paradise.
In the end of Timna Krom,
in response to
Kinnan casts a worldly tutor to find the bird.
Yeah.
And after this, Kinnan is passing to Ball, the Bruce Thrasios.
Yeah, kind of a slow Kinnan start, honestly. But there are low on cards. They just have 3 cards in hand, so I guess it was a semi-low mulligan. And then this is actually pretty good.
Yeah. We have a Sol Ring from Ball. This means that he can
Of
actually get
Ancient Tomb, right? No, that's a Tarnish
No,
Citadel.
that's a Tarnished Citadel.
Yeah, so we do have a Thrust activation turn 2. Or interaction if needed with 4
Yeah.
hand.
As I have to agree with you, that his position with like sitting and activating for Thrasius isn't great, but depending on his cards in his hand, I mean, he has 4. He could deviate to different things. So I
Yeah,
liked how he's potentially ready to do his plan and be adaptive with Thrasius at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, don't really have any. There's no deck that's actually really like aggressive out of the game with their starting hand so far.
No.
So it's looking.
No.
Yeah, but turn 1 fish hasn't been. It's been fed 2 cards.
I think it's more the
Lotus Battle from
3.
Malcolm and the
Worldly Tutor and
Worldly Tutor was in response to fish, right?
Oh yeah. That's true. So 2 cards.
Yeah. So that means that the turn 1 fish player isn't that. He could still have a very strong hand, or they.
No, yeah.
We don't know that, of course, but like so far, it's looking like a slower paced game, unless Keenan just untaps, cast Basalt Monolith and wins, which is always something you have to respect from Keenan.
Yeah.
1 card combos do 1 card comboing, and we see a card being cast from Malcolm, which is I'm not sure what Siren Storm Tamer, right?
But Team Necrom only pays for fish and pass with a bad land as a land drop.
Wait, we used the treasure to pay for the Siren Storm Tamer? Interesting. I guess we're respecting the potential dockside. We do have 2 pretty heavy dockside decks in Thrasius Bruce, often relying on dockside combos, and
Team Necrom.
Well, yeah, Team Necrom. Grixis tends to really like their docksides.
Yes. Well, everyone loves their dockside.
Yeah, of course. But like, I mean, like if you're looking at like exploiting dockside the most, it's like fed docksides. It's usually I would say kind of say like it's the decks that goes infinite mana with dockside or the Grixis lists.
Keenan is tapping some mana.
Tapping 3 mana. This is Basalt.
Manglehorn.
Oh, okay. Now dockside is worse.
This is really good, actually.
Yeah. It also interrupts the Thrasios plan with destroying that Soul Ring. Now they need to hit the land or some other mana.
In response, we are activating Thrasius from Ball.
Yeah, of course. Like the Soul Ring is the only real target. I guess Mox Diamond, but I think I would hit the Soul Ring every time personally.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be Soul Ring too.
Yeah, I would put a land into play, right?
It's a Botanic Sanctum, I think.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. But then, the Manglehorn destroys the Soul Ring.
Yeah. And I think this actually puts Keenan quite far ahead in this game. We haven't really seen what Glow or Malcolm Bruce kept as a hand. Except for like turn 1 Malcolm, we haven't really seen a reason to keep the hand so far. So there might still be something threatening or really good in there.
Yeah.
But except for that, I think Keenan is in a good position to just run away with the game.
I have to agree. It really comes down to what Team Necrom have in their hand, because they could be very unaffected by it.
Yeah.
Or they have to have explosive gas.
Yeah, but so far it looks like they kept them on turn 1 fish with not much payoff, and the fish hasn't paid out so far.
Yeah.
Like they've just drawn 2 cards in total. So it's been 2 mana draw 2 so far, which isn't really the rate you're looking for.
Yeah. And Keenan actually can activate himself next turn. So depending on the list, he could actually pump up some really big creatures here, or deviate into some like more card drive value engines.
Yeah.
Avacyn's Pilgrim from Ball.
Yeah, still keeping up that Thrasios activation mana.
Yeah.
Oh no, we're tapping. No, we're tapping. Okay, we're just changing our tap.
think it's the correct play to actually tap the Mox Diamond here, considering that artifacts could get ripped.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think I would expect a Collect Roof from this pod. And Mangalore is already in place. I don't think the Moxamber is actually in any danger, but it's still the most. It's still the most vulnerable piece of mana on the board for him.
Yeah. Mystic Remora is sacrificed, so now we're gonna see if Tymna Kraum is able to deviate out of this. Flooded Strand as a land drop, and I think it's 5 or 6 cards in its hand currently.
And we might just see the Anni's favorite line casting Tymna.
I'm skeptic about that. He's fetching for an underground sea with his fetch land and passes the turn. That is not a good sign.
That does sound like an Oppo. Or maybe
that is
a Bowmaster.
That is true. We're gonna wizard cycling the step through in the end step here.
Yeah, wizard cycle. You can't. Glinthorn is not a wizard, correct? No, it can't be.
No. That would be very cool, though.
Yeah. So it could
he doesn't actually have the mana for Glinthorn anyway, because it's lacking
I
red.
know. Yeah, and Glinthorn doesn't win through a Manglehorn either.
No, it doesn't. Oh, Manglehorn is so good right now.
Manglehorn is a good card. It's the good version of Collect Roof.
Yes.
You never win games if you cast the turn 1 oof. I'm living proof of
that. You actually won the game when you did that.
No, it was a turn 2 oof.
But we're finding a spell seeker with a wizard cycling, putting it into his hand before he gets to his turn.
So, if there wasn't a Manglehorn here, we actually have the win from the spell seeker.
Yeah.
Due to having the Ephemerate Final Fortune Lightning Tutor line for Breach.
I don't think he has enough mana to do that now.
No, that's what I meant. If the Manglehorn wasn't there, so he would have gotten 2 treasures from Malcolm and the Storm Tamer. Then he has, I think, exact mana, maybe 1 off.
I think he's 1 off.
Yeah. But now he just have the. Or he could just play land and he has exact mana if he would have the treasures from combat.
Yeah. Isn't his graveyard a little bit too small too for that? Like sure, it's a good combo, but I think it requires a little bit more setup than some people think.
I
combat
don't
first?
No. Yeah, of course. We do have there is a funny risk here though. The one downside with Manglehorn is that each player who makes treasures or you're kind of incentivized to just cast out your artifact mana into the Manglehorn so you get to untap it next turn.
And then
you get really vulnerable to killing Manglehorn casting Dockside.
Yeah. We're generating 2 tapped treasures and costing a Mystic Remora.
Pretty good game plan.
Yeah,
we're just having colorless mana up, so we don't actually present that much interaction.
True.
But it's still a good play.
I mean, he still has his Malcolm in play, so Fierce is live. Trap, Mindbreak Trap is live.
Yeah, Fierce, what's Trap? Force. And also, differently from the Tymna Kraum player, he got to actually develop some mana before casting the fish, so this fish will probably survive the whole game.
Yeah.
Which is kind of the upside of later game
fishes.
They were just
there we have it. This is Kinan's turn 4, casting Basalt Monolith. Now before we're gonna have a Mystic Remora.
Wait, we have a Bowmaster coming down from Tymna Kraum. Doesn't really do it here. Oh,
this
but
is
his response
to do it because he's responding to the Mystic Remora trigger.
Exactly.
So on ATB, he's going to deal 1 damage to Kinnan, and then Remora is going to trigger, draw a card, and then Orc is going to trigger and kill the Kinnan. Only problem is that he can probably recast Kinnan and still win. So, but it's going to be annoying. It's going to reduce 4 mana from Kinnan. So this could do it.
Yeah, he needs to actually have. he needs to have the conversion source available to him.
Yes,
Otherwise, he's kind of tapping out to recast Kinnan.
correct.
Or he is tapping out to cast Kinnan, but he will just have infinite colorless mana. He needs to be able to convert it. He doesn't have... Like, otherwise, you could just cast this as a value engine, make infinite mana, and then do 2 Kinnan flips.
Wait, we missed...
Get
Yeah.
there. What did we miscalculate?
No, never mind.
Oh, there's a Drasus as well, yeah. So we have 3 draws if we want to. We can kill the bird.
From some
We
table
could-
talk, Kinnan is actually saying that he doesn't have an win from here. He just have 2 Kinnan activations if this is going to resolve. So
Yeah.
apparently, even if he's recasting Kinnan, he doesn't win from infinite colorless mana.
This is a very common thing to do as a Kinnan player, though.
Yeah.
I'm not calling it wrong or suspicious. It's just... it's just very common for them to cast a Basalt saying this isn't a game-winning spell, and then having it been resolved, and then they just win later.
Yeah.
It's
But Kinnan
actually
dies to Orcish Bowmaster.
Yes, and there's 2 counters on bird. Oh, there's 2 blue mana floating, or 2 mana floating.
Yeah, he tapped it in response to the
Yeah.
Orcish Bowmaster trigger. I mean, he's still sitting in a pretty good position, just like you described. If he's just passing the turn here, or putting Kinnan into play, just passing the turn, he's still kind of powerful next turn. The only problem is that as long as Orcish Bowmaster remains in play, Kinnan will never win.
No,
Or
exactly. Exactly.
Because we can always just activate Thrasius a little bit here. This is actually where I kind of dislike Orcish Bowmaster. So everyone's looking here and saying, oh look, Orcish Bowmaster is holding down the game kind of good here. But it's coming from Glow and Ball drawing cards. So they are benefiting from the Orcish Bowmaster locking down the Kinnan.
Yeah. It's... I have a
Because of
love-hate relationship with
Yeah.
Bowmasters because of that. I've been kind of Bowmaster hater since day one. But it does do things still. Oh, we're still forcing it.
We have Force
with
of
Basalt
Negation
Monolith.
on
I think that's a
the
bit aggressive,
Basalt
honestly.
Monolith.
Yeah.
Yes, I have to agree. I think that's also a bit aggressive. I mean, it looks like as long as Orcish Bowmaster just sits there, Kinnan will struggle here.
Yeah, I guess they're still they're respecting the risk of casting Kinnan, make infinite mana, and still have an outlet. Like that, there is a risk of that, but they did mulligan get pretty low, so I don't think I would expect that to be the case.
Yeah,
I would probably.
But Basalt Monolith is sent into exile.
Yeah. So now Kinnan cannot win because that's the only win con they have, right?
And they have beats. Recasting Kinnan.
They also have Hullbreaker Horror and all of that jazz.
Yeah.
They are fine. Honestly, I think this was pretty good for them. Because
I
now
think so.
they don't look scary and they can just activate Kinnan and win anyways.
Yes, and now the Orcish Bowmaster can shoot at different things. So this is removing the threat from Kinnan and making it Malcolm being scary. So strange scenario, this might be... The Force of Negation on Basalt might be good for Kinnan.
Yeah. As weird as that sounds.
Yeah, it's really weird. But the turn goes to Ball as he draws a card for his turn. I have to say, I think Ball is executing a webcam tournament really good. Like, look at how he's looking at his hand, making sure he doesn't reveal anything, but always making sure he isn't accidentally cheating by removing the cards out of his hand. He's causing a Seedborn Muse.
Oh. Sweet.
Right now, I think having Kinnan, having the Basalt sitting there is in play might be good for him, because now the Orcish Bowmaster is gonna change the focus away from Kinnan more towards Ball, specifically the Seedborn Muse.
Or the Thrasius.
Wait, what happened?
And it got misstep. No, Force of Will pitching misstep
But
from
Tymnacrom is Force of Willing it, yeah.
And Shalosaki, I don't know who you think it is, but it probably is. It's me and Mons, Pontus and Mons from CDH
Yes.
For now.
Oh no.
No.
The caster schedule will change a little bit over time.
Yeah.
There's some table talk going on right now. There's been a very good pace to this game. Like, actions has been taken quite a lot. In a rapid pace.
Yeah. Yeah, that's because there's no tie-in.
Post-traumatic stress disorder from previous game. What is he casting? Is that a mana vault?
I'm not sure.
He's casting a tapped artifact.
No, it's Springleaf Drum.
Springleaf Drum before passing the turn, yeah. A Misty Rainforest from Tymna Kram that he's sacrificing. And he's finding a Tundra.
Mm-hmm. We're having Tymna Kram playing really respectfully there.
Yeah, I have to agree.
It might just be that he kept the early fish and it not being fed kind of ruined their plans.
Yeah.
But it could also be that they're just playing really, really respectfully, like respecting the possible interaction from the table and just slow rolling.
Yeah.
But I think this might be a pretty good window if that's the case. Like, we've had a lot of interaction blown. Pigeon has kind of shown that, or Kinnan has kind of shown that they don't have interaction because otherwise they would have protected their Basalt Monolith or Kinnan.
Yeah.
We haven't seen any interaction from Malcolm Bruce.
No, I think that is that player is probably the theoretical threat right now because he has just drawn a lot of cards and he's going to untap with a lot of mana. And we're casting Tymna.
Yeah, Tymna with 2 attackers. We have 1 player completely open for the Bowmaster, and then we have a 3/3 who probably gets through wherever you hit it.
Correct. It's a very even game, actually. Yeah, so Orcish Bowmaster is going at Glow.
Malcolm Bruce player.
And Kinnan is taking 3 from the Orcish army. And he will draw 2 cards with his Tymna.
Yeah. I will still have the Tundra up for interaction.
Yes. He did use his Force though, so that one is not available anymore.
Yeah.
But now the turn goes to Glow.
Mm-hmm. And they do have that Spellseeker in hand. So they probably...
But we still have the Manglehorn in play.
Yeah, but Manglehorn doesn't stop the line.
Oh, that's correct, because you don't need about it. Lions of Diamond doesn't require to be tapped. That is correct.
Yeah, and now you have a way bigger hand to discard Lions of Diamond when you start the Breach Loop.
Yes.
So I actually think if I were Glow, I would probably just jam here.
I think so
as
too.
As long as you've drawn the land to have the mana.
Yeah.
Because you need 1 more mana. And honestly, if you have 2 more mana, you even have the Siren Stormtamer for some protection. Yeah. I think Siren Stormtamer only protects your permanents, not your spells on stack, but still. Still protects the Breach.
Cracks is Bloodstained Mire for a plateau.
I feel like you're ahead of me in the...
Sorry?
You're ahead of me in the viewer.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You keep saying
casting a Spellseeker.
Yeah, okay. We're just
interesting.
We have exacting mana, and I'm pretty sure this is enough to get there.
I think so too.
Just now find the Ephemerate.
He's untapping with, and the hand size, and there we go. Yes, he's finding the Ephemerate with Spellseeker, indicating that this might be a combo of attempt and win.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's so very rare that I actually see this combo in action, so kind of cool. And for those of you who actually haven't seen this, or like, what is this going to develop into? You're in for a treat for a very cool 1-card combo, actually, with Spellseeker.
Mm-hmm. It's actually interesting that the only deck really, or the only color combo actually playing this line. Okay, so you need to be at least Jeskai, so you have to be a Jeskai, but like no decks that run Jeskai and another color, from my knowledge, actually play this line, and that's kind of interesting.
Blue Farm doesn't. this doesn't. What do you think about this line in blue farm? While we're at the topic, actually.
So the problem is that Ephemerate and Spellseeker are both pretty mediocre cards.
Yeah.
So I'm not a huge fan of it, but it is like surprisingly solid.
Yeah.
It's great for these decks that like kind of have the space and need more threat density, which is kind of why you see it in the Jeskai colors.
So we will walk you step by step through this combo execution. He's casting Ephemerate on Spellseeker. This is going to flicker Spellseeker, so tutoring for Final Fortune.
Yeah. And the whole line is that you done Final Fortune. In your upkeep on your Final Fortune turn, Ephemerate will trigger.
Mm-hmm.
It will flicker the Spellseeker, finding Eternal...
Enlightened Tutor.
Enlightened Tutor, thank you. Not Eternal Tutor.
Eternal Tutor!
Finding Enlightened Tutor, which you will then cast still in upkeep to find a breach.
Yes.
Then you can flashback the... Then you can cast breach, you can escape the Enlightened Tutor. How do you draw a card? No, you flicker the Spellseeker, find a Brain Freeze, then you Enlightened Tutor for Lions or Diamond, put it on top, and then you Brain Freeze yourself.
Yeah. But it needs
It's
a
kind of
little bit more
line, but it's really
mana
good.
for the next turn, so it's going to attack for 2 more treasures. Now they're going to be tapped, but they're going to be untapped on its next turn post Final Fortune.
Yeah. And there's no draw engines in play to stop him either.
No. And everyone is kind of tapped out. And there have been final negations and Final Fortunes already been used.
Yeah. The only player that we could kind of expect to have interaction here is Tim Krom.
Yes. But Final Fortune is being used to take an extra turn.
Mm-hmm. And we're going to our last turn.
Yeah. So now in the beginning of his turn, before he draws, he will cast Ephemerate as a rebound effect for free, no mana spent whatsoever, to flicker Spellseeker here. And from some table talk, it sounds like there's no good interaction available for the team. So he's going to tutor for Enlightened Tutor. Just like you said, Pontus.
Mm-hmm. I know things sometimes.
I think you're very brilliant.
That's a weird take. So he currently has 5 mana. So we have E-Tutor, we have Breach, we have Ephemerate.
Yeah.
We might be 1 mana off the line I said, but we do have a Lotus Battle in Graveyard, so we don't really need to E-Tutor for the
He
LED.
could potentially have a
Oh,
land
right.
drop.
There's Mangle drop the horn in play. You need the line side ammo.
Yeah. But it's casting the Enlightened Tutor to find his Undual Breach.
Probably.
Yeah, most likely.
Maybe they know more than us. Maybe they have a second line that we haven't seen.
That's true. That could be very cool.
Or Breach.
Maybe you want to have a Rhystic Study.
Rhystic Study is great from your Final Fortune turn.
Yeah. Putting the Undual Breach on top of his library and then drawing that for turn.
The fun point of interaction here, by the way, which could have come up but didn't, is the fact that Bowmasters actually stops this line if anyone can draw a card, because you just killed the Spellseeker in response to Ephemerates.
Yes, it's a very fragile situation for the... Like, if we would have a Thrasus activation, this could have been stopped. But I'm gonna be honest, I've seen a Force of Will and a Force of Negation that could have done great things versus all of this.
Yeah.
I do kind of agree on the Force of Will on the Seedborn Muse, though. But I was a bit torn on the Force of Negation on the Assault.
Yeah, I agree. So we're casting the Breach, I think?
Yeah, we're casting Breach.
Yeah.
And the entire table pass on the Undual Breach, as there are 1 card in Bruce Thrasius, and 2 cards in Kinnan. Not enough interaction.
I'm kind of surprised about Tuna Crom not having interaction though, because they've actually drawn a bit, and they do have the 1 mana, but
it's
sometimes
like you say. I mean, you would throw a combo even though someone has a Rhystic Study in play and no mana for it.
I would never do that. What do you say?
You do that every time, every game. Oh, you're tapped out. Never Rhystic Study. I'm gonna combo off.
Yeah, it's easy. Oh, you tapped out? Thank you. Good game.
Yes. Yeah, but the key part in this game is, like you said, I agree with you, is that mana is key. With mana, you unlock things.
Yeah.
You have to cast your cards. Doesn't matter how many you have in your hand.
But I think we are seeing Tuna Crom deliberating a bit, looking at their hand. Maybe they do have something.
Right. Yeah, there are some strange interaction that does something but still nothing, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, you can have an Angel's Grace, because that's a card people are running nowadays.
Yes, that would actually win him the game, potentially, depending on how this is executed.
Yeah. I'm not sure what win, but it would have him not lose.
Yeah. Now we're casting Ephemerate from the graveyard, utilizing the power from the Underworld Breach to flicker Spellseeker.
Yeah, we have 1 mana, we have 1 land left, so we need a second land in hand, or any mana source that works under a Manglehorn.
Yeah.
And I would actually say we need 2 mana sources here. We need to have 2 mana for the Brain Freeze and 1 mana for the Lightning Tutor.
Yeah. We could also fizzle here, because if he doesn't hit Brain Freeze with his Lionside Diamond here, he's dead.
Yeah,
yes,
unless
there is a Lotus
has
Petal.
some way to... Oh, yeah, but Lotus Petal doesn't work on Manglehorn.
Correct.
So he might have calculating the Lotus Petal as a part of his line.
Yes, I think so. He doesn't sound so happy listening to him. As you who are watching the audience, you can't hear the table talk. We can hear the table talk. And Glow is currently doing some thinkering. If he has a land drop from his hand and he flips into Lions of Diamond with his Brain Freeze, he got it. But if those two doesn't happen, this is going to be a very sad outcome with the Final
Storm
Fortune.
Count is 4 right now, correct? We have E-Tutor, we have 2 Ephemerates, we have Underworld Breach. So Storm Count is 4. So it would be 5 copies of Brain Freeze, so it would mill 15 cards.
Yeah.
That's not the worst odds, but it's not that great.
Yeah, but we still need to have a secondary land here to begin with.
Yeah, I assume they do. They drew 4 cards, 5 cards of Remora. Okay, on average that's 1 land, to be fair. So maybe they don't, but
yeah,
I trust our players to take lines they can win through. Yeah.
Yeah,
but I don't trust myself to do math, so I don't know if I should trust them.
Oh, he has a floating mana. Oh, that was an Ancient Tomb.
Oh, okay.
Casting the Brain Freeze, targeting himself.
Okay.
We totally missed the Ancient Tomb there.
I just assumed the mana was used. But that's me.
He did math.
But then he just needed a second land to be able to enlighten to the first, but he didn't get it.
Yeah. We're going for luck here. If he hits it, he hits it. If he don't, he dies.
Are there any free removal spells in Jeskai that works through Breach? The only one I can think of is Slaughter Pact, but that doesn't work. That isn't.
All right, we're flipping cards here. We have Intuition, land, the Rite of Flame. So far, no good. The only card we need to hit is a Lion's Diamond. City of Traitors. 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, and... Oh. 15. Oh, he actually has an out here. He didn't hit Lineside Diamond, but he did find a Mox Diamond and a... No, that doesn't work. Sorry, never mind. There's a Mangalore in play.
He needs to have a land in play as well. Yeah, otherwise he was fine with the Lotus Petal.
Oh, yeah, you're correct. You're correct. Actually, Manglehorn stops this. Because if there were no Manglehorn, he would have won with his Lotus Petal here.
So Henning, Ephemerate exiles itself when you cast it the first time. Then when it casts itself from the rebound, it goes to graveyard as usual.
Yeah. So to give an explanation here, he has a Lotus Petal in his graveyard, but there's a Manglehorn in play. So the Lotus Petal would come into play tapped, and he can't continue. Otherwise, he could have cracked Lotus Petal twice, recast Brain Freeze, and win the match here.
And notably, Lineside Diamond works because you don't need to tap Lineside Diamond to sacrifice it.
Correct.
And yeah, they are just dead.
Glow is dead.
1 mana left from winning the game. So sad.
Yeah. It was a gamble in his graveyard. Literally.
Yeah, no, he also had the Lightning Tutor to put the LED on top before.
Oh, yeah.
So 1 mana from winning. That's sad. Manglehorn putting in work.
Hinnan is casting a Lotus Petal.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure who I would call favored at this point.
Tymna Crom.
Maybe. They're behind in mana, and mana is kind of the most important factor in my mind.
True. But there's a lot of card draw. We're having a Kinnan activation.
Okay. This could just be a win.
It could. If there is a Hullbreaker Horror.
Yeah.
But it could just be big stompy creatures too, right?
It could also be a dork.
Yeah. Or it also could be nothing.
Yeah. Or maybe he shows the Thrasios and cries a bit because he didn't get to have this basalt. I've done my fair share of blind flipping into crying.
That is a clone.
Oh yeah, a clever imposter.
Or to be more correct, I think it's an Orcish Bowmaster.
I could also see it being in Thrasios, but I don't think so right now.
I think he
wanna... problem for him. Yeah,
exactly.
The Bowmaster dies.
Yeah.
Clever impersonator.
The other Bowmaster.
A very spicy clone that we haven't seen much of, but it's actually pretty good.
I mean, if it doesn't really... Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it doesn't really matter the mana cost really, because he's just flipping them into play.
No, but it's just 4 mana still.
Yeah, true.
And the important part is that Clever Impersonator can copy Rustic.
Oh, that's so true. Oh,
so maybe Clever Impersonator is a card you should consider more, especially in like lower colored decks where 2 blue pips doesn't really matter.
I have to agree. Ball draws a card for his turn.
So Jessica Malcolm player needed 1 more mana to be able to win. Sadly, didn't get there. They YOLO slammed a Brain Freeze, and that didn't find the LED they needed, so they died in their unstep to the Final Fortune trigger.
Yeah, it was really close, and it was a 1 Manglehorn too much and 1 mana too little.
Yeah, missing 1 land in hand.
Yeah. But Ball doesn't do anything just past the turn to Tymna Crom.
Yeah, just leaning on that Thrasios plan. And that's also why he has 2 cards in hand, because Thrasios draws 2 still.
Yeah, it's a very expensive card draw here.
For people who's not informed, I am a certified Thrasios hater.
A certified Thrasios hater. That's the best thing I've heard in my entire life. I think the bell has swung now with the... Oh,
That is
Boromir.
Boromir, spicy.
Yeah.
I don't think that actually does it to help him versus Kinnan here. I think Kinnan
No.
is going to run away with this game.
Yeah. Just Kinnan activations, preventing card draw with the Orcish Bowmaster. If Tymna draws cards, Tymna die. If Thrasius draws cards, Thrasius die. Or his Dork first, maybe. Yeah. And Kinnan is still having a form of game plan, just activating until
until he wins.
Yeah, until he wins. It's very crazy how these games have been swinging the bell from player to player. Like, Kinnan was dominating, then Tymna was doing good, then someone was trying to win, and now Kinnan is back in the game.
Yeah.
He's fetching for a volcanic island, and using that to cast a Talisman of Progress.
Mm-hmm. He's keeping up that blue mana each turn, but he hasn't cast an interaction yet, so... I'm not sure if he's just bluffing or if he actually has the interaction and just realized that, well, he didn't have it, so why would I interact?
Yeah, but it's good to just showcase the capacity to interact, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't attack, he just passed to Kinnan here.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we're gonna see a new Kinnan activation.
Yeah, unless he's drawn something amazing.
He didn't.
There's just 2 cards.
He drew a Verdant Catacombs that he sacrificed.
Oh, he played.
So he's still on 2. Okay. Still on 2 cards in his hand.
Oh, we're casting a card.
We're casting a Rhystic Study from Kinnan.
Oh,
using the breeding pool he finds with
famously
his Catacomb.
Pretty good card.
Yes, and it's really good that he got rid of the Orcish Bowmaster now, so that he doesn't like die to it.
Yeah, maybe he just didn't cast the Rhystic Study because he knew his board was going to get nuked if he did.
Yeah. They are both passing on the Rhystic Study. I think Kinnan is not winning now, but clearly in the dominating position, running away with this game slowly.
No. We need Kinnan to be powerful to keep the Grixis in check, Mons.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, the Grixis is a threat because they're Grixis.
You're correct, because they're Grixis.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Yeah, of course.
Why do I never learn?
I understand.
Oh, now I remember why we're always killing you.
Yeah, exactly.
For some explanation, what's happened there, if you saw him picking up a card and shuffle it in, he accidentally shuffled a Ancient Tomb into the board state and put it back.
Oh.
So there were no cheating there, it was just an accident.
But we just see...
Mm-hmm.
There shouldn't be any more action from Kinnan, right? We should be seeing going to next turn.
Could attack, but I don't think he's going to. He just want to sit with his orc army and protect.
Yeah, protect life. Stop him now.
Is he activating Kinnan? Oh, he is activating.
He had mana to activate. Okay.
He's sacrificing his Lotus Petal to activate Kinnan, but he fizzled. He doesn't find a single creature and pass his turn.
I don't think I actually agree with casting Rhystic Study before activating Kinnan then, because if you hit Hullbreaker Horror, you really want to have something to cast.
I agree there. I thought the same thing when it casted Lotus Petal, actually. We're casting Snap on Orcish Bowmaster Clone and paying for Rhystic Study.
Spicy.
This is actually really good because that can't come down as an Orcish Bowmaster again. It's gonna come down as a clone and actually probably become a secondary Rhystic Study.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I don't think you actually... I can't see Ball caring about Bowmasters right now.
I think he cares about his Aven Mind, ever since Pilgrim. But he is activating his Thrasius before taking his turn, post-snap.
Yeah. But like, I think unless you're looking to go infinite next turn, which I don't think you are with 1 card in hand.
Yeah.
I don't think you actually should respect the Bowmasters right now.
I agree. I think he just removed the Bowmaster, the Kingdom player, just to make sure that his board state doesn't die to it.
Mm.
Ball sacrificed Arid Mesa that he found with Thrasius. It is a really complicated board state, but I do think Kinnan has a good edge here. Finding a Savannah with the Arid Mesa.
Mm-hmm. Tapping 2 mana?
Lots of mana.
Oh, Dockside count is 2, 3.
That is an
wow.
Eternal Witness.
Eternal Witness. But we're searching a library?
Yeah, he's finding the Savannah.
Oh, okay,
So he sacrificed the Arid Mesa to find a Savannah. He asked if he could shortcut to just cast this before.
You have the volume on the table talk way higher than me because I can't focus if I hear them.
I have great multitasking hearing skills. I guess I don't know.
Mm. But Eternal Witness, I guess you can find. Oh, Silver Muse is in graveyard. It didn't get exiled.
No, I think it is in graveyard, and I think that is the best card to take. There we go.
Yeah, that's probably what I would look at. Yeah,
and he takes the Seedborn Muse. Yeah.
And do
Great
you have
choice.
the 5 mana to cast it?
He does. He has a Springleaf Drum, and I have
yeah, perfect.
And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana to recast the Seedborn Muse using Eternal Witness to tap into the Springleaf Drum. I mean, wow, this game is bouncing so much back and forth. Now Ball is actually in a very good position, and destroying the opposition agent, Orcish Bowmaster here, actually makes sense because now he's looking into drawing a lot of cards, and his board state could potentially get blown up having the Orcish Bowmaster in play.
Yeah, I guess. Snap is free. You can just use it later. That's my take.
True.
I guess this way he could easier pay for Ristic without actually losing any mana, but like 1 card. It's not that bad.
He's passing the turn to Tymna Crom and untaps everything.
Mm-hmm. I'm just wondering, is the Seedborn Muse actually going to bring him to the game fast enough to not lose to Kinnan still?
That's a good question. Oh, we have a silence from Tymna Crom.
Oh! And we have a Boromir stopping free interaction as well.
Yes. This is a very powerful play and a very powerful position for Tymna Crom to be in. This is a scary card, but we have a lot of positive potential things that can happen. First, a card draw from Ristic Study, but then a lot of activations from Thrasius.
Yeah, but Kinnan literally cannot have interaction for this because the Kinnan player does not have any mana. So it's just a 1v1 versus Ball and Tymna Crom, and Ball had 1 card in hand when passing the turn, so he has to find interaction in these 2 Thrash activations.
Yes, and the scary part is that he has to find one in the first one actually, because
yes, this is true because he only has 2 activations mana and no extra.
He reveals a Rustic Study with his Thrasius. And that looks like a very scary end.
That sounds like a loss.
Yes, it does. Now the thing is here, guys, if he activates Thrasius again, he doesn't have mana to cast any spells. And because of Boromir, it doesn't matter if they have Force Pacts or anything, because the Boromir will prevent it.
Yes.
Look at all these value engines from everyone else.
Yeah. Tapping out value engines and losing. I love CDH.
Well, theoretically, he didn't tap out for value engines, to be perfectly clear, because Seedborn Muse actually untapped it.
Yeah, but it did tap out to cast it, correct?
He did.
Exactly. I am right, as usual.
He's activating Thrasius again, just because for fun.
This is what we on the internet call hopium.
Yes, this is very hopium right now. And heavily expressions are being used in the table talk.
That's a delay.
Delay, he finds a delay, but no mana for it. If that would have been the first card he found, he could have solved this.
Yes.
But on the other hand, if he finds delay, delays the silence,
we're just
then he still needs something
it
to
up.
Follow up against.
No, okay. I was like, we're not just scooping it up to casting silence.
No.
That's a bit too aggressive.
That's a very efficient way to win. Here, silence. Okay, we scoop. Oh, there we go. Turn 1 silence. He is attacking at Ball with his Tymna and Orc Army. That's the name of it. But the Ball has the blockers, so nothing really happens from there. But he will gain life from Tymna.
Mm-hmm. The question is, does Ball kill Tymna and block with Thrasius, or does Ball?
I think he blocks with. Kill Tymna, prevent Ka. He doesn't actually need to block Tymna when I think about it.
Because he can block the Orc with the Seedborn Muse.
Yeah, and then block Tymna with Thrasius. I think that's the best choice because there's no card draw happening if he does that anyways.
Yeah.
The only thing that is really happening from this is that Tymna is gaining life, so from 22 to 24. And that's good if he's gonna add Nas post silence. Like, we don't know what the finisher here is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, they blocked as we described, where nothing is dying, and Tymna is just gaining life, and nothing dies.
Yeah.
Oh no, sorry. Boromir has vigilance. Never mind, guys.
Oh right, he's attacking with all 3. This is correct.
So Tymna and Crom is attacking with Boromir, the Orc Army, and Tymna all at Ball. Boromir has vigilance. And this means that he is going to go through and potentially draw a card.
Yeah, so we need to decide if he killed Tymna or not.
Yeah, we missed that. So in that case, I do think he should block and kill Tymna with his Seedborn Muse to prevent a card draw. So Seedborn is blocking Tymna, killing Tymna.
But then I would probably just take 6 if I was Balden. Why would
I agree. Here you take 6 as Ball. Because his life total at this point does not matter. It's the only thing that is happening here is that Tymna is gaining 2 life.
Yeah.
So Tymna dies. And Thrasius is blocking an Orc.
Oh, so he did block anyways. Okay.
Yeah, he did. So we're seeing some potential mana into some potential action here.
Mm-hmm. 2 mana.
That is a diabolic intent from Tymna.
Yeah,
sacrificing the Orc Army.
Yeah, that's. Oh.
Well, it's Breach, I guess. It's either Breach. I don't exactly know if he has.
You're 1 mana. You're 1 mana off a guaranteed win. Unless you have cards in hand. Because you need 1 more mana to cast Breach and then escape the diabolic intent.
Yeah. It depends on what he has in his grave. I can't clearly see it.
Yeah, grave.
I don't. Have he actually a Lotus Petal in his graveyard?
There's still a Magelhorn in play, Mons.
Oh, that Manglehorn. Thank you, Pontus. What would I do without you? Imagining impossible wins, I guess.
Yeah, so Breach would be my assumption here. He could also just have Thassa's Oracle or Consultation in hand and go for that line, of course.
Yeah, he just needs one of them in his hand right now. And
Yeah.
this is finding the other one.
We did have a game last round where me and Anis were like really deep into how you would win with Breach, and then he went Thassa's Oracle Consult, and we're like, oh, right. That exists.
That exists. A plus B combo. Been around for a while. How did we forget? I think it's going over some math. I guess this is not a fastest consult, because if this was a fastest consult, he wouldn't think about it. So I guess this is gonna be a Breach attempt.
Yeah.
I think I saw fastest Oracle in his deck too there. I might be wrong. It's very hard to see cards clearly here, but I could have seen one. I heard him saying there's a problem of color fixing right now because of Manglehorn. I think the Manglehorn have been an MVP this match.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Pontus, I know you don't like Collect Roof. What do you personally think about Manglehorn?
It's one-sided. It's great.
There we go. Clear and simple. So why don't you like Collect Roof?
Because it affects you.
Oh, that's so true. Why didn't I think about that?
Exactly, actually.
But it's 3 mana, and the other one is 2.
Yeah. But one of them means that you untap with less mana next turn, and the other one means you untap with the same mana next turn.
That's true.
What about, it's a Boromir in play on the Gymnocrom.
Yeah. There's also a Silence that has resolved right now, actually, as well.
Yeah, but that's not on the board. It's in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Yeah, so hit percentage, I'm not just a Thrasos hater, I'm also certified Stacks hater.
And Pontus hates everything almost.
Haters kind of fall into the generic category of Stacks, so yes, I'm a hater.
I'm a hate beer hater. Pontus, how much do you hate in this format?
How many cards?
Yeah.
Like
or how many
20?
different things? 20 cards. We should make a list.
Tier list. Cards Pontus hate.
Yes, a tier. That Pontus tier list hate cards.
I wonder what I would put on top.
What is on top? I want to know this. I'm curious.
Oh yeah, heard. Thank you. Tayam on top.
Oh wow, he's finding an ancient tomb with Diabolic Intent.
Huh?
But this is not good, because he literally used 2 mana to get 2 mana. Wait. Why would he do this?
You need color fixing ones. He said so to himself.
Yes, but now he's not color fixing anymore. Do you see what I mean? He's using 2 mana that was color into getting 2 colorless mana.
Yeah, I know. I think we were going for a line and realized mid-line that it didn't work.
Yeah. I think so too. And I guess we're having a player number 2 going for an attempt to win. Fizzling, basically.
It kind of looks that way.
Yeah. Wait, he untapped his lands there.
No, he has a tapped land pile on the left.
That's correct. He placed the Ancient Tomb.
showing a card. Just teasing us a little bit.
Yeah. And intuition. Now we're doing good.
Oh wait, okay. This is a classic. He doesn't have 3 mana. You give him Sevins and he can't cast it.
Yeah.
The true classic.
Wait, this
Classic
is.
blowout.
Oh, you know what he should have done? He should have found Lion's Eye Diamond instead.
Yeah.
He would have won.
Yep.
Because so to explain to all of you audience members.
No, wait, he wouldn't.
Yeah, he would. He cracks the Lion's Eye Diamond in he will have 1 land afloat. No, you're correct. It's actually. No, he still wins because you just give
because
him.
he wouldn't have the Ancient Tomb.
You.
So we tap out for intuition.
I can explain the line afterwards if he finds in the blah 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 Lion's Eye Diamond with the Diabolic Intent. There is a line. You find Breach, Sevines, and Lotus Petal, and whatever you do, he has it.
Lotus Petal doesn't work through Manglehorn Mons.
Never mind. Oh, I know what you find. There's 1 card solves all problems here, and it's called Chain of Vapor.
Yeah.
But this is not going to win.
Unless they miss the fact that he doesn't have 3 mana.
True. I think this is going to end up being the same thing as the other player killing themselves. Basically,
that would be pretty funny.
Finding a combo and then not realizing they don't have enough mana to actually execute the combo and executing it and fizzle. Basically, he did go past the Sevines Reclamation there though. He did ignore it.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw him. I saw the Sevines in his deck, and he continued searching. So maybe he's looking for something different.
Like, what are you gonna do if they give you LED then?
I have no idea. I think he has to take the Sevines in the end, but I mean, if he takes the Sevines and they give him the Sevines, he's gonna pass the turn. So in that case, he has to find interaction here. I don't really know, to be honest, but I think he is. In this situation where it didn't work. Damn it! What am I doing now? Okay, he's not really. He did put Jeweled Lotus down there as an option, but then he's rethinking his entire thought process around the intuition completely here.
Yeah.
Snap.
Spicy.
Yeah, I think that's a good choice, but it's just a speculation currently, so far.
Black, are you looking to snap Manglehorn? Are you showing the delay?
Yeah, the delay that was found with Thrasios. There's some table talk here because they are realizing that Team Necrom is not going to win.
Yeah.
So they're discussing how they're going to solve Kinnan now, kinda. Oh, here we go. So we're looking at Chain of Vapor, Swords to Plowshare, and Snap so far from the intuition.
Nice.
So realizing that Team Necrom can't win, finding Sevines, Lion's Diamond, Unwell Breach won't work right now because of lacking of mana. strangely, is that he's finding Chain of Vapor, Swords to Plowshare, and Snap. 3 different spot removals.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like I would just have gotten one spot removal, then found like
Yeah, I agree.
LED Brain Freeze.
I agree there.
Or like no, not LED Brain Freeze because those two are dead, but like Breach and some other card that wins.
Yeah, you can take the Veens basically here, and 1 spot removal, and then whatever, and just target Ball here.
Target is already chosen though. You target on cast. So if Keenan was a target to begin with, you can't really change in hindsight.
That's true. I don't know who he target though, actually.
Yeah.
I didn't catch that. So the cards have been chosen, and now Keenan and Ball is discussing what they're gonna give. Basically. So as the game is developing, Pontus, what's your take here? I think it looks like right now that we're moving back into Keenan and Bruce Frasius, the Valiant Engine boys, being scary again. Because the attempt to win has kind of been used by Tymna Kraum here. Going for it again is going to be tricky, and he did lose his Tymna into nothing. And his Orc Army as well.
Yeah, for sure. Wait, how did the Orc Army die? Oh yeah, Diabolic Intented it.
Yeah, Diabolic Intented it.
Yeah, he had the window here. Sadly, it didn't pan out for him.
Yeah, I think he miscalculated the math.
Yeah, I feel like Keenan has been in a pretty good position all this game.
Yes, have to agree.
I think Ball has a Rustic Study in hand and the delay. So delay might help them combating the Keenan.
Yeah.
But like other than that, I actually don't think Ball in a great place. Yeah.
I just realized something. He bounced the clone from Keenan and put a Seedborn Muse into play. Yeah, I think that's gonna happen. So the turn goes to Keenan, who untaps, and then Ball untaps too. Sorry, what did you say? I interrupted you.
Luckily, he has a delay, I said.
Oh, you're correct. Nah, never mind. We're good. Ball has this. I guess.
Keenan has drawn like 5-6 cards. Yeah.
Yeah. Who cares about Ristic Study when you could cast Silence?
Yeah, exactly.
So tapping 1 green. A Mana Vault.
Okay. Good start.
Indeed.
Now he has the mana to go infinite if he finds a Hullbreaker Horror.
He already did, right?
No, he didn't have 2 mana positive things.
Oh, that's true.
Or he didn't have 2 artifacts or things that you can tap instantly.
That's true.
Is that this is activation, I believe?
I don't know.
No.
He's recasting the in clone creature.
Okay.
I think this is gonna be an attempt to Seedborn Muse it.
Yes. Oh wait, are we bouncing Seedborn Muse in response to the clone?
I don't know. Tymna Kraum is casting Chain of Vapor, paying for Ristic at the very least, in response to the clone. And in response, we have a Kinnan flip. I'm scared. He has activated Kinnan a bunch, so eventually you get there by just doing it over and over.
Yeah.
And we have a Void Vinnower in play. This is going to remove the entire delay. We're going to remove the entire Undual Bridge, the entire Lion's Eye Diamond. And it's in play. Now we can't delay anymore.
By sea.
Yes.
But there's a Chain of Vapor on the stack.
Yes.
So depending on what that targets, if that targets anything on Ball's board, maybe it works.
Oh,
But you're showing what card is that?
We have a Flusterstorm in response to the Chain of
Flusterstorm,
Vapor, counterspelling, trying to counterspell the Chain of Vapor.
This makes me really wonder what the Chain of Vapor was targeting.
Me too. Regardless, he can't pay for this because he is tapped out.
Yeah.
But you are correct that he could have like target something, bounce the Void Venover eventually.
Yeah, like if it was bouncing the Silver Muse in response to the clone casts, then like can I get both?
Yeah.
I also realized that the Hullbreaker Horde doesn't actually work here because of the Boromir with Moxamber.
True. Once you're catching all the small details.
It kind of works because you can lead with a spell to bounce the Boromir and then cast the other spell, but you need to double spell.
So he removes the Chain of Vapor, and Clever is back on the stack.
Mm-hmm.
And now the Clever Impostonator, the clone, is entering as a Seedborn Muse. And looking at Kinnan's board state, that is very scary.
Yes.
And I think now Kinnan is like holding this game, I think.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 mana. So you're 1 mana from double Kinnan activation each turn.
Yeah, but he's gonna... Oh yeah, he's not gonna flip into lands like Thrasius, yeah. The turn is being paused. Kinnan untaps everything because of his cloned Seedborn Muse, and it's Ball's turn. Void Venover was a great hit here. Ball casts a Rhystic Study.
Yeah. Solid play.
Yep.
A bit slow, maybe, but... Okay, let's tap in response to Rhystic.
Yeah.
Currently 6 mana.
Activating
mana.
Kinnan in
Yeah.
response to the Rhystic. I'm excited. Consecrated Sphinx.
Oh,
Wow.
Oh no.
Yeah, oh no. Big oh no.
Or oh no for the other people. If you were
Yeah,
rooting for
exactly.
Big Jim. Oh yes.
This is just gonna continue now forever and be just too much. Because that Rhystic Study over at Ball's side is 2 Rhystic Studies now on Kinnan's side.
Yeah, and that Thrasius is like unless you flip lands, you draw your opponent.
Don't activate Thrasius here.
Oh well, I'm a firm believer of activating that Thrasius into Notion Thieves, so I would activate it Consecrated Sphinx as well.
Hit the lands.
Yeah, just be good. Draw better.
The turn is passed, and literally everyone gets to untap.
Yeah. So Kinnan has 10 minutes and 30 seconds to find a way to win the game, but I think they will get there. Yeah, or they draw, but like I mean, it's Kinnan's game to lose from here, I would say.
Yeah. During the end step, we're finding a Bloom Tender with a Kinnan activation.
Mm-hmm. Well,
isn't this incorrect? Because I think he should untap to get the just to be rules judgy here. The untap happens without anyone getting priority, right? So Team Necrom should have untapped.
Yeah, but that was an end step.
No, this was not in end step. This was in Team Necrom's turn.
Okay, yeah, then I don't know.
Because if you look right now, some of his board state is tapped down.
Yeah, they should have both untapped, rather.
Yeah, small detail. But for all of you know, you don't have priority at the beginning of someone's turn when you're untapping. Everyone you untap immediately, and then people can gain priority here and there.
I think the important distinction is that some people think Seedmore Muse is a trigger, but it isn't.
Yeah. Casting Crom into a Consecrated Sphinx.
Mhm.
On the other hand, what else are you gonna do?
Yeah, exactly. You have a 6-turn clock to kill him.
Yeah. Or you literally kind of in Ball. I think Ball and Tymna Crom right now just plays for the draw. Just make sure that this game goes to draw here, basically.
Yeah. I do think I guess Pigeon still has to win this turn, or they probably draw.
Yeah, I think so too.
So if Pigeon can't find the win on their next turn, it might just draw out, because I don't think anyone else will be able to win.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any reason to offer draw, Coward Bob. I don't think Pigeon would ever accept it, but
for everyone who is listening, what is the terminology meaning behind offer draw?
You offer a draw. You offer an intentional draw. Like, do you want to draw this game?
Correct, and that's a question to Pigeon, and Pigeon will just say no.
Yeah.
So now the Rhystic Study draws from Ball because of the Crom cast, and then boom, Kinnan draws 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then Tymna Crom passes the turn, and then we're gonna have some end step stuff happening.
Yeah.
This is gonna take a while.
It doesn't need to take a while. But
wait, he didn't do anything in his end step.
Isn't he tapping mana to cast something?
No, he didn't.
Interesting.
Actually, nothing happened in the end step, and we just go to Kinnan's turn. So how much time is there left in this round?
6 minutes and 55 seconds.
Wow, we need to finish this one now. Beginning with a Chromox, not paying for Rhystic Study.
Triggering Boromir.
Oh, yes. But I mean, just cost. I don't think he cares, because this still triggers on his Consecrated Sphinx.
Yeah, that's fair. It's 0 mana, draw 3, or draw.
Yeah, so Boromir counters the Chromox, and then Rhystic Study triggers, and Kinnan draws 2. So that was 0 mana, draw 2 cards.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
I would play that.
Me too.
In most decks.
In most decks, yes. That is a Homeward Path as a land drop from Kinnan.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Hullbreaker Horror from Kinnan.
You still need to be able to deal with the Boromir, though, before you can win.
Yeah, there's a Mana Vault. He can...
Yeah, but you need 2 things to cast.
True. Because of Crom, he draws 2 cards. This being his secondary spell.
Maybe draws 4.
And because Rhystic Study also draws... Oh, wait, he's thinking about it. Yeah. Kinnan draws 2 more cards again. I mean, with this high amount of cards, he's gaining.
He should be able to.
He should be able. Even though there's like 6 minutes left to this round, I think he has it, kinda.
It's 4:50 left, so less than 5.
Okay, yeah.
But
there we go.
Active player gets to finish their turn, and then still no way to convert to mana. To be fair.
So Kinnan is casting a Soul Ring. Now, because of Boromir, he can't sit and loop his Mox Amber. But because Soul Ring and Mana Vault together will make infinite colorless mana going through the Boromir, he actually has a way to generate infinite colorless mana, but not infinite colored mana. On the other hand, he still has an enormous hand size. I can't see a world where he doesn't win here. I will be so disappointed. On the other hand, I've seen a Kinnan player draw 40 cards and not win, so...
Yeah, but that's because someone played Collector Roof.
Oh, that's true. I forgot. Collector.
Bad card.
Yeah.
Destroys Jordan's plans.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
are we holding priority on the triggers on Sol Ring still? Or what's going on?
I think Ball is trying to interact here by activating Thrasius, I think.
Oh,
No.
Okay, giving him even more cards as fodder.
He's casting something. What is that?
I don't know what that is.
Neither do I.
It's exact. It's like some perfect glare for me to not see.
And different art too.
Deflecting spots, according to Sedelio from chat.
So deflecting spots
that might be the dragon
casted from
sword,
Ball on the trigger of Hullbreaker Horror. But then in response, Swan Song from Kinnan. Generating a secondary Hullbreaker Horror, but also trying to basically counterspell the deflecting swat.
Yeah. We're announcing the Risky trigger.
Yeah, don't draw here. Or maybe you have to, I guess.
Yeah, I think you have to.
Oh, he actually paid for it. Kinnan played for it. So I think
okay.
Kinnan just has the cards he needs here to win.
Yeah.
And just he doesn't want 2 more cards, he just don't want Ball to draw a card.
Yeah.
So deflecting swat is being counterspelled, generating a Swan. It's a very big board state. He draws more Consecrated Sphinx doing some work here.
Yeah, for sure. Pretty good card once it's in play.
Yeah, imagine activating it into play, going through counterspells.
Is this where you're gonna try to sell me on the... I don't even remember the name.
Wait, what happened to Boromir? Boromir's dead. Oh, he
bounced with
yeah.
Hullbreaker Horror.
Yeah. So because of Hullbreaker Horror, he can bounce the Boromir and then start flickering Archon Mox Amber and generate infinite mana and infinite colored mana to activate Kinnan infinitely.
We are in 1 minute 15 seconds left of the round. But he should be able to win from here.
Yeah, I think so. He hasn't attacked, so he just finds Thrasius, draws his deck, casts Final of Devastation, and punch people.
Yeah.
There's a Tide Spout, there's a Psych Rift. He's just showing off a little bit more.
Yeah.
But the final outcome here is basically to activate Kinnan infinitely, find Thrasius, draw your deck, and then basically just cast Final Devastation and showcase big, enormous army attacking and killing the other 2 players. Victory goes to Kinnan. What a match. This was such a cool match, honestly. Yeah, bouncing back and forth. What was your take? I'm just going to say Manglehorn MVP, or what do you think?
For sure. Manglehorn for sure MVP. It kind of did more work than it should have.
Yes.
Because it made 2 players misplay, which isn't something you should evaluate the card by.
Yeah, no.
But for sure, it really worked that game, and it's like it did a lot of work.
Yeah. Here's something very important. Yeah. No, sorry. Continue. I was gonna say something, but you say first.
No, I was just gonna say that it gave him the time to convert a kind of slow hand into a actual win.
Yeah. One thing that is very important here is to just know that this is a very stressful match in the end. It's tournaments, it's on time, you do misplays. People just miscalculate things and game errors happens. It's stressful, so there's more misplays in this scenario compared to other scenarios, so to say.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like this game went a bit slower in general than I expected, though. Even factoring the Manglehorn.
Yeah, kinda. And we didn't have that many turns. I think we were on turns. I stopped counting turns, honestly. I think we're turn 7, maybe, which is actually kind of long when I think about it, rethink about it.
Yeah, turn 7 is crazy long for CDH.
True.
Like
True.
average turn length in CDH is like 4.
Yeah, correct.
But I think do you have the actual numbers?
3 point something. So between between 3 and 4 is the average.
Yeah, so my gut feeling of 4 was pretty accurate.
Yeah. I think Manglehorn messed people up, but also the part where the Basalt Monolith was counterspelled. Like, Keenan was interacted with a tiny bit too.
Mm-hmm.
The Orcish Bowmaster did an amazing job on like slowing down Keenan too. And I think it was really key for Keenan to get rid of that Orcish Bowmaster, because if that would have stayed alive in this game, his board state would have died ages ago. The Manglehorn would have died to something Orcishy.
Orcishy? Something looking kind of like an orc.
Something looking like an orc.
That's mean, Mons.
I'm just giving you a description of the potential criminal.
Yeah, but also like kind of goes to show something we've been talking a lot about is how strong early fishes are. But that really didn't pan out this game for Team Necrom.
Yeah.
They played a turn 1 fish and they drew 2 cards in 2 turns, and then they had to sacrifice it because that was their whole game plan.
One of the reasons for that, I think, is Keenan and Thrasius they can play around it. Now, I do agree that Thrasius and Thrasius activations aren't great, but it's also not feeding fish. So if you are a little bit scared of the Grixis player, then playing Thrasius and activating Thrasius is kind of good. But also, it's... I mean, I agree with you on the Thrasius being a little bit too slow. Like, you're paying 6 mana to scry and draw 1. And then it's 10 for your second draw. That's a lot. Atraxius gives you more.
Yeah, the upside of Thrasius is that it's a mana outlet, and that's what makes it worth playing. My hatred for Thrasius isn't as a commander, it is as a
game plan.
Game plan, exactly.
Yeah. I agree.
What I was going to say about the fish here is that you know that the Thrasius Bruce is a creature heavy deck. Keenan is kind of hit or miss with like when casting fish against them. Like sometimes Keenan goes turn 1 dork, turn 2 not like Keenan pass.
Yeah.
And sometimes they just play 5 rocks turn 1, and you would you are very happy. And like Malcolm decks tend to just play Malcolm, which usually is 1 or 2 draws. So like, I wouldn't say that it's incorrect to keep a fisher, but you need to kind of consider the risk in mulligans. I didn't notice what like hand count kept, but it's worth keeping in mind because fishes are great, but some matchups you kind of want the late game fish instead of the early game fish.
I absolutely agree. I think that the scenario where your fish doesn't do anything is a potential. It normally does something and it normally draws you an enormous amount of cards, but you kind of need to have a pivoting plan. And I have to say that I didn't feel like Team Necrom was doing something great with their pivoting plan. It basically became Orcish Bowmaster as the second card they cast, more or less.
Yeah.
And both of us aren't really super hyped about the Orcish Bowmaster plan either, because it's not usually panning out in a good favor for you.
Yeah.
To explain, you'd rather have someone else have the Orcish Bowmaster, and you not being the threat that is the target for the Orcish Bowmaster.
Yeah, for sure. But we had something amazing happen now that barely ever happens. A tournament round in CDH finished on time. So we are moving on to round 3. We are going to do a caster swap when I'm going to disappear and be replaced by Sekera.
We're going to miss you, Pontus. You've been a great caster for the start of this.
Thank you.
Tournament live stream.
Yeah, but we should take a short break, swap us out, and get back with round 3 in about 5 to 10 minutes at most. But thank you for watching, and see you sometime else.
Hi everybody, we're back. Round 3. This time we're joined by Sikirda. Now we can't see him because sadly his microphone didn't or webcam didn't work, but his lovely voice is here.
Hi Mons, how are you today?
I'm happy today.
Good. So what are we doing here? What are we seeing for this table?
We are seeing Samurai Dance Ruler on Malcolm Kedis, a favorite deck of his, on starting position with a training center into Soldring.
Yeah.
And Lion's Eye Diamond as well. And he passed.
Not a scary
Now
start at
the rest
all.
of the players, we have Dargo Frasius, we have Rograk Cilias, and then a Kinnan player.
Yeah. Kinnan on 4th position, not the best place to start with against pretty fast
No.
decks. And Silas on 3rd. Dargo starting slow, only a fetch, so not
Dargo,
as
yes,
scary as
fetching
Malcolm.
and finding a land and passing. Yeah, that's a little bit slow.
Yeah.
Especially scary considering the decks you're going up against. Rograk and Cilias is a very fast deck. You want to have something that is kind of equal to that potential speed.
Yeah. Maybe there's like free interaction with Thrasius in play and they wanted to survive turn 2. That's how I would consider it.
Speaking of speed, we have a Mox Diamond into a Rograk and then pass.
Okay. So far, Malcolm Kedis seems to be ahead in terms of resources, mana resources at least.
Definitely, that's going to be a Malcolm turn too.
Yep.
Kinnan cracks a Scalding Tarn.
3.
Okay, Brazilian cut resolving over there.
Yeah.
It's very important to obey these rules, as we've been seeing. Otherwise, the investigation is going to happen. They're asking on chat, who's on Malcolm's Kedis? That is Samurai Dancer. And Grind Bear is on their right, I believe. Yeah, they can't see the names of the two players.
We have a Malcolm turn 2 from Samurai. Speaking of Samurai. And then in the end of Samurai's turn, we have a Worldly Tutor from Dargo. So we were speaking of that kind of slow Dargo, but here we're actually pumping up the speed a bit because this could be... I was just about to say Dockside, but the Dockside count isn't going to be that huge.
Yeah, it could be still enough. Yeah.
But that is in the end a Dockside on top of the Dargo's library.
Yeah, you have 2 cards.
Still a fine. It's 3, right? I can't see the
Mox Diamond, Lion's a Diamond, Soul Ring, but that's kind of it.
Yeah, it's Kinnan played a Dork, right?
Yes, he played the Delighted Halfling, I think that is.
Oh,
I just might be greedy. Maybe I want more from my Dockside than this, but
yeah, definitely. But maybe you can get the deed done on Dargo. We'll see.
True. Drawing the Dockside for turn and then land.
Command Tower, I believe.
Yeah, Command Tower. Yeah, that's Command Tower.
Full art. There's so many arts right now that it's kind of hard sometimes to know.
We had a card previous round where me and Poncia sat there. What card is this?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I checked the game and very big board on the previous skin, and let's see if this one gets there.
Yeah, that was... He had a very good clear webcam, that player, so it was actually very easy to see his cards, so to say.
Yeah, that's true.
It was just that it was a deflecting sword with a very strange art that became a problem. Proxies are of course allowed, so...
Yeah. Was it the full art with the Corvold? Oh, there we go. Dockside still coming out.
Yeah. So Dockside is being cast. I don't think we're gonna see a Lion's a Diamond sacrifice in response to this.
Oh yeah, especially with Kedis not being a card draw engine, so...
Yeah. So the total count is Mox Diamond, Lysa Diamond, and Soldring for 3 treasures.
If this game's over fast, I can go to sleep.
Exactly. Okay. They're making some light play of this as well, which is kind of funny. That if they're kind of afraid that this is the win play already.
Yeah, Dargo is gonna come into play here, I guess, because Dargo, if Dockside into Dargo is a very efficient thing.
Yeah, and it's kind of scary for these kind of tables where.
True.
Because if Kedis and Kinan try to start slowing the board, Dargo can start slapping people.
Yeah. I don't think that's the plan, though. You're usually slamming like a infinite outlet together with Dargo, so to say.
Yeah, but
I
one
do
thing that
kind of like Dargo in with a Tymna, because if you're casting Dargo, you have a good attacker. But that's kind of sad if you don't have a good value engine from that, and Tymna is a good combination with Dargo in that case.
Yeah, to refill then. The reason I don't mind Dargo, I mean, of course, I don't want it to be the only plan, but I don't mind it, is sometimes you can force, in this case, Samurai Dancer, the player before you pressure them with the threat of the commander damage. Because this way they have to make mistakes or try to go off at the threat of dying, and then you can try to ride that wave to try to win on your turn. So these things sometimes work.
I will agree with you, but I think Rogsai is going to be the one getting the Dargo punches first.
Yeah, at least once.
Yeah. He doesn't do anything with his treasures, and he actually just passed the turn here.
That's scary.
And now we have a mystical tutor in the end step.
Okay. This play, I think, is scary. Dockside into nothing, into Rock Silent, who also uses Dockside very well. It's
I might actually have casted Thrasius here and keep the Dockside for a while.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Yeah.
Because
I agree.
You can just wait for the Dockside to make more, kinda.
Yeah, because you're forcing the Malcolm to use the treasures like as fast as possible. It gives another table dynamic. Like it makes the table either respect you or feel like they are gonna go all in. And here it's
that
here
is
it's even worse.
Time twister that he's finding with a mystical tutor.
Interesting.
Now I'm actually very happy, or as a Dargo player, putting the Dockside into play here. Actually, change my mind. But you don't expect this to happen that often.
No, it's actually weird. Unless they're gonna vomit their hand. We'll see.
True. What do you think of wheels in this format currently?
I'm not I've never been a super fan of wheels, and I think that in the past we had a tendency to overvalue wheels. I think the time where we didn't overvalue, where they were correctly valued, was with Hull Reacher. I think at that time the wheels were absurd. I think they have their space in turbo decks. I don't like it in mid-rangey oriented decks, but some still play it. Like if you're playing a long plan deck. Oh, there we go. Yeah, they're gonna. Oh, interesting. It feels like they didn't go deep enough, maybe, on the mulligan.
And then he's resolving the time twister.
Yep. All good.
Shuffling the Lotus Petal back into the library. Potentially drawing into it if he's kind of lucky.
Yeah, if he's lucky, yeah.
Now, I have to agree. I think that Hullbreacher Hullbreacher, sorry.
Hullbreacher, yeah.
Really did some work on against wheels.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we had this problem before Hullbreacher where there were mid-range oriented decks playing wheels, and they are trying to kind of play a control-ish game, but then they're refilling people's hands.
Yeah, I think that is where that's not what you want to do. You want to have value engines if you're playing mid-range, you want to have value engines that benefit you, but don't accidentally benefit others, because then in the end, wheels can be group hug.
Yep, pretty much. I was also afraid for Grindbear because when you put yourself in this position, like the 3 treasures, the table might try to deflect to you to interact because you're the one with the most open mana.
Yeah. Especially now when you're getting new cards here. You're potentially refilling interaction.
Yeah. A weird position to be.
Yeah.
Let's see. I mean, turn 2 wheel isn't too bad, but I usually expect Rograk to have more on the table when you're wheeling, or to have went deeper.
Yeah.
Can still be very disruptive for the Kinnan though, because Kinnan had
Yeah, he didn't have an
Nothing.
explosive start.
yeah. I
Like
think
the
Samurai
existence
Dancer.
of... Sorry?
I was gonna say I think Samurai Dancer benefited a lot from this wheel though.
Yes, yes. I mean, the person who empties their hand the most is the one benefiting from the wheel the most, basically, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see what comes off of this.
That's a Gemstone Caverns, that's a land drop post Time Twister, and
Oh,
then
yeah,
a
yeah,
Mana
what-
Vault.
And the gemstone was pitched to the Mox Seven before, so they saw at least one card back.
Oh!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 6 mana potentially for Rogue on turn 3.
Yeah, that's a lot of mana.
And mana for the famous Ad Nauseam. No combat damage yet. They'll probably take 2 from Malcolm at least.
Yeah. Kinnan is playing a command tower.
Yep.
Capture for an uncounterable Kinnan.
Yeah.
And then
Blighted
casting
Up-
Kinnan using the Lighted Halfling to make it uncounterable.
Yeah.
And then passing the turn, keeping his command tower up.
They knocked it to the table, by the way, the uncounterable. Sometimes it's cool to not say it and someone might slip.
Yeah.
It just, you know. Lighted Halfling seems like a bit of an awkward card on Kinnan, question mark, just because of the way Kinnan works. It gives colorless, I guess. It's not bad. And it survives Bowmasters, famously. But
True.
it's not the best dork, I think, to abuse Kinnan.
I agree. Malcolm Kedis is sacrificing his Prismatic Vista
Okay.
for a basic island.
Okay. So they are
And-
safe
and,
from Blood Moon.
Yeah, I don't know how many here are playing Blood Moon. Blood Moon is not that great anymore. I think the reason is just because he has to
Dockside.
find a basic land with his Prismatic Vista and such. And he's
Oh,
basically
yeah, I was
just doing
joking.
colors.
Yeah. I was just joking. And no one is
I-
playing Blood Moon on this table for sure. You only see it on like mono red
Yeah.
enthusiasts. So
I would even agree. I would even argue that it's probably bad in the mono red too. But that's for a different discussion.
yeah. I
But
think if
Secure,
you want to do
aren't
something like that,
you-
it's back to basics.
Yes, that's actually a card I think is still okay and kind of good. But not great. It's just working better.
It's there we go.
And
See,
here we have a
another
dark
dark
side.
Yeah.
Oh,
This made the other
wow.
dark side worse again.
Yeah. This dock side is definitely preying on the previous dock side, sitting there with 3 treasures.
Oh, 3
But
mana.
he's
though.
actually sacrificing all the treasures for 3 blue. What a responsible player.
This is
But he's
actually
still making Mana Vault, Mox Diamond 2 treasures here.
and they have
and then
intuition
use-
mana.
Yeah. And then using the treasures that he generate to basically cast Kedis.
Yep. Curiosity on Malcolm.
Enchanting Malcolm with Curiosity.
This is really hot. Now we have mana and card advantage.
Yeah. Malcolm is having a really good game here. Basically setting up an enormous value engine from command zone and a tiny pressure against everyone, I guess. But in response, we have a fierce guardianship.
Ooh. Grind. Ooh.
Oh, wait, yeah. So
one.
he doesn't have his commander in play, but he did sacrifice his 3 treasures.
Yep.
And using those 3 blue mana to hard cast the fierce guardianship.
I will respond.
But in response, Malcolm and Kedis is responding with a swan song on the fierce guardianship.
Yeah. Priority on Kinnan. Kinnan tapping for Flusterstorm.
That is a Flusterstorm, countering the swan song.
But now we're in trouble. You know?
Yeah, now they're fully open for Roxai, which is very scary.
Yeah, they've used some very strong key interaction pieces here. Malcolm Kedis is casting Lotus Petal.
I'll cast a Tandem Lookout.
And here's the second card draw mechanic.
The second
Tandem
curiosity.
Yeah. Tandem Lookout, Soul Binding into Kedis. No, Malcolm.
Okay, so Malcolm got what they wanted anyway.
Yeah, in the end. But I think, as you just mentioned, so did Roxai here, I think. Yeah, interaction have been spent. If people just tapping out here and consuming the interaction, and Malcolm doesn't draw into the interaction, if Roxai has the win here, they just have the win here.
Yeah, we have an interesting conversation going on where Kinnan is offering a draw due to having Pact, but Samurai Dancer is counter-arguing that this doesn't win them the game, so there's no point to use that argument at this point. Of course, it puts them absurdly ahead, but it's a liberal use of the draw proposal, but table did not take it.
Yeah.
Cranberry is in a very strange position as well.
Everyone is in a strange position except Malcolm.
Yeah.
Now, how this is going to work out is he's attacking at one player. Let's go Grindbear in this case. Triggering Kedis, triggering Malcolm 3 times, drawing 3 cards, and generating 3 treasures. Very good engine.
Yeah. Oh, and a Remora.
Mystic Remora afterwards.
Not as tasty as before.
No. And with Remora in play, 2 treasures and a Lionside Diamond, he passes the turn.
Yeah. A very dominant position for Samurai Dancer, for sure.
Definitely.
Because Grandbear wants to develop, and they have to feed the Remora, and I think
so does Roxai. Yeah, the same. Kinnan is the only player that can kind of play around it, more or less. Is that an Overgrown Tomb?
It's a Godless...
no. Verdant Catacombs, yeah.
Verdant Catacombs, yeah.
Grindbear sacrifice a Verdant Catacomb.
Wait. Let's go ahead and take down that.
There was also someone mentioned Manglehorn, but I don't know who, which it would be...
I think it was Kinnan who said that he has a turn to Manglehorn, but he played Kinnan instead, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think that's something you announced, though, but sure.
It was brought up. I'm just... I think sometimes bringing the conversation is to... Is that heuristic?
I don't know. Think so. Yeah, it's a heuristic. Yeah. So he finds Taya with his Verdant Catacomb and casts a heuristic study.
Yeah. Trying to get back from the shambles of the game.
Yeah, putting some value in play. That's good in this situation because, I mean, people are going to cast a lot of spells here. Malcolm is going to draw a lot of cards. And I think he doesn't want to pay for the heuristic study trigger. It could fuel Grindbear quite a lot.
Yeah. And if Roxai tries to pop off here, there will be Remoras and Ristics getting fed, so...
Yeah, but they are pseudo... No, never mind. There are 2 treasures over there.
This looks like Adna's mana.
I think I heard something different. Hornfell. Yeah, that's a Hornfell.
Oh, it's a Hornfell, yeah. It's basically the same thing.
Roxai casting Hornfell Horn of Bounty.
Yeah. And they're not paying for triggers.
Yeah.
Which we expect.
So I think he's gonna try to storm off here. Or, well, he could just cast it and use it as a strange value engine. I find it kind of tricky to actually build decks around Hornfell Horn into a finisher. Now he has, I think, 5 cards in his hand, so he should be theoretically able to draw a lot. But he actually doesn't do anything. He's just passing the turn here with his 4 cards remaining look like and Hornfell Horn in play, going to Kinnan.
Yeah. And I mean, if this conversation was real, then Manglehorn could just destroy Hornfell and completely ruin the day.
Do you want to do that, though? I mean, look at Malcolm and Kedis.
The treasure center tap though, which is subdig, they're still drawing. But
True.
I don't think that's where Kinnan wants to be at all. But
No. It's like you said in the beginning of this entire thing. Fourth position isn't happy. Kinnan is playing an Ancient Tomb as a land drop.
okay, up to 6 mana. Imagine if they dropped like a Consecrated Sphinx now. That would be
Yeah. That would be amazing. Because there's fish, there's Rhystic. Go ahead and draw. Feed me.
He's one away from.
He's tapping some mana here.
Trouble is taking 2 damage.
Floating 1 colors from the ancient, so I think it's casting something at CMC 2 here.
Would be like the conservative.
Collect Roof? No. What is that?
Trigger.
oh, very
Is that
hard.
Basalt?
You may both draw.
Looks like a basalt.
Man, this would be so much cooler with other cards.
It's Basalt, right?
It does look like it. Let me see if I can find basalt monolith
Yeah.
art.
Yeah, it's a different art, so it's hard to recognize.
Sunrise on you.
Oh yeah, I think it's from the Lord of the Rings art for basalt monolith. Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
So
So
floating
then-
1 colorless mana from Ancient Tomb and using 2 mana from the Light Halfling, casting Basalt Monolith.
Yeah.
And I mean, he has 2 mana remaining, so if that's a Thrasius, he has to win or something.
On a finale.
I think Rogsai is picking up his cards here. That is
Oh, triggers.
Rogsai responding with a Fierce Guardianship on the Basalt Monolith,
Ooh.
triggering lots of Rhystics and Mystics.
There's no Paddington hands. Yeah, I'm gonna. That's for a blue and for the Swan Song targeting the fierce and response.
And-
Though.
And
But the
response-
Kinnan player responds with a Swan Song on the Fierce Guardianship.
yeah, and responding to the draws. Grandbear had already taken a card, but
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you're looking up there at Samurai's board state, you see 2 white cards. Those are indicators of the Mystic Remora triggers. So there are draw triggers on the stack. That's going to happen eventually.
And I will drop from my mystical one.
okay.
So he
Representing the
draws
strat
1.
very well.
Yeah. So after this Swan Song has potential resolved, Malcolm Samurai will draw another card from that blue card.
Oh, top deck.
Yeah, Samurai responds with a mental misstep on the Swan Song, making sure that we're trying to destroy the basalt here.
Yeah.
Do you, son?
And getting themselves in a really, really good position.
Yeah.
Because if Kinnan goes deeper, then Samurai just needs to draw like a Niv Mizzet.
Yeah, they are. Nah, yeah, yeah, kinda. And
Right?
I don't
Because you
think we
can
miss
swap
it.
the Tendon Lookout to the Niv Mizzet.
No, he can't. It's soul bounded already. He needs to flicker the tandem. In the end, counterspelling the Basalt Monolith and passing the turn to Samurai here. Wow. There have been a lot of cards drawn now.
No, but Soulbound says you may pair this creature with another unpaired creature when either enters the battlefield. So if Niv Mizzet is unpaired, you can pair it with a new ETB.
You might be right. In the end step, though, we have a Mystical Tutor from the Malcolm Kedis player. I guess he's finding... Oh, I don't remember. No, I don't remember. I think they have a what's the name of those changeling spells? I think he wants to gonna find one of those spells that can change the creature type into pirate, and then he can go infinite. I am guessing that's the thing. It demands that he has another key card in his hand, but those he has a frequent amount of.
Could be a few things here. They also have LED, so they could just try to go for a breach plan.
Find breach that easy in the Izzet colors here.
Yeah. But if they have breach in hand, or they could get intuition, but no, it's not good for these colors, is it?
Yeah, intuition is lacking Savines here.
Yeah, they would
Or
need.
green for noxious survival things.
If they had the breach already, they could get the brain freeze, but
Yeah.
doesn't seem to be that direct though, because they're transmute artifact. Okay.
Transmute artifact.
To turn all creatures
the top-
into pirates, right?
Yeah. He could find Maskwood Nexus with this.
Yeah. And accidentally revealing a final fortune at the bottom of the library.
Yeah, that's probably fine.
Good information for the table to have. These sometimes on events, guys, if you see these
Sure.
things, keep them in your mind.
Yeah. Now
They
we know
always
that he
win.
doesn't have Final Fortune in his deck.
Yeah.
I accidentally reveal cards all the time. I have a shuffling method that accidentally does that.
Oh yeah.
That's on me. That's a skill issue.
Yeah.
And then
I
he
usually
draws
take note of
the
these things.
Transmute Artifact for turn here.
There we go. Okay, keeping the Remora in play.
He pays for the Mormora.
Off return. This could be so much better if I had better cards.
Okay. So
I love that comment.
That's kind of the penalty I get for this. card fall.
Sorry, stream, you don't get to hear what they're saying, but we do. He's playing a Fiery Islet.
I'm gonna move to combat.
okay.
Starting off with combat, sending Malcolm at Grindbear. But once again, this is gonna trigger sending damage to everyone, but in response, Rogsai is casting Snap.
Interesting. Incredibly responsible, the Rockstar
Yes,
so far.
I have to say.
Which is not a bad thing.
This
it's
is
actually
in the end gonna hurt his plan though, because he's decreasing his hand size to the Hanfell Horn, not utilizing that power, but still feeding the Ristic and the Mystic.
and the Mystic, yeah.
And here's a Fluster at the Snap.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can draw.
I think this sort of way to play Rockside that we're seeing in this specific table, it could work if they didn't have two draw engines like this, just because people don't expect
Yeah.
Rockside to play this responsibly. So you can throw opponents off balance a little bit. They think they're gonna get away with everything, and
The problem is you don't want to have a long
game, yeah.
with a long control game. You don't want to play into a control game when you're sitting against Mystic and Ristic, so to say, on your opponent's side.
Yeah, because Rockside doesn't grind particularly well as well. So
Yeah.
let's see. So I think they already resolved. Yeah, they already resolved combat.
Yes. So he's drawn 3 cards here and generate more treasures.
There we go.
There we go. Okay. Grindbear. There we go.
And now he's casting the Transmute Artifact post-combat.
Grindbear with a lot of cards in hand, but they don't have commanders in place, so their suite of free interaction is cut down a little bit.
Yeah.
And they already cast the Fierce, so...
Yeah. I'm a little bit yet curious what he's actually going to find here, because...
Grab D-Grid.
Defense Grid.
That's great.
So I'm gonna pay 2.
Oh, this is...
He's sacrificing his Soul Ring and using the Soul Ring to find Defense Grid.
I don't think that you can tap. Yeah, I can. Yeah. You can activate mana abilities. I'd call judge on that.
Okay.
We're going to have a little bit of slow execution here because they're actually going to call a judge. So the question here is, Transmute an artifact has resolved, and now he has to sacrifice an artifact. He also has to pay mana for the difference. Soul Ring has the CMC of 1, D-Grid has a CMC of 2, so he needs to pay 1. In response, Samurai is using the Soul Ring to pay for the difference. And the question here is he actually allowed to do that? So that's why they're calling a judge, and that's the question they're trying to answer. Now, you are smart people, chat. What do you think? Can he pay post-transmute or during the resolution of Transmute Artifact with the artifact he's sacrificing?
So, from my understanding,
Yes, he can pay before and float the 2 colors mana. He didn't do that, but he can.
Yeah.
The reason you
And-
don't do that, you don't float the mana, is because of potential counter spells, so to say.
I'm gonna explain it. 'Cause
Yep.
this is
They are trying to defend themselves because
So we have some discussions in the chat. We have different people believing different things regarding this.
Yep.
We're still waiting for a clarification from a judge.
The supreme verdict.
Or did I miss it? Did we have a clarification from a judge?
I don't think we did yet because Sol Ring is still on the table. I believe they might be I think maybe they are still waiting on the judge, and previously it was a discussion between the players.
I will
we'll
agree with the maybe Pigeon here. Transmute is a goofy card.
Oh
What in the
yeah,
world?
and the wording is ancient,
Yeah.
so that doesn't help. It's the same as Chains
Yeah.
of Mephistopheles, which is a lot simpler than it looks like, but when you're reading, it's like a nightmare.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it says that it says
He-
sacrifice an artifact as when the spell is resolving. So I don't think they can tap.
He's sacrificing. I did hear him say sacrificing Liza Diamond here, so it might be that he's not able to sacrifice the Soul Ring. I did miss the judge call here. We do hear the chat, or how he's sacrificing the Soul Ring again.
Yeah.
So maybe he was
Because
able to.
The card reads on resolution, sacrifice an artifact. You can't really regain priority if the table passed priority on transmute artifact to then tap for mana. If you do such a, if the card's mana value is less than, put it on the battlefield. If it's greater, you may pay X, where X is the difference.
Yeah.
So I believe they are losing, and because they didn't actually put defense grid into play.
He's finding it now. I think now we're starting to resolve the actual transmute artifact here.
My question here is, since this could change their line of play, and because they didn't actually put the defense grid in play before the spell was resolved, can they change the target of the transmute artifact if this changes their?
Transmute artifact doesn't target. He just names the card he's finding.
Is it named on cast? It says search a library for an artifact card. Maybe I'm just making things more confusing than they need to be. Let's see what they get.
Yeah, he's thinking. So we don't know really what he's doing.
Feel kind of scared if they don't win here. Care for the table because Grindbear is. Their hand looks pretty damn solid.
Kinnan has actually revealed that he has a pact in his hand in table talk. So you haven't seen him showcase the pact. He's just said that, and I've heard him say that he has a pact.
Yeah.
So Samurai is speculating around the pact here currently.
Yeah. Kinnan gave this information because of the tandem lookout before. There we go.
Yeah. He changes his mind. And he's not finding defense grid. He's finding mana vault.
Yeah, so this is what I suspected. Because they wanted to do something and the table said it was not possible, because they did not put the defense grid into play, they were able to still change the line of play. They said, I want to get this and pay this mana. Judge said you can't do that. And they said, okay, then in this case, I'm gonna
Yeah.
cut my losses, basically.
Yeah.
But if
basically
if
the
everyone...
outcome there was a little bit of a misplay, accidentally not understanding perfectly how Transmute Artifact works. You're not allowed to pay mana with the artifact you're sacrificing into Transmute Artifact. So we had to sacrifice the Soul Ring without tapping it for mana, therefore couldn't find Defense Grid, finding Mana Vault instead.
Yeah. And if you guys remember, this was the tutor. The Transmute Artifact was the tutor for the Mystic Remora, so not... Oh.
Channeling
like
Aurora.
Yeah.
Bouncing Hornfellen Horn.
Okay, during main phase.
It more looks like he's not going for the win currently, rather he's going for just control, potentially passing the turn here, is disrupting the opponents as much as he can.
The wheel?
And then a
there we
Time
go.
Twister.
Yep. Probably the safest play that they have at this point, because Grind Bear was very, very scary, and they're getting rid of Roxai's scariest tool at this point, and they're trying to make Grind Bear go back to a more reasonable hand size.
Yeah. He's not paying for Heuristic Study, so Grind Bear Dargo Thrasius is drawing a card, but Time Twister is still on the stack.
And they got it, okay.
And the card that Dargo Thrasius found is just going into the deck again, and they're all gaining a new 7. Wow. This is the this is the second Time Twister this game.
Yeah.
Lots of wheels.
And a very smart play, I think, from Samurai Dancer, because they were in such a tight spot when their plan completely was removed due to that misthinking, and they were able to just equalize the table as much as possible. Of course, especially we know that Dockside from Grind Bear is not there, so I mean, it's in play, but it's not on the deck, so unless they clone it, it's not a plan at this point. So
actually, I think that the Dockside being in play is bad for him because of clones, honestly.
Yep, not saying it's bad, but say that at least you're not afraid that Grind Bear immediately after is gonna get a Dockside and put what? 1, 2, 4 or 5? No, 6. Probably 6 treasures. Everyone doing the Brazilian cut.
Oh, it's a little bit of lag here for me, and the quality decreased a tiny bit too, but intentionally visible still for people.
Major lag. I wonder if Kinnan will... Kinnan has shown like a very, I'm gonna say almost comedian style of play, where they talk a lot to see if they can get the table to move their way.
True. Now, Malcolm and Kedis did not sacrifice Lions of Diamond in response to the Time Twister. Might be a safer action to just make sure that he doesn't go accidentally hellbent, but the big value play is sacrificing Lions of Diamond before Time Twister to have mana post Time Twister. But here he has passed the turn.
Yeah. I mean, they're not doing too bad. Wheel with Remora. Can't complain.
Yeah, can't complain. And an enormous board state with more card draw potential soon.
Yeah, there we go.
That is a Yule Lotus from Dargo Thrasius.
And the Remora is going to keep on feeding. I also
giving
don't know
away a card draw to Mystic Remora. Sorry, what were you saying?
It's good. I was going to say, I even don't know if for a deck like Malcolm Geddes, if keeping the LED isn't important just because the breach lines are harder to assemble, question mark. It depends what they want to do after.
Yeah. Following up with a Spell Seeker.
Spell Seeker is resolving.
What is he finding here?
Yeah.
I personally don't like Spell Seeker because it's a little bit expensive. 3 mana is actually quite a lot. And the things you can find is limited. I don't have a problem people playing it, but I personally don't. What's your take on this thing?
I think it's a very particular card. Thrasios decks that I've seen tend to run it to combo with it, or to have more, let's call it compact lines to combo.
Yeah.
I don't mind if you can take her towards a win. I don't like it as people used to play it as another tutor. I don't like it like that. 3 mana for another tutor. Yeah, Neoform. So
finding
yeah,
a Neoform that can
Yeah.
potentially find a Tamer Sabertooth sacrificing Spellseeker, having Dockside in play.
Yeah, so that is the plan. A bit telegraphed. Let's see if they have the mana to support it this turn. Otherwise,
he can also actually use this to cast Dargo, sacrifice Dargo, and find the 8 mana Tight by Tyrant that will also sit and flicker Dockside, so to say.
Yeah.
But he doesn't seem to have the mana this turn to do that so far, but he's setting up for some potential wins in the future. There is a tiny risk doing this. It puts a target on you, because now he has kind of revealed that he can find the combo to win here, potentially. And if he doesn't win now, he has to pass turn, and then everyone will more or less kind of be pseudo ready for him. Playing a City of Brass.
Yeah. It's very, very telegraphed. That's the big risk.
And this is why I don't like Spellseeker, because it becomes telegraphed often.
I think it's fine on Thrasios decks, because again, these are decks that want to try to lie back. Not as much on Thrasios Dargo maybe, because it tries to be faster. But on like Ruth Thrasios, for instance, which is a deck that is trying to really force the table into a grind, I don't mind it, because you can often do the Spellseeker on the same turn and also have backup and all of that. Here,
Roxai's turn draws a card.
Yeah. Here we saw them pass with the setup, which I'm not a super fan of.
Yeah. He's
Is
playing
that
a Mount Doom.
Oh, I
as
love
land
this.
drop. Yeah, it's great. More Mount Dooms.
No, please don't play more Mount Dooms. As a stacks player, I don't like that.
And he's playing Cilias. This is a very strong indicator that things aren't going great. He has basically time twisted. This is one of the most turbo decks you can find. And if he is passing turn with like a 7-card hand, casting Cilias, that's not indicating he's in a great position.
Yeah. A notable thing for Kinnan is that they had lost the Basalt Monolith, but now it was shuffled back with Time Twister. These are things to keep in mind.
Yeah, he's definitely back. Kinnan's playing a Gemstone Caverns. It's a land drop.
Also a strong indicator that your hand is probably just full of juice.
Yeah. More math.
Let's see. They have a lot of colorless mana, which is not necessarily ideal. We'll see if they can filter. They have the Halfling, Ancient Tomb, and Gemstone Caverns, so they're running on 2 colored mana for now.
He's casting a Soul Ring.
Soul Ring. More colorless mana.
Giving card draw to.
We're gonna see a hard cast Void Winnow.
I mean, he has the mana, I think.
Yeah. You also have mana to just activate Kinnan. Could be the setup as well.
Do both Rhystic and Mystic.
Yeah. So this is an indicator that they have something they want to do. Setting up all these colorless mana.
Yeah.
While giving cards when they can pay.
I think that you can see the dices there on Samurai's hand. I think that's a 4 and a 5. I think he has 9 cards in his hand, indicating that number. I really like when people are doing that. If you take a look at Roxai, I think that's a 7. Indicating that he has 7 cards in his hand.
Yeah.
Kinnan is now floating a colorless mana. And casts a Relic of Legends.
Okay.
This is a great card together with Kinnan, because you can tap Legendary Kinnan to untap Relic of Legends, making Kinnan basically tap for 2 mana.
Yeah, going up on the mana a lot. And they're doing what was mentioned before. Now they have color mana, which they were lacking for quite a long while. At the same time, there are some risks to this, because we saw Grindbear setting up Team of Sabertooth. So
yeah, and giving him Kadra here means you can give him potential mana rituals, but also protection.
Yeah, and of course, Samurai Dancer cannot be discounted either.
Absolutely not. This is it's very risky to be feeding Rhystic and Mystic into well-developed board states and pass turn.
So maybe there's a plan to win here.
So he taps his Kinnan into Relic of Legends and casts a... What is that, Glenn Alendra?
Hard to see card. Oh, that is very... Looks like Glenn Alendra.
I think so too.
Let me see, Glenn Alendra. Mage art. Let's see if we can... Yep, it's Glenn Alendra.
Glenn Alendra. This is a great pseudo Grand Abolisher because you can sacrifice it to counter creature spells, non-creature spells.
Yeah.
But in response, we have a Mindbreak trap from Malcolm Kedis.
Ooh. This is a Judge Rewards Glenn Alendra, I believe.
Yeah. So far, he has cast Sol Ring, Relic of Legends, and Glenn Alendra, so he has activated the trap.
Not paying for Rhystic on Grindbear again, I believe.
No. Grindbear draws a card here.
Okay. So Samurai very likely on a win attempt next turn if this is their line of play.
Yeah, Glenn Alendra is great at disrupting people because it's an activated ability, which means you can't... Yeah, Stifle is the only thing that stops it, basically.
Yeah. I have it on the Galadriel deck, which puts a +1/+1 counter back on it and your entire board. So it's kind of funny.
Yeah. I've had it together with Emil the Blessed. That was funny too, just flickering it, removing a counter. It's a little bit more expensive, but still, wow, that's fun.
Yeah, Kinnan has these like highly disruptive creatures, right? We know the Chimeras are being played, the Glenn Alendras, like it was a very interesting shift from Kinnan, already kind of old, but it was a very interesting shift in perspective for Kinnan, and I think the deck really benefited from this, especially in mid-range match where these haymakers are just making the table unplayable for traditional CDH decks.
Yeah,
the Glenn Alendra is in play though, so it was protected, I think. That's a Remora.
But I don't see an interaction from him.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the Glenn Alendra...
Wait, did Rogsai cast a Flusterstorm?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that is confirmed. Rogsai actually protected the Glenn Alendra with a Flusterstorm, because this is going to be potentially an interaction piece against Malcolm and Kedis and Dargo. So Rogsai is kind of playing the control game here, more or less.
Yeah. And notably, Flusterstorm is not going to be particularly great against Samurai Dancer. Not as great as Glenn Alendra.
True. Strangely, that seems to be the correct decision. But I mean, this is showcasing that you need to help each other out sometimes, kind of, I guess.
Yeah. And they are really playing the long game if they're willing to support a Glenn Alendra into the battlefield.
Yeah, but I mean, he has 10 cards. I see 5/5 on the dice there, so I think he has 10 cards in his hand.
Yeah, and if he drops Niv Miss, it's still over, basically.
Yeah.
With an uncounterable dragon, it doesn't care about Glenn Alendra, so...
Yeah.
Let's see.
So the turn goes to Malcolm Kedis, but it doesn't pay for Mystic Remora, so it goes to his graveyard.
Oh, okay. This is another
and
indicator
then he draws a card.
Another indicator maybe they are done trying to grind and they wanna get down to business.
Yeah, I mean he has 10 cards in his hand, so he wanna unload here, I think.
Yeah. What does everyone think? Do we think Samurai got it here at the start
Samurai
of the turn?
actually has an amazing win rate with Malcolm Kedis.
Ooh,
Beginning with cracking a bloodstained mire for Volcanic Island. But this is Samurai's pet deck. It's one of his favorite decks. He knows how to execute this. So this is not a deck you should be like under. Like it's not a super dominating performing deck that is appearing everywhere. But the player really knows how to execute this one.
Yeah, and this matters a lot.
Yes.
Even Mimo, when they won the Hellenian Masters with Stax Nagila, like Mimo said, I was between Stax Nagila or Stax Kenrith, but I am more familiar with Nagila. And familiarity really plays a very strong role, I believe. Like it's better to play a strong deck that you're very familiar with than like the best deck that you've never played or you hardly play.
Yeah. I mean, more and more we're seeing that it's the player skill more than the commander choice, so to say. Now, commander choice have an impact, absolutely.
Yep.
He attacks with his Malcolm. This is going to generate treasures and card draw potentially. Free to the count both.
13 cards. So we're not seeing I believe the deck runs the Buccaneers, so we're not seeing the Buccaneers, so combat is not where they're winning.
He has it in this deck list somewhere, but apparently he doesn't have it in his hand.
That hasn't come out yet, yeah. So potentially 13 cards, I believe, in hand.
Yes, I think so.
And now they have to decide, do we think we can win, or do we wait for Bear to... I don't think Bear would try to win here with the Glenelendra and... like if Samurai passed, I don't think
But
Bear would...
Samurai is struggling winning this too through Glenelendra, if I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
Like Glenelendra even goes through defense grid. Like the only thing he needs, what he needs here is a Grand Abolisher, and he can't play that.
That is correct.
And I hear from Samurai that he's gonna do this just for pure value. Glinthorn Buccaneer post-combat.
Post-combat, yeah.
Oh my god, that is so sad for him. He must have drawn into the Glinthorn Buccaneer with his Malcolm and the Curiosity triggers, because this combo actually goes through Glenelendra. But
he can win end of turn though, carefully. I mean, he can't because of Glenelendra. But
he wins here. I just realized, because in post draw, he discard cards to hand size. He currently have, if I count correctly, something like 12. He discards down to 7. This is gonna trigger Glinthorn, and this is then going to trigger Malcolm. He draws up to 10, and then he has to discard again. Those of you who are knowledgeable about how Gritdrog Monster works, knows that if you're refreshing your hand size above 7 post discarding, you have to discard again. It basically refreshes the entire hand size.
Yep, and if he pairs with Tandem, he gets the card draw again.
Yeah.
So he gets card draw, which he has to discard to hand size, which pings, and then makes treasures with Malcolm, and the table will die. So it's funny that he said he was doing this for value.
Yeah.
When he has the win in play.
I literally think he said, I'm doing this for value. Just to table talk, potentially just take people off the guard, just not interacting here potentially. Just say, okay, you win next turn, but not this turn.
Yeah. Good old CDH gaslighting. Magic of gaslighting. I mean, unless the table force him to say, okay, so you cannot soulbound the Glinthorn here, but
he doesn't need to, because... And here we have a flesh duplicate.
Yeah. And this is again enough.
Just because he can. Like, why not? But apparently he said that he wouldn't copy Tandem Lookout, so he's not copying Tandem Lookout.
So he is setting up big,
but if he would have copied Tandem Lookout, he would have 100% guaranteed win, because Tandem Lookout, Flesh Duplicate becoming a Tandem Lookout, soulbound that one to Glinthorn, It's just another I'm winning again.
Yeah. So they're really afraid of the politicking here? Not sure.
I don't know either. Yeah, he's saying that he promised not to put. No, wait. Tandem actually doesn't trigger if it's connected to Malcolm because it's just making treasures.
But you would connect it to the Buccaneer, and then you are drawing cards from Tandem, from the Buccaneer, and making treasures from Malcolm, so it would be enough.
Yeah.
But they're saying they're not doing it. Are they copying Dockside, maybe?
We'll see. They are still passing on it. So they haven't. It's on resolution. He names it, I think. I'm very certain. Yeah, on resolution. So we will see what he's going to make out of this once they've all passed.
Oh, Chad is saying copy Glenn Elendra, which is a fascinating idea.
Oh, that's a very fascinating idea. I like that. Good catch, chat.
Because it then re-enters the battlefield. Actually, I'm not sure of the interaction. I would need to read.
I'm not certain about that either. But
I'm not sure if it re-enters as Glenn Elendra. If it has to enter as Glenn Elendra, or if it.
It is counterspell with a pact, I think. Yeah, that's a pact. Rog Sai is actually the control master here with a pact of negation on the flesh duplicate.
Control player, yeah. And they had the pact for the Buccaneer as well.
Yeah.
I wonder.
So now we're moving to the end step, and we're gonna discard to hand size.
Yep. I'm gonna ping and make some treasures.
And we're gonna discard and make triggers out of Glinthorn Buccaneer.
Yeah, so table is saying that you can repick, and I think it makes sense you can repick because when it comes back, it should not be as Glenn Elendra, which is all the value, right? You get to counter something and then get a new thing to copy. Just need to make sure that what you copy anew is not doesn't die.
So he is discarding a total of 5 cards into Glinthorn, creating 5 Glinthorn triggers, creating 15 treasures from Malcolm.
It's all good, guys.
If that flesh duplicate would have become a second Glinthorn, that would have been 30 treasures.
Okay, so now the guns are aimed at Grindbear. And Samurai Dancer does not have the Mystic Remora, so what they have in hand is what they get.
Yeah. Here, the turn is passed to Grindbear. And maybe we will see that Neoform. Probably not, but he could attempt.
Yeah, would be very, very brave. They would need a lot of backup, I think. It could also turn out that they will just set up a grind table at this point. And this is actually very good for
as Landrop from Dark Thrasius. Sorry.
It's okay, because I was just saying if they just try to set up a grind table, like with the Thrasiuses and the Seedborns and whatnot, because trying to win here seems honestly kind of very difficult. They would be playing to the Kinnan game plan, right? Because then Kinnan will be untapped with all that mana and able to start sending haymakers that people don't want to deal with.
Like, Kinnan should definitely be respected right now because he has so much mana and a Glenn Elendra capable of protecting himself as well as... Wait. What's happening?
We draw.
Oh,
okay,
they are deciding to concede.
Yeah,
so we have a situation here. It's getting to a very late state of the game. We have currently played for 1 hour, and no one here really feel that they have the potential of winning, and the risk is just too high for everyone. So everyone agrees we draw. As you can see, I agree to draw from written on a piece of paper on Kinnan. We draw written on Malcolm Kedis. And this is just sometimes how it goes into CDH tournaments in general. We kind of dislike games going to draw and such, but that's how it is on tournaments. It's a very long, big risk for players to continue, as there are potential ways for people to win here. For example, Dargo Thrasius is showcasing Neoform here that he could use to find Tamer Sabertooth to win with Dockside and then into Thrasius. But Kinnan is also showcasing a potential to win here, and Glenalendra could basically interact and stop Dargo Thrasius by sacrificing Glenalendra, counterspelling the Neoform. And this means that people are kind of scared of trying to go for it, and they feel like the chance of me winning is very low, they don't want to gamble on it, so they rather have a draw than having someone else potentially win. And no one here is guaranteed understanding who is winning here. A little bit sad to see, but it's the correct play from the participants in this tournament.
Yeah, I think Samurai may have had a chance still.
Definitely. I think that everyone had a chance in that tournament, more or less. I think that the big problem I saw from Rogsai was that he was starting to play the control game. That's not where you want to be at as a Rogsai turbo deck, especially not going into a Mystic Remora or a Rhystic Study. Like Hanfell Horn was cast for like a value engine, more or less, not a combo piece. He passed turn, post it. Kinnan was also like a little bit slow. You mentioned that he was in the 4th position. That means he has to like try to catch up and such. And he was getting there. Like he was probably gonna have a huge chance of winning there with protection from Glenalendra and such, and then his enormous amount of mana together with his Relic of Legends and such. And the Kedis player was gonna untap with like 30 mana and a Glinthorn Buccaneer and Kedis in play.
Yeah, I just meant Samurai on that turn there was a big chance. They just negotiated differently, so there were probably cards in hands that we were not made aware of that interfere with going fully to the pedal, basically. I think Rockside had the issue of the plan being the wheel, and then when the wheel came off, they probably didn't get a payoff. Then there was a second wheel, and they had to relegate to that plan. There was, I don't think they had another. Like at that time, there was already a Rhystic with a lot of cards. There was already Remora. Malcolm Kedis was super ahead, so I think they were playing intentionally from the draw. They were supporting the Kinnan player as well, trying to equalize the table.
They were basically supporting each other to interact with others. And that just meant that no one was able to win somewhere down the line here.
Yeah, I think they did the best they could at that point, to be honest. I think we lost a potential win. I think Samurai, where the win was lost, was on that defense grid misplay, where they...
Yes, the accidental ruling, considering Soul Ring, I think cost him the game there. The potential for him winning there was very good, so to say. He could have sacrificed Lionside Diamond there, I think, and be fine finding D-grid and then just continue and winning, potentially.
Yeah.
However, we have a other game here. Or unless, Security, is there anything more you want to talk about the previous game we just watched, or do you want to continue into this new one that we're watching or catching up to?
We can move to this one, try to decipher.
So what do we see here, Sakira? I think we have Glow on Malcolm Bruce. We've actually seen him previously in this tournament. And we have Atraxa Grand Unifier and Rogsai again from Josh. And Yo on Nayara the Blade Blossom.
With a lot of mana, but Najila seems to not be in play.
No, she seems to be in command zone.
And that is 23 treasures on Malcolm Bruce.
Oh, yes, it is. And we have a Orcish Bowmaster in play. I think that's why we don't have a Nayela in play.
Yeah.
And is that a 1 ring on the Atraxa Sport? Yeah, that's a 1 ring on Atraxa Sport State.
With 2 counters.
Yeah, 2. I think that's how Nayela potentially died, I'm guessing here. Malcolm too, probably.
Yeah.
And there's a Rhystic Study. Next to the Ledger Shredder on Glow's Malcolm Bruce Sport State, there's a Rhystic Study with a bit of a different art. He's recasting Malcolm currently.
Jumpstart art specifically.
Yeah.
The 1 ring with Atraxa allows you to go a little bit deeper than other commanders sometimes allow you to, especially with Bowmasters, because you can threaten their life total. But here we have a huge body with lifelink, so you can go deeper without being afraid of the table, which is something people sometimes don't consider the combat and the importance of combat. Well, the One Ring is a great reason for combat to matter at some times.
We have an Glinthorn Buccaneer casted from Glow, but we shouldn't jump our hopes here and see a victory, because whenever he actually starts going to attack with that thing, drawing cards, discarding cards, that Bowmaster is going to trigger and annihilate, well, anything. However, there are some tricks. You can respond to the Orcish of Bowmaster by basically discarding cards and drawing cards again. And here's the thing. You have the trigger of Orcish Bowmaster is put onto the stack after you draw a card. So he can actually combo through the Orcish of Bowmaster by simply responding to the Orcish Bowmaster. But we still have another trick up our sleeves. We have an Abrupt Decay from Atraxa Grand Unifier. I don't hear the target currently, but I'm just guessing that it's going to be on Glinthorn, I think.
Yeah, I think Glinthorn would be the best target at this point. Also, with 18 treasures, the Glinthorn could go pretty deep as well, if needed. Lodo in the graveyard. But we can see 5 lands on most players, so I believe we are probably around turn 5, 6, probably turn 6. We can see a lot of cards in Glow's graveyard. Like Glow has done,
and his graveyard is glowing.
Yeah, it's shiny. The topmost is Chain of Vapor, so we can see that Glow has done things for sure. The Ristic was probably put to good use.
That's a big cost.
Okay, 2 treasures getting cramped.
Yeah, he has a lot of mana. I see a Dockside, so I guess that's how he got his treasures, kinda.
At least a good part of them.
That is I'll touch the Spirit Realm. We have a thumbs up from Atraxa.
So touch the Spirit Realm could actually so the target was probably Malcolm.
Yeah, it was Malcolm. So he's channeling Touch of the Spirit Realm to save his Malcolm here.
And Touch the Spirit Realm was also a great trick to get rid of the Bowmasters if you're trying to win with a Buccaneer.
Yeah, but I think he's still going through that and winning, even though there's a Buccaneer in play.
Yeah.
No, a Orcish Bowmaster in play. So he's going to combat.
This is interesting because let me see. Let me read Touch the Spirit Realm. Touch the Spirit Realm.
Doesn't it come back? No, it comes back.
Yeah, because I thought it comes back at the end step, but I thought he could have sent the commander to the command zone if he wanted to try again. Yeah, it's exile target artifact creature. So Malcolm is leaving the board, and it's not phasing. So if it's exiling, he could have sent it to the command zone and cast it again. He has the treasures for it. Don't know if he wanted to do that, but it was definitely a possibility.
Yeah. Paying some treasures. I think the Glinthorn is attacking Mystical Tutor. Oh, that's a cool trick. So he's attacking with Glinthorn. He's generating a trigger from Glinthorn to draw and discard, and then in response to that, basically putting Mystical Tutor onto the stack to basically tutor up anything to his hand. And I don't know his graveyard, but if there's no Breach in the graveyard, Breach is a great target right now.
Not for Mystical.
Oh, sorry, never mind. But he could find Intuition.
Yeah.
Because he is on Jeskai, so he could find Sevin's Reclamation and put that into his flashback consideration.
Yeah. Really, we can't really see the graveyard, but there's definitely a lot of hot options here.
Yes. I mean, if Unruly Breach is already in the grave, just finding Sevin's here with his Mystical Tutor is still winning the match, potentially.
Oh, yeah. With 13... with 15 treasures as well, so...
Yeah.
Oh, in Ninja's graveyard, we can also see a Grand Abolisher there. Probably also a victim of Bowmasters. But...
Most likely. That's a kill on sight card, definitely.
Yeah, and there we go.
That's an intuition. Yeah. I guess this is Breach time. I don't see anything on this board state that theoretically interacts with a Breach, and I do see a lot of tapped out mana here. We have 1 treasure from Nayela. we have no mana whatsoever from the Rogue side with his Orcish Bowmaster. I have one treasure from Atraxa, and that's it.
Yeah, Nezil also has the Tinderwall and Grim Monolith, but these
sorry.
are...
True, I forgot. I
But
mean,
these are
Cicada,
not...
I'm so happy to have you here to catch all of my mistakes. What would I do without you?
I don't think these are mistakes, but I have except when I'm playing, I have a freakishly keen eye on these things. When I'm playing, I forget really obvious stuff, like all of us do types.
Yeah, we should bear in mind that we as a casters and we as an audience, we can clearly see great potential plays from these players that they could make instead, and we can definitely see their misplays. But bear in mind that they are playing under time pressure and money on theoretically and price stuff's on the line. So they are a little bit more stressed than us, and they accidentally make more mistakes than us because they want to execute these actions faster and such. We have seen miscalculations, math incorrectness that leads to people dying. I've seen a Final Fortune being casted, and then that person died, sadly.
And there's that disconnect, right? When you're playing, you have your game plan and you formulate it in your head, and sometimes you formulate it as per experience and you forget the variables of the table. So
yeah,
the expectation versus the reality is not quite there. So
yeah. Now we're casting the intuition. There we have some up from to Roxai. We're going to Nagella. We don't hear the audio, but there's a intuition resolves.
Okay.
So we're gonna find 3 cool cards.
And it goes to the glow zone.
Yes, it goes to the glow zone.
They were asking.
I am not going to cast all day. I am going to have a break after this one, and then I'm gonna be back again for casting some more into the future.
There we go.
But Security is gonna remain here. He's gonna be casting with Anis, Scipio, pretty soon.
Scipio, yeah. Next match.
Yes.
Very excited to meet them. Never actually did. I already met you a few times. Not in this context, but and a silence.
Breach, Lion's Diamond, Silence. I'm just guessing that there's a Sevin's Reclamation in the graveyard in that case.
And a Brain Freeze, probably. I mean, Brain Freeze is not needed because they have the Mystical, but...
Yeah. Well, with that graveyard size, nothing really matters. And with that amount of treasures, I mean...
Yeah.
The return of Scipio, that is true.
Okay. A little bit of lag.
Yeah. A little bit of glare, a little bit of lost quality. I'm very impressed with the players' board state decoration and their way to manage their hand size. I think that the game we watched previously with Samurai Dance Ruler, I'm really happy to see how he showcased his hand size. He showcased his library. He had a little bit of text next to his library, just showing this is my library and stuff.
Yeah, I even know, like, for instance, okay, we are doing the Sevin's Reclamation.
Yeah, it was in the graveyard. He's flashbacking it, casting Lion's Eye Diamond first. Then not using the Lion's Eye Diamond here, but using treasures to cast Sevin's Reclamation. Putting Underworld Breach on top of the graveyard here to showcase his intent. I see a thumbs up from Roxai, so it goes to Nagella. I did see Nagella look at the cards in his hand. There's some table talk going on here, I guess.
Yeah.
Looks like Breach is resolving. He did put it into play.
And now they're getting something else as well.
Yes.
Since I was saying, I've seen some players who play Krark who have actually...
Grand Abolisher.
Grand Abolisher, yeah.
Now it's GG. Yeah, we don't need the silence. This is going to be a GG. We're going to see a victory from Malcolm Bruce. Very unique deck. Sekirda, do you have any experience with Malcolm Bruce?
I've never actually played against it. I guess it benefits from reach lines, which is good. It has the issue of no card draw in the command zone, which is, as we can see here, it's doable.
Yes.
But no experience. And I guess Bruce gives you twice the treasures on Malcolm, which is not the worst thing.
And you can yes guy, basically.
Yeah.
So
all the silences.
it is not a popular tournament commander pair. I currently have recorded 12 tournament decks that have played Bruce Malcolm. So it's a rarity.
Brain freeze from the graveyard. We do have one small thing that could happen. I don't know where we are on Ledger Shredder triggers, but if Glow mills themselves fully and Atraxa has another spell, they could potentially force the Ledger Shredder trigger to kill Glow. It's a very small chance.
That is true.
But they can't cast spells either, so no, not even an option. Yeah, it should be game here.
I think so too.
You'd need like a super specific set of cards to...
Yeah. It also requires them to actually being able to create one.
Yeah.
I'm seeing Atraxias showcasing his hand like, I got nothing. That's the usual sign. I got nothing, guys. Just showcasing his hand and waving and them like that.
Yeah.
And there's a Grand Abolish in play. It's very few things that actually interacts on this right now. Like an Otawara from Rog's side that he can't afford, never mind.
No. The only person who can Otawara is Joe.
Yeah.
They would need
Sekera,
like...
do you play in a lot of tournaments currently? On the webcams?
I am coming back. I played in November here in Portugal in the scene. I top 4'd with Talion.
Nice.
I've tried Chaos a few times as well. I intend to start playing again. It's just a matter of deciding what I want to do.
Yeah.
What about you? Have you been playing on tournaments?
No. This might be the first tournament that I can actually play because I go to bed religiously 10 o'clock my time. And this means that I'm not going to be here for the finals. I'm going to be asleep when the finals starts.
You can watch the recap later, so it's all good.
Yes. But all the other non-European tournaments are just going too late for me. I value sleep.
I get it. I definitely get it. Yeah, I had to take a break from CDH. It was feeling slightly stale from me, and I wanted to go back. But now I'm excited to try a few things. Let's see. They're still making Glow do the line. Maybe waiting for a mess up, or maybe there is something that can be done.
I don't see a mess up here. He's even showing his hands. Like he's, I guess he's asking like, okay, guys, this. Oh no, he's sacrificing Lines of Diamond to the.
Lines of Diamond, yeah.
Yeah, but if you're going back to tournaments, what are you gonna play?
I have no idea.
Oh.
I don't play. I generally don't play very traditional commanders either way. It's not my playstyle. I like to sit at a table and keep people guessing.
No, that's good.
So
I'm seeing
even having a database like a Stacks deck that people aren't very familiar with, which is Tana Arden, and I played it at Chaos and I was 17, so I didn't make the cut by like 0.2% or something to the top 16, which was very sad.
Yeah.
Oh, they're making... Okay, they're really making...
I think he is forcing them to deck themselves with Brain Freeze here. It looked like he was milling Josh here.
Yeah. I think maybe they saw the potential line I mentioned could happen, but maybe someone could channel an Otawara, kill him with Ledger Shredder, and is trying to...
Yeah, so he's playing around that. He's basically, I think he's going to more or less just mill out all of his opponents and then cast a form of wheel from his graveyard somewhere here. He won't deck himself, but he will make sure these guys die. Now, Orcish Bowmaster will trigger, but they're gonna die before the triggers can start resolving. Because they die too. No, as you can see, Josh doesn't have a deck anymore. And now we're milling more cards from his graveyard.
Maybe could just force the draw now to kill Josh and the Bowmasters. Since Bowmasters could potentially take out the Grand Abolisher, I don't know.
Nah, we're just gonna go this step by step, I think. Increasing Storm a time in a bit, recasting Lionside Diamond here, and then we're gonna recast, more cards here into the Escape, and recast Brain Freeze, I guess, to mill. Now, we were milling Atraxa now.
And red, white, and blue taking the hero pod, that would be kind of funny, yeah. And now going to the Atraxa. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is very methodical and it's very smart. Sometimes players kind of jump the gun when they think they have the win, and then there are small things in CAD that can catch you with your pants.
Yeah. This is a very safe way to win by just doing the wheel thing instead.
Yeah. And you have the time, right? You have the priority. You're not like
Yeah.
you're not taking too time to take the game actions, so it's much safer. I had to do this on one of my games on Talion because I had Hullbreaker Horror Lines. But someone who was playing Thrasios Dargo ended their turn with the Tide Spout. They had one ring. I forced them into ending the turn like that, so I cloned it, and I had to play very safely as well because I was giving people cards in the with the loop. You have to do this because if you mess up, someone will interact, disrupt you, or kill you in this case.
Now we're milling out
Joe.
Nigella here.
Yeah.
He's doing a little bit faster.
Yeah.
I prefer this method. It goes faster to just
I think Joe also drew the short end of the stick. They seem to have a lot of mana. They started last, and the Bowmasters probably blew them out completely, from what
I'm guessing that too. The One Ring probably didn't have time to capitalize value here. I only see he's been basically drawing 3 cards with it. So to say.
Yeah, until you see 3 counters on that One Ring, the One Ring hasn't done as much of a job as you wanted to.
Yeah.
Which is also one of, I mean, the card is good. I'm not gonna say bad things about it. It's just one of the risks. You really need a deck that wants to have that 3 or 4 or 5 on the One Ring. Of course, if you didn't get there in one before, great. But
I'm guessing. Nah, never mind. So, what do you think is like the best commander right now in the world? The top 10 or whatever.
Oh, that is such a tough question.
I know.
I mean,
we only have the tough questions here.
I think Najeela is definitely still an excellent commander. I think Najeela for sure is on the top 10. There's no doubt about it.
A lot of people have been saying to me that Najeela has been dropping because of Bowmaster. I don't have a personal experience by that, but I am seeing Najeela winning less games, and maybe that is because of Bowmaster.
It definitely helps. It depends what the pot. But I still think, I mean, you're in 5 colors. You're in a commander that combos with so much ease. Other 5 color commanders. Okay, we have the game ended here.
Yeah.
Glow takes the grab.
Beautiful win by Malcolm Bruce. A very unique, strange commander combination. Yes, guy. You gain Breach with Sevin's Reclamation, a different variant to basically Malcolm and Kedis, because with Malcolm Bruce, you still generate a pseudo form of like a smaller version of Kedis, but you're gaining that more color identity of white.
Better card quality overall, access to silences, sacrificing a little bit on easier combos from the Izzet counterparty, but you still get better cards. Sacrifices other things in comparison to Malcolm Tana, for instance. Malcolm Tana has an easier access to the combo, but again, struggles a little bit because Tana is just a color piece. It doesn't do anything else. So if you're not getting there, you are not doing much for the rest of the game.
Yeah, basically you're still having a pretty amazing game with Malcolm Kedis still. So, I mean, they are finding Glinthorns and other wins, so just adding white should increase it. I do agree that the green adds the green tutors for Glinthorn, increases consistency there. But I've heard some arguments from the Malcolm Kedis parties that they just have so many different unique layered combos over each other that they don't need to tutor for Glinthorn. Glinthorn might not even be their usual win con. They're just finding something, basically.
Yeah, and I can see that. You have awkward cards, maybe, but they function for that deck and to get you to the win. It's basically a card quality trade-off, in my opinion. You are in Izzet, you're losing on silences in this case, you are losing on breach lines, which is very compact. Neither combination of commanders is particularly proficient in grinding from the command zone. Of course, you have the other cards. White doesn't add a lot of grinding. It adds Esper Sentinel. Could add the guy that when people tutor, you draw and gain a life. I don't know if they play it or not.
Archivist of Ogma, you're thinking of.
Archivist of Ogma, yeah. They could be playing that or not. I don't know. But White doesn't really add much to the grind plan either. So it's a matter of card quality versus combo consistency, in my opinion.
For all of you Americans, I'm guessing that Glow is an American writing America baby into the chat. So those of you who are watching this European tournament from America, you have someone to root for. In any case, we are going to finish round 3 here, and Scipio, the current, Sekerda and Anis is going to be back for round 4, and then in the future, me and William Sjöblom is going to be back at 2 other upcoming rounds. But until then, we're gonna have a short break, and we'll start round 4 as soon as possible, we hope.
And we are back. This is an incredible pod, but before even that, Sikera, I'm back with casting, and I'm joined by Scipio, right? That's how I say it because I heard Scipio.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining.
Right.
This is. Do you want to talk about this pod because this is kind of crazy? We have 2 players on Jensen Carthalion slash Luras. We know that these are turbo NOS decks.
We found the 2 players on the planet who play this deck, and we put them in a pod together.
Yeah.
Just for your viewing pleasure.
Yeah. And mind you guys, these are doing pretty well. These are some of the people who currently are with the top points. So not downplaying these decks at all. Then we have something that will make the people are uncomfortable with the pod, I guess, a bit more comfortable. We had an oldie but goldie, Team Necrom, all good. And then teamwork combination I have never seen from Kai, Fervent Alchemist, K9 Mark 1, and the Fugitive Doctor, which they actually have a deck tech video on this that you guys can find, where the idea seems to be Neo forming K9 into Dockside. It has entered the Infinite as one of the 99, at least on that specific deck tech, which is also
Dream Team, could we get up K9
insane.
Mark 1 and the Fugitive Doctor on the gather here? So I can read what the card does.
Yeah, so the Fugitive Doctor, when it attacks, you may sacrifice a clue, and it investigates on ETB. When you do, target instant or sorcery card in your graveyard gains flashback, and it's 2 and then Gruul. So it actually lets you cast Enter the Infinite for 4 mana, which is much more manageable. They are not in colors for Entomb, but I see that there are some text to put the card in the graveyard. Intuition would be one. Tamio, Collector of Tales, if it's in this list, could be another. So, pretty crazy deck.
We'll see how this goes. I mean, right off the bat, it's a bit scary being downriver of the 2 turbo decks and another Grixis core deck that has the potential to be very explosive. But our one saving grace is that the Dockside catch-up mechanic is great when you're going forth. And I assume we're doing Cloudstone stuff, so if people spew out enough rocks, which they don't seem to be doing, but if more rocks come down, I think we have a good chance of
to get there.
Yeah.
We also see that the players are not starting super fast, which is also comfortable. Trout Mask, player 1, started on a Multi 5 and starts with Mana Confluence, so not too scary. Urskai with Arid Mesa and Lotus Petal, and then Timna Crom, also Arid Mesa into Badlands. So we haven't seen those crazy CDH starts with 6 man on turn 1 yet. Maybe there's a way to get there. Kai Multi 6, so that would be Fervent Alchemist. I can't see the cards in hand for Urskai or Timna Crom. That's a volcanic island from Urskai.
Also, yeah, I think the Fetchland Pass is probably signaling some sort of Vam Tutorance type of dealio, and seeing as how these games have developed, most likely something into like grabbing a Ristic Study, or we don't win.
Yeah, grabbing the early engine.
But we grab Ristic Study, but we don't win. But we love grabbing Ristic Study.
I really wanted to see if I could catch the lists. I know that they are here in the meantime, because I wanted to see if Enter the Infinite is still the plan. Fervent Alchemist starts with just K9. There's also something to be said about cheap commanders, of course, in a meta where you have access to really powerful tools, interaction tools specifically.
Very powerful, very powerful. Also.
Disruption, counter spells, and it's Teamer, so you have Fears and Deflecting Swat. It's great. Trout Mask either top decked or decided to go for a turn to Remora.
Likely, I'd assume it doesn't make a lot of sense if you're going first not to just slam it down. catch
Yeah,
them.
I would prefer to slam it as well, but sometimes you don't have the resources to keep it around for long, so I don't know. I still think you should have dropped it on turn 1, so probably they top decked it.
Yeah, most likely. Most likely.
Which could save them. Earthsky dropping Mana Confluence, 3 cards in hand. Yeah, Earthsky also mulled pretty deep, so both the turbo players were looking for huge payoffs, and guess they didn't get them.
Okay.
Not dropping Jensen.
No nothing.
So if you're not dropping Jensen, you probably have instant stuff you want to do. Bowmasters. I don't know if they run Bowmasters.
I think
Tutors.
most black decks are on Bowmasters these days, so I wouldn't be too surprised.
Neither, yeah. I know sometimes turbo decks don't like to have those sort of cards, but it's so important to survive certain matchups that I don't think you.
Yeah,
you
and it's
should.
like it's so cheap. Like it's a very powerful effect for very cheap.
What is K9's toughness? Is it 1? Yeah, it's a 1/1. Okay. So
does not give itself ward, which seems interesting.
So if it's Bowmasters and there's nothing else to do, they could just ping the Mark K9. Notably, the table is not very big on ramp yet, so new form to Dockside right now doesn't seem like a particularly strong option.
I'm kind of wondering what this TNK player kept, if they went land pass.
Oh,
Like,
turn 2 Dranith.
oh, that's alright. Okay.
So this could be a little bit annoying.
I mean, yeah, definitely.
I don't know that Jensen's plan cares too much. But for sure, K9 and the Fugitive Doctor should care a little bit more, since part of the game plan is using the Doctor as a piece to help you get there.
Yeah. Otherwise,
we have
some of
an
the spells
Ancient Tomb
are
as well.
uncastable in their deck.
Oh yeah. And if you're gonna hardcast Enter the Infinite, something really weird happened.
Definitely.
They drop. So Kai dropped an Ancient Tomb. They are on attacks and passing. Okay, Remora keeps it's around. City of Brass from Trotmask. So far, Remora has not given anything. It's not uncommon for the first round to be slow for the Remora. Tap 2. Grand Abolisher.
I assume we just have it the next turn.
Could be Natural Thorical. Sometimes it's also for.
Yeah, we only have 2 cards in hand. If this might be the dreaded value abolisher, but I would be kind of confused over why you would do that if you don't have a win in hand. Over just like keeping up mana for your cards you draw off the fish.
Yeah, I agree. It's also kind of risky, puts a target on your head. If Earthsky's potential sickening of Bowmasters came true, it could be a really easy way to get rid of it. Like you just cast Bowmasters, cast a non-creature spell, and Trotmask either doesn't draw or lets the Abolisher die, which is kind of. Earthsky keeps just draw going pretty much. That is a fetch land. I'm not able to see which one it is. And Hirschman attacking. Yeah, Earthsky. Which is another turbo deck, so it makes sense. Pressure the life total. Did not cast Timna to draw cards, so they have something. Opposition Agent mana, and Bowmaster's mana as well. What about everyone watching? What do you think? Yeah, there's 2 of them. Jensen is 5C, yeah. And you can play Luras with Jensen because Jensen is one of the few 2-mana commanders. And it gives you access to all of the colors, so it lets you do stuff like Recur Breach, Recur Remora, It gives you some good enough play patterns, and it's alongside with that, it's a turbo deck. I think the table right now is kind of afraid of what Drought Mask is trying to do. We are on Alchemist's turn. There's big thinkies happening. Ooh. In the meantime, I was trying to see if I could get that. There we go. So Jansen is here. Full Metal Alchemist. So okay, so the K9 list runs Hullbreaker Horror. Is not running the the Infinite. This particular list. So it's mostly recurring. Mostly recurring tutors, I believe. They're still discussing what to do, possibly discussing cards in hand. I don't know if you have access to their sound because I don't have access to the table sound right now. I guess not. In the meantime, I'm just checking this super spicy list. It runs Dozan, the Falling Leaf, as protection, which is super risky as we know, but it pays off. It's basically a Grand Devolution for everyone. But Timor does not have access to Grand Abolisher, so you got to do that.
Yep, definitely. Also, I'd say like playing Grand Abolisher in the clone meta is probably not where you want to be.
Oh yeah.
Well, easy access to Asylums.
Yeah, that's another risk by just playing Grand Abolisher without like a plan. And they just revealed one card in hand, so not the other. They revealed Mindbreak Trap, so this alleviates some fears from the table because unless it's the other card is Intuition, and even if it is, you don't have the mana to win on that turn. And you can't even win through Dranith using Breach Lines, so I don't think Trout Mask has a way to win within the next turn cycle with just 2 cards in hand. Can't be Thoracle. Ad Nauseam, not enough mana for it, so I think the negotiations could go well by showcasing the NBT.
Whose turn is it right now?
It's Fervent Alchemists. And it's mostly just discussion happening. Yeah, Timor has Tidal Barracuda. I wish Tidal Barracuda had Flash. I like Tidal Barracuda for a very weird commander that I've never seen them play it, but I do, which is Animar, because you can cast a Grand Abolisher for a blue, pretty much.
Yeah.
Instead of paying the 4 mana for it, which is much worse. But I mean, Dosan is a little bit cheaper, but I think Dosan you have the double green peeps, which is also not incredible. I know the deck is also on Displacer Kitten to abuse the clues. So the Doctor is an infinite mana outlet with Temur, Sabertooth, and Hullbreaker Horror. So that's the plan. I can see the vision now. You just do the infinite mana and then you blink the Doctor, create clues to draw your entire library and win. Starting to piece together the deck. Sorry?
What are the finishers? Sorry, I was a bit.
So the Doctor can, if you have Hullbreaker Horror or Temur, Sabertooth and you manage to do infinite mana with Dockside shenanigans, the Doctor can, whenever he TVs, the Doctor investigates, so you can draw the library. How do you win from there? How do you want to win? Probably just brain freeze the table to death. Oh, they are on Abjure as well. Sacrifice a blue permanent, counter target spell for 1 mana.
I mean, yeah, K9 is 1 mana.
Yeah, to use that doggy. Very funny. There we go. A Bowmasters from Urshman. So we saw the Vision and the Vampiric from Ursky. So we're probably end of turn on Alchemist's turn. And they are making Trotmas decide if they draw from Remora or not. Yeah, to see if they lose the Abolisher or not. This is also pretty revealing because if they keep the Abolisher, it means that their revelation of the MBT is not as honest as they made it seem.
No, I'm pretty sure, like, because I can't see, because if one card is Mindbreak Trap, I don't see one card that wins off 3 mana with like no setup, right?
Yeah.
So I think you just let the ball. I think we just cast the spell because we wanted to cast a spell.
Yeah, I think it's also, and they drew a card which is good. They decided to trade off. It also diffuses the panic. I just think it was an unnecessary cast. Like taking a game action just for taking a game action. I think that's how it felt a little bit.
I don't know. I've been talking about this a lot, but like people seem to be reluctant to just sit under a draw engine. For some reason, they feel like they have to. Like, I guess it's like one of those Magic fundamentals where you're supposed to be mana efficient every turn, but I think that changes in CDH, where of course you usually want to be mana efficient, but like you keeping up mana for all the cards you're drawing is probably a higher EV game plan than just playing a rock for no reason.
Yeah, especially in like I said, and it's 4 players, and right now this Remora is Trotmask's only plan, pretty much. Like,
yeah, exactly. So you should invest heavily into the Remora.
Yeah, so I get it. Vamp Tutor, not sure where that would lead. I don't know. I believe that Jensen could be on wheels, being a turbo deck, so possibly a way to get. But a wheel would be horrible with Bowmasters. Bowmasters is also pretty good against turbo decks because if you get enough time, you're chipping away at their life total, and they will have increasingly worse ad nauseums. So,
I mean, probably depending on the mana situation, it's probably just grab like a fish or something.
Could be,
or a risk study. Fish might not be as good because people are low on cards, and maybe they're not going to be really casting spells, so you don't want to keep paying for fish and not get anything out of it. So maybe you grab the wrist stick. But if that taps you out, maybe it's not the best either. But I think no one at the table really is screaming that they're gonna win soon. Seeing as how how low on resources they are.
Yeah, agree. And Dockside Count is also unimpressive at this point, so also not the card you want to go for. I think it would be, like you said, very likely a wrist stick. You also don't want to wheel blindly into the Bowmasters with Bowmasters being after you.
Yeah, I mean, someone is most likely dying if that happens.
That would be
maybe that's like something you want to leverage, and you say, hey, I'm gonna like, let's draw some cards, but like, you gotta kill the other turbo deck, right?
Yeah.
Because I've tapped out to cast this wheel, so most likely I'm just gonna pass the turn. Yeah, I think it's interesting, definitely.
I also wanted to take a moment, like while they're doing these things, to bring out another interesting thing. Like, if you guys remember when we joined this match, like my CPU's reactions were like, "Oh, these are weird decks," and this reaction is also something you can kind of leverage in CADH and at the table. Like, if you sit across a K9, like if I had sat across this K9 from Kai, I would have had to wrangle my brain to see like what is the game plan here, like what are they trying to do, and this is can be advantageous when you're the person who other people are like, I don't know what's going to happen there. Sometimes you can get like huge A makers or huge game plan cards into the table without the table even suspecting what you're doing. What is that card with 4 counters?
I'm tutored for something that we're not casting.
Oh, it's the cards in hand.
I hope we didn't like tutor an Oppo or something, because that would not be very good right now.
Or their own Bowmasters.
Yeah, but that seems like I don't see how that helps you just get any closer to
Helps
winning,
against
right?
Timna though. It slows down the Timna player.
Yeah, but like you're not. If the Vamp Tutor was the only action in your hand, if you're just grabbing a reactive piece like that, then I don't really see how you ever win this game, because you're just
Yeah.
gonna be. So I think you need to grab like a Ristic there.
Especially with Jared not being a particularly good card to grind. Trotmask kept the Remora. Timnocron doing really strong Timnocron things right now. Literally.
Yeah, they're definitely in the lead right now.
Yeah, trying to draw 3. Like this is the moment. Either you have something against it or you don't. Yeah, like the only argument for Bowmasters would be to not default lose to Timnocron, but it's really hard. Yeah, so it's not
Yeah,
Bowmasters. They're drawing 3. Timnocron getting really ahead right now in terms of card advantage. They also have a lot of natural mana. No rocks yet.
yeah, have some plenty of sources of permanent mana.
Yeah.
And this is like the sort of type of pod where you see Timna and Crom excelling, where it's that what they're doing is not very powerful, but in a game state where everyone is just dirtling and not doing anything, just like hitting your land drops, casting your commanders, and that like just incremental card flow, even though it's not like the advantage isn't huge, when in a game where everyone is top decking, you drawing 4 a turn is a lot more impactful.
Yeah. Okay, so Fervent Alchemist had a sandbagged Otawara. They dropped it this turn to not keep missing land drops. Casting Fimage and getting a Red Blast in response. Red Blast draws a card to Trotmask. I guess that Fimage...
Yeah, I forgot that Lursa's companion says you can't have anything above 2.
Yeah.
So they're not playing Ristic Study. Then I'm
Yeah,
not really
that's
sure
right.
how we're gonna win this game. Then I'm
Yeah.
very concerned about our chances of getting into this.
Yeah, huge trade-off. That's why I thought maybe Bowmasters as well, because if for some reason your Bowmasters gets killed, Luris in theory eventually might be able to get it back, which is again not winning the game, but it's keeping the table tame at least. But now it's
Did we
hard.
pyro the K9?
No, Pyro killed the Fimage, and then Trigger from the Remora killed K9.
Okay, I see.
And using the remaining mana from Ancient Tomb and the Mana Confluence, we have a Talisman dropped, and this game is starting to become really hard to play.
Yeah, at this point we're just gonna be doing normal Grixis stuff.
Yeah.
If we don't have it in our hand, we're most likely drawing it in the next rotation. So.
Yeah. Another draw from Trotmask from the Talisman. Another ping, probably to head to someone. Things are looking a little bit grim right now. We'll see if Trotmask drops the Remora. They're looking at their hand. If they drop the Remora, they have a plan. If not, yeah. So I mean, Jensen not having Ristic, like the table was saying, is a problem. There's also other losses.
I think their banking on their Mind Freak Trap is going to be enough, the hoping.
I don't think. Okay, so they are paying for the Remora, I believe. Yep. So they only have MBT right now, and defaulting to give cards to Timnocron. They're gonna draw 3 more cards on their next rotation unless someone can do something. You also lose the One Ring for Jensen, which for a turbo deck it's not as impressive, but it's still a trade-off.
I think that's always been the question about that deck. If having Lurs as a companion is actually enough to like give up on some of the most broken cards in the format. Like you can't play Necro either, right? Like
yeah,
a lot of cards you can't play to have a Lurrus, which
You have the Lurrus, yeah. Yeah, one of the game plans was there, the Remora with Lurrus, which is pretty cool.
oh yeah, that's neat.
But you're still losing a lot of good stuff. I guess it became better with Lotho. It made plan a little bit better. They still have some powerful non-creature or non-permanent spells, but you can definitely see like enchantments. It's Mystic Remora, Underworld Breach.
Putting the
Underworld
Nomads
Breach.
and Core under the Chromox. We're off the breakfast plan.
Oh, that's that's a Corliss, so they are doing breakfast stuff on the deck.
Yep. Not
Interesting.
anymore.
Not anymore.
What are we casting now? Why are we tapping out? Don't do this. We've talked about this.
We're in 2019.
Don't tap out for no reason. Oh, he hears me.
They also have Hermit Druid, which is also a plan.
Yeah.
Not all of the lists I see have Hermit Druid, but many of them do. And if you have Corliss and Breakfast, you very likely have Hermit as well. Makes sense as a plan. And they heard you as well. They are passing with Mana Open and Remora for a change.
I think that is definitely your, because you just got to make sure you don't die to Timnacrom here. From experience, I know that deck draws cards like garbage. So even if they're drawing like 3 cards a turn, odds are might not be winning. Trust me, I've been there before. There's a lot of fluff in that deck.
Yeah. And that's also the other part where sometimes you're accumulating certain times of interaction that not all pods care about. Also passing here. So we still have a mysterious tutor from Urska as far as we know. Could have been Adnos, but super risky if they didn't have the mana. But I don't know if they're maybe an opposition agent to see if they can catch someone off guard and get an extra tutor.
They can't play oppo.
Oh, they can't play opposition. Yeah, too used to. I have no idea.
Playing good cards. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm too used to playing toxic cards. Hermit didn't make sense unless they could kill the other Bowmasters, so I don't know. Timna does not miss land drops. That's a plateau. Is that a crown?
What's under the Chromox? It's a Nomad's Encore.
Yeah, Nomad's Encore. So it's half of the breakfast combo.
Yeah. See, this is what I'm telling you. Our best play is casting Crom. We're the only person doing anything this game, and this is the best we can do. Sometimes, man, this deck really makes me wonder, what the hell am I doing with my life?
Try to pummel the table into submission is. I mean, they don't even have creatures. They can't cast commanders, so it's as far as they can keep up with the Dranith, they're doing fine.
Actually, I don't know. I'm not sure if I like agree with this, because we're gonna draw 3 cards anyways.
Anyway, yeah.
And so why are we casting this Crom before we draw 3 cards?
And losing the blue mana in the process. Yeah, I also thought.
I mean, or like just losing mana in general. Like, we could have won. Like, sure, if you go to combat, attack, draw 3, draw nothing, then sure, I guess you just play Crom. If your hand is literal garbage, right? But I don't see why we would tap out and then Ancestral Recall.
Yeah, it's kind of. I mean, this is more a Mists of Lorien now, right? They pay 5 mana to draw 3, basically.
True. No, but because they were gonna draw 3 anyways.
Yeah, they were gonna do it anyways. So yeah, not necessarily in agreement with this play either. Yeah, 7 in hand. I think maybe they just believe that the aggro is their plan, but even then, it's.
I think you literally just keep going to combat. You keep drawing. You're drawing what, 4 cards a turn? Like, eventually you'll draw Demonic Tutor or something.
Yeah.
Like, don't tap out for no reason.
Yeah, maybe you just drew a 1 ring, and that's at this point in this pod, that's almost more guaranteed draw than the Crom. So
100%. Like, Ristic seems bad right now. Like, no one is doing anything.
Yeah. Like, Trotmas developed a little bit, but not even that much. Was literally just land Chromox, so Let's see where we go. We have like a huge lag on Kai for some reason. Kai, I mean, dockside count is still super low, so that plan which is the main plan to win on K9 the Fugitive Doctor, it's offline pretty much. Like, if the pedal is gone, it's not doing anything. It's producing 3 mana right now. The best dockside would be from Timnocrom for mana, but that's it. What if our guy went for dockside? But that was also too proactive. We didn't see any rocks, so banking on people playing like they usually play. This one is definitely a dirtle for now. Oh, Glow was mentioning Lightning Greaves as an outlet for the breakfast instead of the Cephalid Illusionist, which I don't even know if it can play because I think the Cephalid costs.
Cephalid is 2.
It's 2 mana.
Yeah.
Okay.
Breakfast is really cheap combo.
It's all 2 mana. I played in the Flash meta, but I was the person playing the hate pieces. Oh, and Remora is still in play, guys.
I mean, it's funny, but I think it's like seriously his best. Like, if he can cast his commander, which wouldn't really be doing anything, even if you did, he can't, or they can't do anything. Like Lurrus doesn't really do anything. I think you just keep paying for fish, and I think a lot of people would make the mistake in this situation of just not like keep paying for the fish, not understanding that's literally the best thing you could be doing, because eventually 2 or 3 spells will hit the stack, and draw something maybe.
Yeah, and this literally right now the only thing that is happening is card draw. Is that what is that? Oh, that's the.
Once again, I would not do that. Why are we going down mana? We should not be going down mana. Going into Timnocrom's turn.
That's Hermit?
I think that's the Ignoble Hierarch.
I can't see the art very well. It could be Ignoble. Yeah, Hermit would be crazy. Hermit would be saying, okay, I challenge you to cast all your non-creature spells and me not be able to draw, so...
No, but also, like, why would we... Because, like, we're going down a mana to play this Ignoble Hierarch. Orcish Bowmaster is going to trigger when you draw a card, and then you're just going to lose it, and then you don't have mana anymore for some reason.
Yeah.
And what did the Urski tutor for? Science is still trying to figure that one out.
But not necessarily a bad thing that we don't know yet. Could be a piece that at some point is important, but their opportunity is going to go like lower and lower the more that this Timna just draws. I think Trotmask was... I mean, they just drop the... No, it's not even a valid blocker because there's a Crom, so I don't understand the Ignoble play. And again, we're not trying... Just so chat knows, we're not trying to devalue these thought processes, because this game already has some play patterns that are crazy, it has commanders that are crazy. All of these things throw you off balance. These players are doing well in terms of points, so
they're doing the best they can. We're just trying to parse what the optimal play would be. And we could be wrong. We could be wrong, right? Because it's like impossible to know. But sometimes you can look and
like Ignoble, maybe there is some plan with the Ignoble that we don't know in terms of sacking it for something. Would it be better at a different opportunity? Yeah, sure, but
I think we just value the mana more than like the body.
The body, yeah.
Because Timnocrom drawing a lot of cards.
Yeah. So Volcanic Island coming from Schumann. No land drops missed. So we are on turn 6.
Important to note, Crom, not a single trigger. Not a single trigger.
Yeah. But we didn't expect it to, right? At the same time.
No, I didn't. No. But I just like. But then, are we casting it for the body?
Yeah.
Oh, we might be in combat, you know, that might be. I think you said that we might be in combat. Like,
Yeah.
that's the plan.
Bringing again an interesting thing for people to keep in mind. If Blue Farm tries to win now, we don't know. Important thing to mind, if you are playing Crom and you're against, for instance, 2 turbo decks right now, if you really think about it, you should be normally motivated to send the Crom consistently at Earthsky. Because if you can pressure the player before you to try to win before you, knowing that you're on a control deck and people are going to turn, and the
Or we cast Brandon Bosher.
Yeah. But if you can do that as well, you can ride their wave and try to win after. These are the things that sometimes players forget. Like making the player before you make mistakes is something that you can really capitalize on, especially if you have 9 cards in hand, 8 cards in hand, and you drop a Grand Abolisher. And now the table is gonna panic, right? This is where we have to. There we go. So we are rifting a Bowmasters, possibly. But then you can drop it again. What are we rifting? Or are we rifting just to give cards to Trotmask, maybe?
Yeah.
Ooh. There's also the Mindbreak Trap, so maybe they are trying to force game actions until the Mindbreak Trap matters. There we go, Ignoble Dead. We saw the future on that one.
We hardly knew ye.
What would you rift here? The Dranith? Coming down again. Or the Crom to make it less mana efficient and give them less cards if there's a fight.
Yes, I would probably hit the Chrome here. I don't want them to draw even more cards in this situation.
This Ignoble put it work. Yeah, Ignoble was not fantastic in my opinion. Especially if Strutmask. I don't know what Jared is spotting specifically in terms of counter magic, but if they have a single counter spell that is 2 mana, which I don't think they do, it would be already suboptimal.
Creatures famously can't get negated.
That is correct.
Like 3 counter spells, I hit them, unfortunately.
But usually there's some decks that play delay. I don't think that's something that turbo decks want to do. Delay could be an option. And if you're going really deep, some decks are still on mana drain. Hardcast days.
True.
But here,
I want to know what Ersky tutored for, like really bad.
Yeah, like if they could cast 3 spells, then the Mindbreak Trap could be cast anyway.
And it looks like they're reaching for their cards, so we might see now.
Ersky, yeah, could be the moment to have to do something or bow down, basically. Or did not see what the Ristic bounced, to be honest. Trying to figure it out. Was the Bowmasters? Yeah, Bowmasters was bounced, so
Okay, that's a good one.
have
That's a good one.
Force of Nature pitching Intuition. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Force of Negation, actually. No, this is Force of Will, yeah. Yeah. So,
good though.
Do we think Intuition was the tutor target from before?
I hope not, because I feel as though the Dranith... Was the Dranith before or after the Vamp? I feel as though it was...
Pretty bad, yeah. Unless they were hoping someone dealt with the Dranith. So we have Pact of Negation, so Schumann is really trying to go for it. We have... So this is the second spell from Schumann. Troutmask draws a card, and now we have the Swan Song from Kai, so that's another fish trigger. See, fish.
This is where I would like to. Yeah, but suddenly, like, if we hadn't like tapped out for the Ignoble, we'd have even more mana. Like, you would like people would be surprised how often just sitting under the fish is the right answer. Like, just like I think people are too scared to lose, so they're like, I don't feel like tapping out for this fish. But like, if you're literally not doing anything else, then just hope that because there's usually other people with some form of interaction in their decks as well. So just sit under the fish. Like suddenly, Trout, it looked like either him or it looked like everyone's in a super bad position. Suddenly, Trout looks like he's in a great position.
Yep. And also, and again, if they had kept the Grand Evolution from before, maybe they would have started their own turn with the Grand Evolution from a few turns back. So we're still on Force of Will. Let's see if there's a duck happening. Yep, Grand Evolution is gone. So there's still a chance that Human will go for it anyway, because there's some counter magic that was spent. But definitely, I mean, no, because there's the Mind Break Trap.
Yeah, but the question is, does he remember? That's the question.
Possibly, yeah. We'll see.
Like,
that's also why the Rift on the Bowmasters was not too bad, I guess, because it would be another spell for the spell count for Mind Break Trap if they cast it now, and they'll have to wait for another opportunity.
I think you just hit Calm just so that they don't draw more cards during the fight. I think that's not where you want to be.
Yeah. And don't get an even bigger Orc army. I think we're moving to cleanup.
Yeah.
So this turn, Crom drew from Kai, and that's it. So first draw trigger. And we are discarding. That is a fetch. That is a Ranger Captain of Eos. Sure. Okay. So scary cards to see hit the graveyard. Lose neutral is saying that sending Dranith to hand would work, but at the same time. Oh, and Kai is showcasing a Wheel of Fortune as a plan.
Yeah,
Super
and this is awkward.
play.
This is awkward because, like, well, what are you gonna do, right? Like, you're going fourth. People are just putting win attempt after win attempt on the stack. Like, what are you gonna do, right? You're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like, you need more cards. You need to hit. Like, Dockside isn't even that good right now. Like, you need to hit some action. But most likely you're going wheel pass, and Trout has been like just hitting his land drops and just developing his mana. And he's still a turbo deck, so it could be dangerous just giving him 7 cards and passing.
Yeah, not only that, we still know that Schumann has the Bowmasters, so also not the play pattern you necessarily want to do. And even dropping this Kinnan is kind of like, I mean, not ideal either. And they're playing the wheel, so this is an invitation for Bowmasters to drop, pretty much.
Yeah.
Unless they are negotiating with the rest of the table, like kill the Bowmasters, but that's still really tough.
You could also angle it in a way, or I don't know. They're like, you're most likely. Do I think your chances of winning are high if you don't wheel? No. Do I think your chances are higher if you wheel? I mean, slightly, maybe, like a little bit, but like you have to do something, right? Like if you pass here, you're most likely not getting another turn. Like, TNK has the win in hand. Like they went for it, but they chose to not overextend.
Yeah, I still think it's super risky for several factors. I also, but this is more on personal taste. I had a discussion with Mons on the previous stable about wheels, the state of wheels. Yeah. I don't particularly enjoy wheels in decks like this K9 and the Fugitive Doctor deck, which is not exactly a turbo deck. I understand the idea. Not a super fan. Just because it's Timor, right? So it's kind of hard with the new 7 when you don't have like a specific A+B with your commanders to guarantee you're coming off ahead with the wheel.
Yeah. I think Kinnan makes this more interesting though, because this means that all the free mana that he could have potentially hit would have been juiced. And that might have been enough to like actually get him to a point where he can start doing stuff.
But then you're also feeding the Remora, so you have to be careful with that.
Yeah.
And there's either way, the wheel did not resolve. We got a Swan Song from Trotmask, and there was no plan after that. They are untapping. They're probably thinking on the Remora. Remora is going, so Trotmask possibly trying to win here.
Yeah. Also, I don't think like paying 5. I think at that point we've gone or we're gonna get out of the fish.
Yeah, they would have 2 mana, I guess, probably with another land. But I think here they probably have something on a turbo deck, drawing all these cards. They're all gonna be small incremental advantage cards. Usually turbo decks, especially when you don't have access to 3 mana permanents, the quality of the cards won't always. Even in 5C, I don't think the quality of the cards will necessarily be there yet, but we'll see. They still can't do breach lines because of Dranith. If they cast 2 spells, and Schumann drew, I believe, from Crom on Alchemist's turn, since Kin and Wheel. We'll see. But if they counter the Wheel, it's because they wanted to keep their hand, right? So
I think also they're cognizant of the fact that if they counter the wheel, most likely all the Bowmaster triggers are going straight at their face. So I don't think you survive.
yeah, dead.
Yeah, I don't think you survive. We're buying lures. We're buying lures.
Putting lures in hand. Yeah, because you can get the Remora back. We spoke about this. But the trade-off is you have no mana.
Yeah.
If you do that.
So we should have just paid 5.
Oh yeah, it's even worse, right? It's even worse. If that is the plan, that's even worse because you are paying essentially 7 mana for Remora instead of 5. So I don't think that will be it.
Oh god.
Dark Ritual, right?
We're doing lures into fish, aren't we? Wait, no, there's a Dranith. That doesn't even work.
Yeah, you can cast it from the graveyard, yeah. So
this might be a blowout.
Could be. But then why would it be Adnas if you put Lurus in hand?
I think we might have just forgotten completely.
And 1, 2, okay. So 2 mana. Let's see. Let's not discount yet. There's also a possibility of
That's an Abrupt Decay, I think.
Yeah, Abrupt Decay. Okay. Targeting very likely the Dranith.
I'm not sure if I'm a fan of this because Abrupt Decay is very powerful in like in a situation where you have to fight through
Reach.
Yeah, exactly. Like you have to fight through someone having a bunch of cards in their hand.
Yeah.
Like Human is off. He can't consult, so it's either Oracle Hidden Impact or he's winning with Breach.
But how does this relate to Lurus? Is what I'm trying to figure.
I have no clue. Potentially, what we're doing is we're gonna kill the Dranith, cast Lurus, cast Fish. But I don't understand why we do that.
Yeah. What if there was a dark side? There was like a dark side with sacking the dark side with recasting the dark side, but then I would prefer to start with dark side. I would prefer to see if the deep plan gets there before I move all my pieces towards it. So 3 mana. I think this will be the Lurus.
And I'm praying to God we don't cast this Fish because that would hurt my soul.
And Dranith died, so we all know.
Yeah.
And 1 mana, it's gonna be the Fish.
We should have just paid.
Could have been, but yeah. And Lurus notably does not count as a commander, so you don't have your free counter magic, free interaction. I'm pretty sure Trotmask knows this because they are playing the deck. I'm pretty sure they're familiar. But again, not sure about this play pattern. We spent
a whole lot of mana.
Yeah, we spent 9 mana to pay almost twice to pay for a 5 mana Remora.
Lurus is a 2/2, right?
It's a 3/2, I believe. Let me see.
Yeah, so it just dies to the known
Bowmasters.
Bowmasters.
The known variable, yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking that there was a plan involving a diabolic intent, maybe, because they seemed keen on having a creature on the board the entire time and never getting to their turn with the creature. But I don't know if that's a thing or not.
5. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, they would have had 2 mana and a fish. That would have been completely fine, I think.
Yeah, they would have exactly 2 mana. So,
and they would be sitting on the abrupt decay, which makes it so that you just don't lose to breach. Like,
yeah, that was my other thing. Like, if Schumann was trying to win with breach, and that's a reasonable idea enough for doing Grand Abolisher and stopping your win attempt there, because Grand Abolisher against a Remora makes it so that you don't lose to breach to using your own breach, because you don't have to worry about fighting the Remora. So I think that was probably the plan, and now it's kind of whatever, right? It's there's no abrupt decay. If Schumann wants to do breach stuff, there's still a Remora, but we have Jensen from Earthsky, who dropped the command tower this turn, I believe, as well. Jensen now famously will be able to let Earthsky have free interaction up. Jensen also does another thing we forgot to speak about, which is Bring to Light. It's similar to Cody. You just use Bring to Light for the full 5 mana, and you can use it as a tutor to cast Adnos directly. Of course, Earthsky can't do that right now. We're probably doing end of turn.
It just filters mana, right? And like scribes?
Yeah, he turns 5 mana into 5 colors, and you put that into Bring to Light to have the full 5 colors spent, because it cares about the colors you spent to cast the spell.
Yeah.
It should be the end of turn or Bowmasters, right?
Unless
And that's
it's
this other thing where you have Abrupt Decay and Bowmasters is annoying you. So you could also just consider that.
Yeah, I mean, if we just passed, then I think like ends up, I would have like just. But I don't know. I really don't know. I don't understand.
Yeah, trying to read through the table, the ideas, but right now not necessarily understanding where Trotmask is trying to go. And Adnos is already becoming not a plan for these turbo players. Like Trotmask is at 16, and it's gonna. There's another 4 or 5 damage coming their way. Earthsky is at 25, so.
Yeah, I think they're fine. Because like the thing with Nos is like the life total thing is that it all depends on how much mana you have, because the more mana you need, the deeper you need to dig. So if you already have some mana up, like going into the Nos, then you're like drawing 10 or 15 cards is usually enough to get you there. You get your tutor, you get your breach. Because I think people forget that breach is like 2 mana to win the game. Like it's absurd. Like the card is so broken.
It's so strong. Let's see. So we know that Schumann tried to win last turn. This much we all know. And there's probably going to be another attempt here. We have Alchemist fully tapped out, no free interaction from commanders. We have Trotmask with no free interaction from commanders either. They still have forces and all of that good stuff open. And Earthsky may have free interaction, but they also can pay for interaction. So slightly doing better, I guess. Mindbreak Trap is still up. The Swan went to Trotmask, so the least damage to one of the more concerning players, in my opinion. Alchemist used their own Swan as a blocker, which makes sense. I don't think they're going to need the Swan for anything else. And Earthsky also took damage. So I think the Orc army went to Alchemist. And we have an Enlightened Tutor here, so definitely breach stuff being put into consideration. Trotmask draws 1. Losing a life for some reason. From the Bowmasters. Go for it.
I think also like we could have definitely. I'm not sure what's in their hand. Maybe they have a bunch of interaction they want to use, but this is just so rough. Like Earth has been in a very dominant position since like the start of the game, and but I don't feel as though we've given ourselves the best possible chance of like surviving these storm turns, because we aren't being efficient with how we're sequencing our mana, and Because that's like, at the end of the day, CDH is just all about mana, right? People like to say that, well, like, don't storm into the draw engines and all this stuff, right? But like, when you think about it, it's like 4 or 5 unconditionally free interaction spells in like the entire format, right?
Possibly
the more
per player.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, that's true, but it's like, if there's one person with a wrist stick and they're tapped out, and you're like, I'm just gonna start breaching, bro. Like, if you can't stop me before I crack my LED the first time, and like I have all the resources in the world, then like,
It's over. Yeah.
yeah. So it's all mana. It's just mana. That's always the most important thing.
Notably, this is the first spell that Earth cast, and we know the Mindbreak Trap is still around, so they will need to cast at least one more, Breach very likely, and then a third spell, of course. But they have 2 silences in their graveyard.
Yes.
So we will see how they get there. That's a 2. I don't know what the 2 is for. Could be just a random dice drop, to be honest. Do we think that if the table survives, that Alchemist could take it after? With a Dockside, maybe? There we go. Reach. We knew this. 1, 2.
I don't know.
Dockside?
We're still confused over what his deck does, so I'm not really.
Oh, it's without the Dranith, it helps because they just want to do Dockside loops and then loop their Clues Commander.
Yeah,
And right
I mean,
now, Keenan makes it easier.
Definitely. I'm just so sad that we tapped out completely
Yeah.
to recast this fish. Like, unless we have like 3 pieces of free interaction, but even then, that doesn't really make sense, because then we've tapped more mana to develop a 3/2 when we know there's a Bowmasters.
Yeah.
In the wings.
Yeah. So 2 cards drawn from Schumann instead of 3 because of the blocker from Alchemist. Let's try to see what's next. So next is very likely just a Breach.
Yep.
You don't want to cast another spell before Breach. With Breach on the stack, that's when the players will try to interact and force the Mindbreak Trap to do things.
I do want to point out, there's also like a very real chance, like, I forgot about the Mindbreak Trap and I'm not even in the game. Like, it was a long time ago they showed the Mindbreak Trap.
They could have forgotten. Yeah, that's true. This is one of the things that also, if you're playing, and if someone is trying to do this, you should not remind them. You should let them fall on the sword. There we go.
Also, like, write stuff down. If people like give you any information or anything like that, just write stuff down. Like, have a notepad, write it down. It's huge.
Yeah, one of the games I won on the top 4 that I mentioned before, literally the player just accidentally flashed me their hand, and just by card art memorization, I was like, okay, you have this, and I think this. I wrote it down, and even though I wasn't sure because it was just a flash, I played around it, and it turned out to be right, so it benefited me. And sometimes players reveal you the bottom card of their library. That is a force of will from Troutmask, so they are trying to force at this point to have their Mindbreak Trap enabled, and pitching Chain of Vapor. If you see the bottom card of a player's deck, a library, note it down. It could be relevant. Like if you see a Final Fortune, it's things you need to be accounting for. Even if they draw it after, you know, at that point they don't have it. And now we have the offer you can't refuse, triggering Remora again, and
we're somehow getting bailed. I would pass on this. You pass on this. You take more mana. Yeah, thanks for the ritual, and then here's a Mindbreak Trap.
Yeah, that's my mentality as well. I would just be like, okay, that's good, and now I will Mindbreak Trap after.
Yeah.
And I think we're doing that.
Come on. You're almost there.
If we had the Rupt Decay, we would have the
we would be in a great position right now.
Yeah.
Also, Lewis is still alive for some reason. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah, the pings are going. Not sure where. The Kinnan is alive. The Loris is alive.
I think they're going at Trout's face, but I don't think we're gonna kill them.
I don't think we are. There was one that was at Trout's face. Yeah. We should not be leaving those resources up, especially not a Kinnan. Like if Alchemist untaps with Kinnan, I think that's a huge mistake. Okay, so we are backtracking a little bit to the stack to see if people want to do stuff, I think. Just making sure to not be confused. Okay. Wheel in the graveyard. We have 2 treasures, and now we're pointing at Breach, like, what are you gonna do? And we are casting our own non-free mana spell. Which
This
I
is
don't
also what I
know.
like when I talk about. I love that I keep hitting prime examples of like things I'm talking about. But
Yeah.
like this is why an offer you can't refuse. Very bad. Like if everything is about mana, giving them more mana is like never where you want to be.
Never. 1 mana for a spell that I have no idea what it is.
That's Veil of Summer. It's like the special.
Oh, Veil of Summer, like proactively. That's an interesting idea.
It's an interesting
Notably, if
it has to
Schumann...
be. It has to be counterspell. Like you have to counterspell, otherwise it's just a silence, right?
Yeah. Because even if Schumann, I mean, not necessarily, because if Schumann has their own Mind Break Trap exiles the spell, doesn't
that's
counter.
True. That's true.
So they could be like, okay, and then they drop Mind Break Trap, and then you drop it again, and you're actually fine with it.
Yeah.
So Veil, resolving, drawing another card. They also get protection from the Orcish Bowmaster.
Why is Lotus still alive? What's going on?
They get the protection now from the Orcish Bowmasters because they have Hexproof from Black as well.
Wait, this is actually terrible. If Troll gets to untap, he can just recast the Grand Polisher in his graveyard.
Yeah, which is very scary.
Yeah, now that they've been drawing a bunch of cards, I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah. So they are discussing, and he showed the Mind Break Trap again, and that's what we're doing. So let's see if her Schumann also has Mind Break Trap.
Yes.
Because that would be the only way.
Yeah, exactly. I think that if you don't have Mind Break Trap, you 100% you counterspell the Veil of Summer. Otherwise,
yeah,
all the counters in your hand are just rotting.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. And exiling the Breach is also like the end of the world almost. Not the end of the world. You still have Thoracle. You still have table damage pretty much. Earthsky revealed their hand.
Oracle in hand. Did we tutor just for Oracle?
Oh, that would have been super deep. Okay, so Mind Break Trap targeting Underworld Breach. So no Savines for you.
They have a Mind Break Trap of their own.
And there we go. Yeah. We have the Mind Break Trap. There's another trigger from Remora, so there's still a chance for a pact or something like that, but we have Mind Break Trap getting exiled from the stack. They lost life. They shouldn't lose life here.
Judge, can someone tell them they have protection?
Yeah. We need a judge ASAP on the table. I don't know if they can hear us because you cannot ping a Trot Mask anymore.
Yeah.
Do we know what table this is?
I think we are vastly overestimating how powerful the One Ring is. If we're talking about giving mana to our opponents.
Okay, so I'm asking for a judge. It's pot 6. Let's see if we can get them because the pings from the Bowmasters, I noted it down. It was 2 pings actually. Oh, we have a Final Fortune from Schumann. Interesting. And Remora.
Huh? What's happening?
Final Fortune from Schumann. So Schumann did not have the mana resources, I think, to win on this turn. So they are trying to get a Final Fortune out. So they are probably going to let the Breach die and then use a Savines maybe, or just punch the table down.
I don't think they have damage to do that.
For Trot Mask. Hello?
Did you need a judge on stream or into the pod?
It's for pot 6 because they forgot that Trout Mask has Hexproof from Black and they were being pinged by Bowmasters.
Yeah, they should be at 10, not at 9.
Yeah, it's 2 pings.
Which might be relevant.
Gotcha.
It's 2 pings. I took notice. Okay.
Oh yeah, they were at 11. That's true.
Thank you.
Pot 6.
They are moving to another turn, but it's 2 life. So, like said, Breach went to graveyard, so very likely a Savines exists in Schumann's board. A judge should join them. We might see an uptick on 2 life from Trotmask, maybe, I don't know. And this is, I think this is one of like the best spots to have the Final Fortune, right? You can possibly kill Trotmask, removing the concern of the Remora entirely. Earthsky revealed their hand, very pretty much diffusing themselves from being a threat, right? And Alchemist is fully tapped.
I know Kaido. There's a chance he has interaction. Like he sits on it until it's like very much so relevant.
Yeah. And they have 1 mana from the treasure. But again, like mentioned, all of this, I mean, getting the Lurrus to get the Abolisher is ambitious, but I think that it might have been too ambitious. You would have more mana. You would have 2 more mana at this point.
Yeah, I think it's also, and you would have, because you're losing to an unrolled breach thing going on right now, and you would have a Abrupt Decay in your hand, which is a very, very, very good answer.
Which Dark Ritual, like sometimes Dark Ritual, people sometimes are think they need to use the ritual just for efficiency, but sometimes in when you have a Remora, for instance, a Dark Ritual can let you do the Tainted Pact to find interaction, for instance. Like these are, and again, these, we're not dunking on the players, okay, but these are things that you need to try to maximize your mana resources. And when you have an engine like Remora or Ristic Study, you really need to think ahead in terms of these engines, especially on what the table is going to try to do, etc. You know that Schumann is going to be trying to win because they're drawing multiple cards. So if you can maximize your mana, you can contest them consistently. And within those fights, also find your own tools to try to win if you can
100%.
force them to fail.
100%, 100%. I think that's, I think the thing that we should be remembering is that whenever we're sitting under a Ristic or a Remora, then the cards in your hands are not only cards you have access, most likely going to have access to, and you're going to need the mana to be able to deploy the cards you draw. Because remember, like it doesn't matter if you draw 50 cards, if you can't cast them, they're dead, right?
Yep, they don't exist basically. Until you can cast them, they're basically non-existent. And again, on the Dark Ritual, I said Tainted Pact, but there's also the Vamp Tutors that you may want to maximize in. You can also drop your own Bowmasters if you found the mana, and now you're using the Ristic for more stuff than paying 9 mana to cast a Remora when you had 5 mana to keep the Remora in play. And there's also another risk we didn't discuss, which is a mental misstep on the Remora. Like, you're doing all of this to recast it from the graveyard, and if it gets misstepped, you're either allocating resources to protect it, or you're losing. You just lost 9 mana to do something that didn't work.
Okay. Somehow, through the grace of God, our Lurrus is still on the table. So maybe it was the correct play. I don't know. I'm not saying result-based thinking and all that, but
yeah,
might work out better than I could have possibly imagined.
Yeah. I mean, there's a real danger that Trotmask just passively dies. We will see if there's any resolution to life total loss or not.
Where are you?
I would honestly send Prom at Trotmask to reduce the life total to the max. You could send Crom and the Orc army, but then Trotmask is just losing 1 life. But they have to sacrifice the Lurrus to stay alive. It's also arguable. If you want to draw the maximum amount of cards, you can send the Orc army at Trotmask, Flyers at the other 2, and Trotmask gains 3 life. So that's 3 more cards you can draw. A few options.
There's 2 scenarios here, right? Because so what can we tell? Schumann feels as though that they can win on their next turn. So they are willing to take the risk that they might die. So either because they have deployed a lot, they've used a lot of resources like already. So either they have the Savines in hand, and they know, let me just untap and do it again, right? Like I don't need to do anything on this turn. Or B, they don't have any cards in hand, and they don't
They don't
feel
like they don't feel like they can get back after this.
Yeah, or like they don't feel like they're gonna have a better window than this. I'm a bit unsure if they do have the, because I don't really see what Savines actually does for you here.
But the
Like,
Beans gets you Breach, which you can do before combat, and then you can use Timna Draw to get the
Line
the
Intuitor.
LED. You're still missing the Brain Freeze, though.
Exactly. So that doesn't really get you anywhere too far. So we might have like just put the Final Fortune on the stack just to be like, I'm gonna try to draw 4 cards and take it from there, which I'm a bit suspicious about. But I don't know. Maybe you don't wanna, you don't feel comfortable letting Trout untap with their 8 cards.
Unless you really don't like Trout and you're just gonna tap with all of your creatures to kill him, which would be king making. I'm not being serious, chat. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Be like, yeah, I'm taking you with me with my aggravated assault.
Yes.
Never gonna happen. But I've seen things in Commander.
That is true. But we try to strive for competitive integrity, right? Everyone's playing.
Exactly. Yeah.
Trying to play.
No, I'm just joking. I like, and if you were one of the other 2 players, I think you would also be like a little bit like, why would you do this? So I don't think it's never gonna happen. It's not part of the discussions. We're just, I think they are speaking to the judge right now. That's why it's taking a little while.
Should be at 11. I'm actually a bit like concerned about what the Tim the Chrome player could like actually feasibly do here.
Yeah.
Because we are kind of low on resources.
I mean, we still have Mysticals, our Vamp Tutors. They have 7 cards in hand, so I believe.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how many cards they have in hand. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Because thinking like if we had, I feel as though if we had Vamp or we had Mystical, we would have just like upkeep done it, right? Like free up our Tim draws, maybe draw
they
something else.
they only untap though, so we don't know if we're on upkeep yet.
That's true. That is true.
We'll have to see. But yeah, that would be more reasonable. Like if you have a Mystical or Vamp, upkeep tutor for. We're also assuming that they have Savines. There's many possibilities in terms of cards. They may not have Savines, may have the other 2. They may have none of them. We don't know. But for sure, if they're willing to let the Breach die on the previous turn, by investing in the Final Fortune, they have some either like you said, either a modicum of confidence that they got it, or that they're never gonna get it.
Yes. There's also a world where maybe they put the Final Fortune, because I was a bit confused about the Final Fortune. There's a world they put it on the stack thinking that it was going to get interacted with. But that seems very loose.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, right? Like it's ooh. If I ever saw, I mean, you need to know what's coming to be like,
I put Final Fortunes on the stack with nothing in my hand multiple times, saying that no one has any interaction. I'm gonna draw 4 cards next combat. Either I win or I lose. I don't care, right? But
yeah, but you were not like hoping they would counter it, right? Well, one thing is like this is like if it's your last chance, like okay, let me do it.
Yeah, exactly. But that's a desperation thing, right? I don't think I don't think we were desperate to really do anything here.
Yeah. I don't think so either. I mean, and if you are desperate, what would be your desperation? Is it that Troutmask would have like infinite remorse, like a remorse every turn? But that is something you did, right? You didn't kill it with
I'd be scared that they have win in hand and they go untap, play Grand Abolisher, and I don't have a Force Will or a Silence or something like that.
But that's also a problem of your own making, right? Because you could have killed the Luris.
Yes. But like, but don't think about it too much.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, sorry guys, it's taking a little bit. Let me see if I got any pings. No, so let's see.
We can listen in and see what's going on here.
Yeah, they're counting. If I do it, I will be giving sound to everyone else. So.
Okay, let me listen in here.
We're getting some inside scoop through the CPO.
Are we telling the dude on the Final Fortune turn to swing out against Trout?
Oh, that would be
kind of rude.
That would be incredible.
If you bring him down to 1, then he can't draw. But why would he kill him if he can't win?
Yeah.
Also, he's not at 9. He's at 11. Can we get this sorted?
Yeah, please.
Are you in here? Can you hear us?
I can't do it for you. We already called the judge. Maybe they ruled that the table made a mistake. It also can happen sometimes because.
Yeah, but the problem is like he literally can't target him. Like that's.
Yeah, but it would retcon other things. I don't know if because I know sometimes judge ruling is the table accepted the fail, so everyone gets like a warning for games rule violation because otherwise it could lead to backtracking and killing the Kinnan before a new turn, etc. So there's some awkwardness there. So there's always a chance that this happened. But I mean they can. Sorry.
I imagine the board state progressed too far. All right.
Yeah, could be. Sometimes that happens. As soon as he untapped, I wondered if there was a chance that the ruling would not change. But we still need some sort of decision. Are they discussing the?
Someone else in the. I think Erskine is trying to tell Trout to kill him. That doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm not sure why Erskine is like. Or I mean, Erskine's doing it because he doesn't want Trout to untap and win on his turn. But I think Schumann. Oh, they're talking about IDing now.
IDing, yeah. I thought
talking about draws.
I thought about the draw thing.
If I was Trout, I'm not taking the draw. I'm saying
I would
like,
not.
yeah.
If I was Erskine, I would not take the draw. I think. I mean,
even if I'm trying, I'd be like, hey, yeah, bro, swing out on me. I need you to like look me in the eye and tell me you're gonna kill me and then die. I need you to tell me that.
Yeah. And even Alchemist, if as we all know, Alchemist to win, it's basically through dockside loops. So now Alchemist is facing down a person with a Lotus Petal and one other artifact.
Yeah,
so
yeah. Like
the Lotus Petal goes down. There's no loops for dockside. So how do you win?
No, I mean, like, yeah, but you don't even like. I think you just go to combat, bro. It'd be like, if I was Kai, I'd be like, yeah, man, whatever. We can 1v1. We'll top deck, even though they're playing like tutors, which is like worse. Maybe if you're Kai, you do take the draw, but I think if I'm trying, I say you have to kill me. Like I need you to look me in the eye, kill me, and then die.
Yeah.
And then tell me that was your best possible play. I mean, technically it is. But I think all of these. Is this round 5?
This is turn 6. We can see through Schumann's lands. There was no land drop. Okay, they're
4.
going to the previous turn,
Okay.
I think. Right? I'm asking.
I have no clue what's going on.
Because they tap the mana, so they're not tapping the mana unless they're tapping the mana just for the funs of it. But I think they're just going to the previous turn.
Yeah.
But then Breach would be on the stack. Oh, so Chad, I'm sorry for the confusion. But if I put the sound from them, you're all gonna listen in, and it's gonna be confusing as heck. We're just trying to see what's happening, but I believe we're just doing a previous turn sort of quick recap for the judge. Because of the Bowmaster's interaction with Veil of Summer, where Schumann targeted Trotmask with Bowmasters after Veil of Summer resolved, and Trotmask had X-Proof from Black. So should not have happened. And I think we are now just taking a quick look at that. And I think we have Trotmask gaining life, possibly. They are clicking on, 10. Okay, so we are fixing the life total. 10 is, I think it should be 11 because the draw trigger from, so you cast Veil of Summer, draw is on resolution, so you already have X-Proof from Black, so you should be at 11, but they're putting back one card. Oh, this is, and we're trusting. It's like trust. Very weird backtracking. Final Fortune, we have a draw trigger on the stack, I guess. Badlands.
This might be backtracking it way too far, though.
They might be using OBS, which is the advantage. If you have like an OBS support to go fully back, I think backtracking a card draw is kind of whoa. But
yeah, we're backtracking like turns. We could have just given them their HP back and said, well,
yeah, because what if Schumann is now reconsidering the Final Fortune, and that was a big.
no, the Final Fortune has resolved. That has resolved. Like, there's no way we're backtracking the Final Fortune.
Yeah, that's fair.
But like
Okay, they are slowly backtracking to see where we were at. Okay, so we gained another life from Troutmask. I think they are using OBS support. I have no idea, Glow. Yeah, I think they might be using some sort of video support to make sure the backtrack makes sense. I agree with Glow, it's a little bit wild. But in this game, unlike popular opinion for CDH, life total will matter. And now we have the Bowmasters also becoming smaller. And then we will have pings to resolve. And I think Kai is gonna take... Nope, Earthsky lost 1 life. So he is re-aiming it at Earthsky. Keeping the Kinnan on board, which I think is super risky as well.
definitely.
Like, I'll be honest to everyone on chat. If you have a Bowmasters, pinging life is great, but if you have like creatures, most of the time those creatures on the battlefield are still gonna do something. So you should.
They're gonna have higher impact than the 1 or 2 life that you're gonna take off someone's.
Yeah, like I would argue that you don't need to target the Jensen, especially because Earthsky already made the mistake, in my opinion, of revealing their hand too early. So you already know if Jensen matters or not. But this Kinnan is really scary. Yeah, Earthsky took another ping, so they are slowly taking the game actions as they should have happened. We're losing the life for the Citadel of Pain, casting Final Fortune, drawing for Troutmask. We have resolved the ping, I believe. And now we're going to end turn, and we are untapping. Okay. We are fully on board to what
Not sure that's
should have looked
what I
like.
expected was gonna happen, but you know, it looks like it played out pretty clean, so you know, not too bad, not too bad.
Yeah, I think it worked out. It's pretty clean. Backtrack to the beginning of the game. Yeah, maybe you made a mistake on turn 1 and you gotta slowly backtrack. But I think
I'm
it's
gonna listen in again because I wanna see what the thought.
The inside scoop. So we're moving to punchies.
Where are we sending these?
I think I don't think you send Bowmasters at Luris at Troutmask. You're giving him life. I would argue that you send Bowmasters at Alchemist, like to maximize your draws. Oh, he's taking the damage. Oh, it was everything at Troutmask. Whoa. Okay. So we don't need more draws?
I mean, yeah, if it's already in our hand, then it's already in our hand, right? Then just killing Troutmask makes sense.
Okay.
Could be.
Okay, so let's see. And we didn't need tutors either. Silence. There we go.
Okay.
We have a Remora trigger. We have a Bowmaster's ping. Very likely at Troutmask's face. Yep, okay. And now you either have it or you don't. And you have a 1 mana. If you have your own silence, for instance, this would be the one. But I mean, if you had your own silence, possibly it would be the first thing you cast on the turn.
Looks like it resolved.
Okay, silence resolving. And if silence is resolving, I think Schumann has it. So this would mean that Schumann possibly even had all the tools already. Or maybe they will just Sassa's Oracle and disappoint us. Imagine if the Reach was just for show. Oh.
They're talking about drawing.
Again?
I mean, I guess they're playing to their out.
But we have a silence on the stack.
Yeah, but apparently...
This is Sabine's mana. There we go.
Okay. Alright, we had the Sabine's. Cool.
Means we have another ping and another Remora draw.
I think you keep. No, you don't. I mean, it's just rough. It doesn't really look, but I don't really think there's like something very strong. Like unless, I mean, they have been drawing cards all game, so there's a chance that they have something to go with the breach. But
They might have already have the pieces. I saw brain freeze just now.
okay, that's probably enough to get you somewhere. Probably
think they
cast.
Full
Yeah.
ring.
Yeah, we're just casting spells to up the storm count. I think we need to hit mana off this.
We need to find the LED maybe, but then you had the breach at the start of the turn, like we discussed, to use the tutor to get the LED if you were missing a piece. Well, let's see. They did not draw.
Oh, we have Wish Claw as well.
Okay, we have Wish Claw, so we have everything we need.
Yeah.
Okay. Wish Claw, who do we give it to? Earth Sky probably. Yeah. We get the LED. There we go. They revealed for the table's pleasure, but we knew it was one of these. Are they making storm count? I think our sky is doing the storm count.
I mean, if they have it in hand, then they just grab the LED and crack it, right?
Then we LED. Yeah, there's a small discussion happening, but Veil of Summer says spells you control can't be countered this turn, and you and permanency control gain X proof. So this is why the Mindbreak Trap goes over it. If it said you, spells you cast, and permanency control can't gain X proof or can't be targeted or whatever, I don't know the wording. That would be true. The Veil of even Mindbreak Trap couldn't do it, but in this case, Mindbreak Trap is just about the perfect card for it. We got Mox Ember, we got LED, and now we're going to show I think we're going to show the Brain Freeze now. Trot Mask has been drawing. Trot Mask at 4 life. Looking for that. I mean, there's like a super small chance if you had one more life, if you had like Noxious Revival and one of the dudes that no, you can't even have those. I was thinking the ones you exile from hand gives mana, but it's a permanent, costs more than 3, can't do it.
I think this game plays out incredibly differently if we have the Broticate left and just
if you have the tools for it. I think the previous turn from Trotmask was the Crucial turn, and
I think
the mana was not.
I think tapping out hit us harder than.
Yeah, it was again 9 mana for a 5 mana Ristic. Okay, so our Sky is basically picking up cards. So I think they are saying it's game. We have the Brain Freeze, we have the Breach, the LED, we have all the tools. Trout Mask is looking through their hand one last time. Auto War is not an option because there's not enough mana. I think they are basically closing. Yeah, they're looking at top cards, so it's done. Schumann takes the game. What did you think about this match, CPO?
I think that played out basically the way it was gonna play out. I think Schumann was in a anyone wasn't really doing anything for a while. And then Schumann was just drawing 3 cards a turn, which is eventually it's just too much when everyone else is stuck top decking. I think Trout played it well by realizing his one way into this game was the Mystic Remora, and paying for it over and over again was actually correct. I think we sort of like lost it somewhere I think either you decide you're gonna pay 5 or you're not gonna do this thing where you pay 9 mana to like get the fish back. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. When the option is paying five mana for a Remora or 9 mana for a Remora, I think and giving one card to Crom in the process, I think it's for us. So not sure why the Loris was this urgent. Possibly like mentioned the Abolisher, but there was a lot of resources allocated too early on that turn. I think the Abrupt Decay for the Dranith was not relevant because you didn't need to do that to keep the Remora in play. We also saw Bowmasters. We did disagree a little bit with the use of Bowmasters late in the game, but early in the game it was a very good tool. It prevented Trout from ever keeping a creature in play, which seemed like they really wanted to do. And I think the Bowmasters did that. It took the K9 from Kai, and because of Dranith, Kai couldn't put any commander in play. I think Kai was in a very ungrateful position, and their only plan, which was the wheel, was not a valid plan, and it got countered anyway. And another thing that I think benefited a lot our Timna Crom player was the fact that both Jensen's mulled kind of deep. Then it was a mull to 5, and I think it was a double mull to 5, and Kai mull to 6, so they could just play it peacefully, right? Like drop the Dranith, drop Masters, drop Timna, draw cards. No one else has any action going, so it was kind of doomed from there.
Yeah, I think. But I think we had some good takeaways from that game. I think it's difficult to always play correctly and to try to sequence with multiple turns ahead into the future in mind. But I think that was an interesting game, definitely.
Yeah, and we also had educational moments for me, right?
On education moments abound. Also, I think it shows like the power of like multi oblivion resolve fish, almost win the game. Like,
yeah, like paying for it multiple times, just not maximizing the mana. Absolutely, because if they did, maybe it could have been just enough to do to fully stop Schumann there, and then get to your turn. Do what you have to do.
Very good against Unrolled Breach. Incredibly good.
And you didn't even need the Abolisher if you think about it, because all resources were blown pretty much by Schumann's turn. So when you get to your turn, you can almost just like, hey, here is my A+B or whatever. Can you guys deal with it? Because I don't think at this point you have the cards for it.
Yeah,
they're gone.
No.
And that's it. I think that's all we got. Thank you guys for joining us. The next one is pot 5 before we start the cut.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in. I think that's it for me and Sakira. Super fun hanging out, talking. It's been a great tournament. I want to thank my fellow host Sakira for a great conversation, and I hope people take away something educational from that. Do remember, use your Twitch Prime right now. $5. All right. Take it easy, everyone.
Thank you.
See ya.
We're back! This time I'm joined by William Sjöblom.
Hello. Thanks for having me. It's going to be a great time casting with you, Mons.
Thank
It's
you.
been I was about to say it's been a while, but we've never done this before in this
Nope.
setting, I guess. So
We played a lot of games together, though.
we did, yeah. We played a lot together on this channel.
Or, well, against
See,
each other, I guess, actually.
yeah. On this in this setting, we're mostly friends. Usually we're enemies, but now we're
Yeah.
on the
Now
same
we're
page.
friends. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're allies
great.
in this casting thing, so to say.
Indeed.
This
Yes.
time around, we're actually looking at some decks that you play from time to time. So we have Starting Seat, we have Rogsai. That's a deck you play now and then, I guess.
Yeah, I dabble a little bit. I play a little
Yeah.
bit of Rockside. It's actually probably the only deck I play for the past, like, I believe, like, over half a year now. Like, I
That's not
literally...
dabble anymore. That's like what you're playing now, if that's the
Yeah,
case.
it's like my identity in CDH almost at this point.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
we actually have in second position a deck that I don't play much, but I played it and I kind of like it. That's Narset and Lighted Master, which is the newer Narset that can attack and recast things from graveyards, not just... No, this is Enlightened Master. It's the older version. This is the exile the top 4 cards and cast them for free if they're non-creatures. This means that we're gonna go for some like turn combos. This is actually a turbo version of Narset. And in third position, we have Thrasios Dargo by Grindbear. We've seen him before. This is a tamer deck that is utilizing Dargo and various tricks. And in the last position, we have Tymna Kram Sans Green.
Yeah.
By a name I can't really pronounce. MB Pabl. Yeah.
Mbappella.
Yeah.
Might be Italian. Who knows? I'm actually gonna take that back. I don't know if it's like anywhere close to Italian, but
I
yeah.
have no idea.
It's a very interesting pod in either case. I feel like this kind of pod, from the Roxalis perspective, it's kind of a pod that could go either way. There are some hands that you don't want to keep in this pod, the like super explosive ones that can get you really far on turn 1. It's more of a pod that you want to look for your draw engines and whatever else in. And if you don't find the draw engines, then it's definitely a pod where you would like to not bottleneck into one payoff, at least. Is how I would approach this pod from the Rogue Salas.
As a Narset, I used to play Narset Lighted Master in store Turbo Turns commander. If opponents are very greedy, it's a very good pod for Narset. If you can slam Narset into play super fast and send it to attack before people are ready, basically just having value engines in play and tapped out for them, then Narset can win games really fast and efficient. If that doesn't happen, it could be an annoying or tricky game for Narset to actually get there, because he has a very expensive commander, and if she gets counterspelled once, you're starting to struggle, because it's a little bit suicidal, so to say.
Yeah. And also, like, from the Narset perspective, everything you do is like super mana intense, right? So
yes,
it's good. It will work in their favor that it's a very good Dockside pod. So
it actually looks like the game is ready to start. So everyone kept their hands apparently, and no one is mulliganing anymore. So I think we're ready to start the game. Already casting Rogsai, it looks like. Or Rograck, I mean.
Rograck.
So we have a fetch land and a Rograck turn 1 from the starting player. And a Mox Amber.
Do we know how many cards they kept, each player? Right
I did see that Hate Bear is going to kept 5. He finds an Underground Sea from the fetch, And I think he passed because I think that Jacob Wynn took up his hand. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Narset is playing a polluted Delta into a Lotus Petal.
So.
And he passes after that.
Interesting. So what's gonna be rough for the rogue side in this pod in particular is that like they didn't develop any draw engines on the first turn, like they didn't develop Mystic Remora, so we're probably gonna look into do some sort of vamp tutor.
This is actually kind of the start that
Ooh.
Narset kind of want to see, because we have an Ancient Tomb Mana Crypt into the One Ring from Frastus Dargo.
Mm-hmm.
This is a value engine that comes into action, like it starts to produce enormous value once the turns are gone a little bit too much. And Narset Enlightened Master is a commander that want to win fast. So people putting value in this into play and tapping out is something that commander enjoys seeing.
Oh, but we see a Orcish Bowmaster from the rogue side here. It's gonna be it lines up perfectly with the One Ring.
Orcish Bowmaster in response to the One Ring is a great response. That is actually not going to affect Narset though, however, because Narset has Hexproof.
This is definitely one of the pods where you really want to see the Bowmaster also.
Yeah.
Because all of these greedy decks are looking to set up their draw engines and just like grind away. Like Thrasios especially is like looking very much to just getting into what we call the mid-range hell, right? And the Bowmaster fits in perfectly.
No card draw yet from the One Ring. He's keeping that active and passes the turn to Tymna Kram, who fetches with a Misty Rainforest.
Yeah, it makes sense because like TNK could have kept turn 1 Esper Sentinel, for example, and you want to have
the One Ring just get rid of that. What is that? That is a volcanic island, right?
Or maybe like a one, you know.
He has his hand covering, so I can't currently see it, but I guess that's the land he's finding.
Yes.
Finding a volcanic island and just passing turn back to Rogsai's turn 2.
Yeah, it's looking...
Who plays a volcanic island as a land drop himself.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's already looking kind of rough on the surface level. It looks kind of rough for the TNK player.
Yeah, I have to agree.
The thing about this pod is like no one's really out of the game because everyone has access to their docksides, right? So this pod like explodes out of nowhere as soon as someone gets to the dockside. Which is the interesting part.
I mean, I thought it could have been a Underground Sea from TNK, Tymna Kram, to Vamp Tutor in the end step to find dockside for turn 2. But we will see. We don't have that many artifacts yet. We only have a Mox Amber and a One Ring. And a Mana Crypt. So 3 at the total currently. But I mean, that count is usually growing. Rogsai is cooling the weak on the Orc army.
Interesting. So...
This is a very strong ritual that normally isn't used that much outside Rogsai, because you can sacrifice your commander efficiently. With the mana he's generating, he's using 2 of the black to cast a Heuristic Study.
Interesting.
It kind of looks like Rogsai is playing the value game. That's not that common to see. Rogsai is usually going for like the I'm gonna win fast. But here we have Orcish Bowmaster and a Heuristic Study.
Yeah, definitely like the right way to approach this, because people often they like mistake Rogsai to be this very like tunnel vision. I have to cast an Atlas kind of deck, but you can actually just pivot to the kind of matchup that you're looking to do, and depending on like
here we actually have a force of pivot, because Red Elemental Blast is cast by TNK counterspelling the Rhystic Study. Also, there was a card draw from the One Ring triggering the Orcish Bowmaster. But now we have a new card on the stack from Roxai. And what in the world is that?
I believe that's a Pyroblast. Looks like the new Pyroblast, maybe? I'm not sure. Wait, it couldn't be a Pyroblast, because they Pyroblast the Rhystic Study, right? So.
Oh, yeah, he would have used it to protect... No, Pyroblast can't counterspell a Red Elemental Blast.
Yes.
But I don't know what he's doing with it. It looks like some kind of strange art that I don't recognize. It looks like something like a Wheel of Fortune, like with an alternative art, or a sort of what's the name? Wheel of Misfortune is the name. Okay.
Wheel of Misfortune. Okay. So
the
interesting
wow,
thing...
this is so good. Wheel of Misfortune, casted by Roxai, post Rhystic Study being counterspelled. If people start to wheel here, we're gonna have a lot of Orcish Bowmaster triggers, and life is being paid by people.
Oh, interesting. An interesting thing to point out here, because Grindbear played their One Ring on their turn, right? So they have protection from everything, making them able to pay like 1 million into Wheel of Misfortune without taking
No,
any
that's
damage.
loss of life. It doesn't go through that.
Is it damage? It's deal. It's deals damage.
Oh
It's
wow,
actually
yeah, he can pay a really high amount in that case.
Yeah.
I don't know if he did. It doesn't look like he actually took the wheel.
Interesting.
So Grindbear didn't accept and didn't take the wheel. He's staying on 4 cards in his hand. But Narset did wheel, increasing his graveyard count over there. It doesn't look like TNK did wheel there, right? I can see that Rogsai did wheel.
Yeah. Interesting. Discarding a Final Fortune at least. Yeah. So
that looks like a 15-15. That means 2 people did wheel in the end. So Team Necrom must have made a wheel.
Yeah, they definitely did wheel if Orc Army is a 15-15.
Yeah. So Team Necrom also accepted the wheel, making the Orc Army into a 15-15. And as you can see, Team Necrom took the blast from the Orcish Bowmaster. But post the wheel, we have a Swords to Plowshare on the little tiny orc, casted by Narset Enlightened Master.
Very interesting. So
and the turn goes to Narset.
I guess there's 2 things to say about that wheel. One, I am kind of interested in the motivation behind wheeling as the Team Necrom player, because I don't think that I would want to wheel away all my hands, and the only payoff, or I guess the only card I got to play was a land. So I guess this is kind of telling that the player was like scared to go below 5 and just kept a very mid hand. And yeah, very interesting.
Narset is playing the land drop Cavern of Souls, naming human. It's going to make Narset uncounterable, but the land count on, or mana production on Narset's side is a little bit weak, and the turn goes to Thrasius and Dargo. That is going to take some damage from the One Ring, but also, I don't know if he, from the Mana Crypt, going down to 36 life. That Orc Army could really hurt.
Who do you think is the scariest right now? If you would do some threat assessment right
Not
now, who do you
Narset.
think?
It's too far behind. Not Narset. I would like to see much more explosive mana from Narset, if I'm gonna be honest. And I think that TNK is also a little bit too behind here. So it's going to Rogsai or Thrasius Dargo. Activating the One Ring to draw 2 cards.
So
the problem with the One Ring here and the Orc Army is that Frassus Dargo could get some serious punches from that 15-15. So there is a clock here, because eventually that Mana Crypt and that One Ring will start to stack up damage together with punches from that 15-15. So even though I kind of like Frassus Dargo's position, I'm scared. I have some... It could be issues. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. Depending on... there's going to eventually be a snap or a chain of vapor, so I don't necessarily think that the Orc army is going to be the thing that's going to be relevant in closing out the game for the Rogueside player. I think what's going to be relevant for them is going to be whether or not your opponents are going to basically how much interaction you're going to face in the next coming turns. And looking at that One Ring, just drawing the cards, I think they're looking to be in a pretty good spot here, actually.
Frassus Dargo plays Verdant Catacomb, sacrifice it to search his deck for a land, which is a tropical island, and then passes the turn to Tymna and Kram. We need some actions from Tymna Kram here. We need a catch-up. Like, we need a Dockside now to just start bursting power. That is a... Can't see because of the glare, I think. Can you see what that is?
Opal, I believe. Mox Opal, I think.
All right.
So the thing is, like, our threat assessment can very much rely on what's on board right now and cards in hand, because like we're not necessarily in the space where Dockside is like a 10 mana plus in that territory yet, but
here is a key action from the Tymna Kram, who is playing a land, Mox Opal, and into a Draenei Magistrate, passing the turn after that. That's just gonna be annoying for the Dargo player. Not so affected Rogsai, because Rogsai is already in play, and we don't really care that much about the commander there. Narset is probably unhappy about this, though. But turn goes to Rogsai.
Interesting. So we didn't do anything of the wheel last turn, so...
No.
The question here that you have to ask yourself as the Rogsai player is like, what type of spells can I get away with? Can I get away with resolving a like Necropotence, for example? Probably not, because like there's so much open mana. There's open mana from Grimebear, like Jacob has open mana, and the second question that I would ask myself is like, how will my next turn look like, and what are my odds to resolve my spells gonna be like then? And if the answer is that it's gonna be worse, then you probably need to do something here in order to progress your game plan.
The Orc army attack, but I don't see anyone losing life to it.
Okay, casting a Dark Ritual, that probably means that they don't see themselves getting into a better position, or that they want to be mana effective and have a second payoff that they're gonna pass or gonna cast if they basically don't resolve this one. So they have a second chance on their turn after the...
So Dark Ritual from Rogsai to start things off. What is that? Jeska's Will. Into secondary ritual, Jeska's Will having commander in play. However, Draenei Magistrate was killed by the Orc army attack. Basically, standing in front of a 15-15, killing the Draenei Magistrate.
Offer into Fierce Guardianship.
Offer you can refuse from Narset, trying to counterspell Jeska's Will, but Fierce Guardianship in response to that, protecting the Jeska's Will.
Very interesting.
Yeah, this is a key card. Like, there's so much things Rogsai could get from this. So Jeska's Will resolves, generating 5 red mana and exiling the top 3 cards.
Oh, that's a last chance we'll see.
I don't know if he wants to cast this though.
It really depends on what's in their hand, because like it's kind of, I guess, a little bit telling.
That's a
You
Necro,
have
right?
some information of the interaction that your opponents have. So
Following up with a Necropotence after Jeska's Will.
oh my god.
And he's sitting on
So
31 life, so he has a lot to sink into this. And that is a... Is that a
that is a
Warrior's
last
Oath?
chance. That's a last chance. It's a Warrior's Oath, but the
Last
other name.
chance to take an extra turn after this one, which means that he can now pay an enormous amount of life into his Necro, draw a bunch of cards, sculpt a perfect 7, go to his last chance turn, and hope to win the match. Things are looking great for Roxa here.
It's actually looking like game over right here, right now.
Yeah.
It's like, you know,
killing that Draenei Magistrate was very important here. Like, he didn't resolve the Jeska's Will before getting rid of the Draenei here. Just attacking here, here's a 15-15, block or take 15.
Yeah, I'm kind of impressed by this Rogside play. Looking so confident, resolving all these like spells and playing pretty tight.
He's been interacted with as well. I mean, the Rhystic Study was counterspelled. The the Orcish Bowmaster was Swords to Plowshare.
Yeah.
And he did like pressure life total with a huge Wheel of Misfortune. So he's paying down to 5 life remaining, going really deep. He could go a little bit deeper. Normally, sometimes you go down to like 3, because from that point, you can still pay 2 life casting a Vamp Tutor or Gitaxian Probe, if you actually play those cards.
Very true. Very true. Yeah, so we're basically looking to scout our hand. The annoying part about like going into a extra turn spell rather than going into Born is that Born, when you have a Necropotence in play, the Born solves all these issues that you have with your Lion Side Diamond if you're gonna go for a Breach Line, for example. But it's
still solving the thing, like like flipping into it, so to say. Just hitting that last chance is just great. Anyways.
Yes, perfect. Just perfect.
Yeah, I really like Jeska's Will. It's one of those perfect cards where you have like, it's gaining you mana and it's giving you card draw as well. And it also kind of pushes you to play more commander-centric. Like decks that want to have their commander in play utilizes a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, we're playing commander. I kind of want the format to contain like the game plan to involve casting your commander.
Yeah, it's very true. Rogue Silas does a very good job at that. I think it's
it does.
Casted commander in the format.
You know, it could be one of you're right. It could be the most commander-centric commander ever.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a game where you're not casting Rograk?
Yeah, it's I don't think I've played that game. Or actually, there's some reasoning to not cast it. Maybe you're sitting on a Bergie or something that you wanna delay it and then use Adrenaline. But yeah, it's speaking on Jeska's Will, it's like a very overlooked card in Rogue Silas, because usually when you're tutoring, you mostly like try to get the dockside or the payoff or like the add-ons, for example. But the Jeska's Will, just like having that in the back of your mind when you're casting a mystical tutor or like whatever, there's so many more lines that opens up to you if you get really where you try to cement Jeska's Will into your repertoire of tutor targets. It's a very good card to tutor for.
So everyone who's watching currently, what we're observing and kind of waiting for is the first starting player, Rogsai, to basically sculpt his hand post Necropotence. He's going to take an extra turn after this, So there's a win attempt on the board. Now, normally you don't counterspell the last chance or the extra turn, the extra red turn, so to say, because if you can interact and kill the person or interact, stop them somehow, they die. So we're not out of this. The dream team of Narset and Thrasius Dargo might have something to save them.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But
So
now
we
we're
saw
going, after discarding an enormous hand size, to the last turn for Rogsai. It's win or die at the moment. No card draw because of Necropotence for this turn. Starting off with a Lotus Petal.
So there was a couple of notable discards there. Like, for instance, you discarded Birdie, and there was Mnemonic Betrayal that got discarded there.
Lion's Eye Diamond. Casting the Lion's Eye Diamond. And a Mana Vault.
Gonna be a Breach, I believe, right?
I think so too, I'm just... Cabal Ritual. He has Threshold, so that's gonna generate 5 red mana. No, 5 black mana, sorry. What am I saying here? The Rakdos rituals, so similar.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so he's sitting on a lot of mana here.
Mm-hmm.
Using 3 mana, that is a Beshi Mirror, sacrificing the Mana Vault.
Yes. So there's a couple of blowouts here that can happen in these situations. One of them is basically, or I guess the most, like the thing you're the most scared of is like a Flusterstorm here as the Rogue Silas player. So as long as you can avoid that, unless
Finding
you
an
have
Underworld Breach with the Beshi Mirror. Now he needs to figure out a way to not accidentally exile the cards he discards with the Lion's Eye Diamond here, because Necropotence will make the cards he discards go into exile. But there are tricks and ways to solve that.
Yeah. The interesting part is that you can also recast the Besiege the Mirror, and you can get into your either you can go into Grinding Station here because you have like the
True.
Mox Amber, or you can just besiege for a what's the name I'm looking for? Brain Freeze classic bridge card, you know?
Is that Besiege the Mirror again? It looks like it, right?
Yeah, believe it is.
So he's recasting Besiege the Mirror, sacrificing Mox Amber, seeing Mox Amber going to the graveyard to pay for the special bargain cost.
Yeah.
Foiled full art Besiege the Mirror, I think, actually. Kind of beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Very pretty. I like it. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no. I'm just guessing it's gonna be Brain Freeze here, or no. Yeah, he can find Brain Freeze with this. What am I thinking?
Yeah. This is also a situation where you could actually just find a defense grid just to be
True.
just to be
safe.
Sure, you're not gonna get. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it kind of depends on what cards he has in his hand and how much cards he has in his grave. It's a little bit tricky to actually calculate that here on the spot. That looks like a blue card, so I'm just gonna guess that's a Brain Freeze. Looking at the text, it looks like a one-word sentence, and then it looks like an instant too. So this should be Brain Freeze.
Yeah, it's one of the new cool anime versions.
Oh yeah. Finding Brain Freeze and casting Brain Freeze with Storm triggers from the Besieged Mirror. That's gotta be a Brain Freeze.
I would assume so, yes.
They need to have a Flusterstorm, they need to have a Silence, they need to have a lot right now, I think.
Yeah, they actually need to have specifically Mind Break Trap here, because if you cast the Flusterstorm, you can just pay for like basically 1 or 2 of them, and then you can recast
the opponents doesn't have any interaction versus this. Mind Break Trap would do the job. But none of that sort, so Brain Freeze resolves, milling him a bunch of cards. And here he has assembled the basic Undual Breach, Lines of Diamond, and Brain Freeze combo. From this point, he can basically mill out himself, or mill out his opponents, and win with either something like a Fastest Oracle, or win by basically milling out the opponents and wheeling. But we'll see what he chooses.
Man, this is making me happy to see.
I can imagine. This is your pet deck, your deck you've been playing for 6 months, and now it's winning. Who would have imagined?
Who would have thought? Yeah.
Who would have thought Rogsai taking a victory?
Yeah.
Never seen it before.
I know. Yeah. But there's like the thing about Rogsai in general is like it's very much a deck that requires you to have a bunch of confidence going into these lines, you know?
True.
They have so many points where you can get blown out, and having the confidence to like being relaxed and slowly just assess the threats that your opponent could have in certain scenarios is it takes a lot of work to get to that point. And I think that Mr. Plagiatos, am I butchering the name?
I think you were right there, Mr. Plagios.
Plagios. Okay, Mr. Plagios. No, they're looking really confident here. This is really cool to see.
Yeah.
Very good player.
He didn't stress it on the Necropotence either. He took his time. He didn't take that much time either. He just, these are the cards. He thought about it, looked at his hand, looked at the cards again, and then he executed. Yeah. And let's see here. What is he's just looking through his graveyard, I guess.
Yeah. The only thing on my mind here as Mr. Plagios is that just to be super safe, I would want to cast a Born Upon a Wind here in between. So like if
But actually to be super safe before continuing, he's actually casting Conqueror's Flail from his graveyard, I think, to basically create a Grand Abolisher effect. So those who don't know, if Conqueror's Flail is equipped, it's an equipment, to a creature, your opponents can't cast spells during your turn. This is a pseudo Grand Abolisher, or a Voltron card as some casual players might suggest. Kind of cool to see it. But now he is just protected. So the reason he took his time to actually just dig through things, because once again, this is a tournament, there are few small things that could still wreck him. You want to go safe and make sure there isn't anything stopping him.
Yeah, I believe also the reasoning for going for the Lotus Battle here rather than going for the Lion's Eye Diamond is that they already have Thassa's in hand, so they don't want to discard it and exile it to the Necropotence. Is the thing, I believe. But yeah.
But post the Conqueror's Flail being equipped, we are recasting the Brain Freeze. So I guess we're gonna see whatever line he's going for here soon. Yeah. He keeps looking at, I mean, you might be right on the Fastest Oracle in his hand, actually. He keeps looking at the card in his hand quite a lot.
Yeah, I think so. Also another reason for like casting the Born Upon a Wind, because like there's actually like, I guess we're way past that point, but there's still like
I mean, he could mill the Born Upon a Wind and then basically just cast that Born Upon a Wind and then crack the Lion's Eye Diamond.
Yeah. Because like at this point, the only thing we're playing around right now is like if
his own Necropotence
is spaced out completely, and they were sitting on Elvish Spirit Guide and a Boseiju all this time, and they just like they were thinking of.
I have a feeling he's able to solve that by just using Deflecting Sword. That could be in his graveyard. But also, I think that the Boseiju should have been used in response to this like Brain Freeze on the stack. So I think we can rule that one out. I don't know exactly why we're not like finishing this yet. There might be discussions among the players about certain things. like there could be just they have holding priority, or he's just taking it super slow and just making sure.
Yeah, it's fair.
I mean, it
it's
is a
fair.
tournament. You want to make sure that you are executing and getting your win and not your accidental loss here. So, he has time.
Yeah. It is true, but at the same time, the more time you take to go through all these lines, the more demons you start fighting, right? That's not
True.
really true threats to you, because like right now there's nothing that stops you from just like brain freezing, casting an lotus petal, cast another lotus petal, and then casting your thassa's from hand. It's like
Yeah.
he's already there. We have
Yeah.
nothing to fear at this point.
Yeah. I mean, Brain Freeze is on the stack, kinda. I guess.
Yeah, I believe it's kind of on the stack.
Or
like
something they might be doing right now is calculating the storm count, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, this has happened to me in a tournament where I'm in this exact scenario where I have resolved my defense grid, I resolved my breach, I'm about to cast a brain freeze, and then somebody calls me out on not knowing the exact storm count at that point, which resulted in a very long judge conversation.
I see. Yeah. Yeah, that could be the thing, that it just has to go through correctly. So they want to know the storm count.
Wait, is that a Boseiju? That's a Boseiju.
Where?
On the stack, right?
Where?
From Grindbeer.
Ah, it is.
Interesting. Very interesting. Wait, that's been there for a while,
Yeah.
I assume.
But finally now, with the brain freeze on the stack, we have a Boseiju who endures. That can actually go through the Conqueror's Flail, because it's actually not a cast, it is a channel, trying to destroy the Underworld Breach here.
And I think that it resolved, right?
No. We have a response here from Rogsai casting Chain of Vapor. This is a good way to protect his Underworld Breach, sending Breach back to his hand. Boseiju is one of the few cards that can actually destroy Underworld Breach and interact with it in various situations where you have like Boseiju, Grand Abolishers and silences and things like that. So Underworld Breach goes back to his hand. What is also cool by Chain of Vapor is that you can start sacrificing your lands here, which is going to do, because that is going to increase the graveyard size to return artifacts that is in play back to his hand. So he can recast them, basically turning that the mana crypt that was in play into a ritual.
Very interesting that this Boseiju got cast or channeled like after.
So here we have Mox Amber and Mana Crypt being recasted, and then Underworld Breach being recasted. And now people are like waving their hands and showcasing that typical sign where, all right, guys, I have nothing, and things like that. And cards are being kind of picked up.
Interesting. What do you think about that? Because
I think he should have done it before.
Yeah.
Earlier.
Reasoning for not doing.
And the victory goes to Rogsai. Cards are being picked up. The game is over. They are discussing the potential ideas of what they could have done and such. But Mr. Plagios takes the victory.
Very well done. I like that game. It's like textbook Rogsai.
Yes, it is. It is.
At the right time. Just
so we're going into a new game. I think we discussed the very key details of what happened there, what was key in this victory. One of the things I believe that Boseiju should have been used earlier. I think that attacking and killing that Draenei Magistrate with a 15-15 was super relevant. Is there anything else that you took away from that match before we start to talk about the...
Like, yeah, I think the kind of like game deciding decision was to block the Orc army with the with the Dranet Magistrate.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the reasoning was there. I guess they were scared of like dying at some point, but I feel like the
Yeah.
Dranet is like what's allowing you to stay in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Now we have a new match. We have Sen playing Tayam Luminous Engine. And then we have Kedis Malcolm by Samurai Dance Ruler. I think I see a Wheel of Fortune on the stack. And a Niv Misset. That's gonna hurt. Then we have Yuriko from Damien 1996. And Glow playing Malcolm and Bruce. We have seen Glow before. We have seen Samurai Dance Ruler before. Kind of cool to see two different versions of Malcolm Kedis here. Bruce being a different kind of Kedis. And we also have a Rule of Law in play.
We do indeed, but what's also relevant is like we're about to resolve a wheel, which is like the Izzet version of the Bowmaster wheel, right?
Yeah, kinda.
We're about to ping the Tayam board and making it
Yes.
not look as scary as it was.
But Tayam has tricks. One of those tricks being activating and doing things with various different kind of ETB effects and such.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're tapping the Bloom Tender to activate Yisan, I think.
Activating
Oh,
Yisan.
wait. I think we also consumed the count. I'm not sure, but I think we consumed the counters on the verse counters on Yisan to activate Tayam, but also reduce the verse counters basically.
Mm-hmm.
Because he did have a few dices on it, but now he removed them completely. And now Yisan is being tapped. We can't hear the discussions, chat, or you watchers, so we don't know exactly what they're up to, but I'm just speculating.
So there's a couple of interesting things you can get here. For one, if the Yisan activated for one, it could be a carrion feeder, or it could actually, in this scenario, because we see the Gaia's Cradle out, right? So there could actually be a
Sylvan Safekeeper.
Yeah, Sylvan Safekeeper. Yeah, that's the one.
That basically goes infinite with, or tries to go infinite with the Gaia's Cradle. The trick is that you sacrifice Gaia's Cradle with Sylvan Safekeeper, and then you use Tayam to bring the Gaia's Cradle back into play, basically untapping it more or less. He doesn't really have the setup here enough, I think, but that's the trick. He needs a little bit more, but maybe he gets there.
Yeah, we need a little bit more to get the counters to keep the engine running. There's one line I actually, for some reason, know a few timelines. So if you get to the Sylvan Safekeeper, there's one line that you can do if you have the Gavin Township land, for example. So what you need is basically 9 creatures on board, and what you do is you activate the Gaia's Cradle for 9, I believe, and then you sacrifice the Gavin Township and a
plane
land that planes. Yeah, that's the thing. So you want to bring back the Gavin Township, you want to tap the planes, you want to activate Gavin Township, you want to sacrifice the I guess Gaia's Cradle.
Yes.
And then you basically recur those 3 lands in response to your Sylvan Safekeeper activations. But yeah. Just a tangent.
And you will also make all your creatures infinite.
Very true, yeah.
And if you have more creatures than 9, you also make infinite mana. And infinite counters, which means infinite time activations.
Yes, that is correct.
I think there are spells on the stack. I don't know exactly the stack here currently.
No, it's looking very messy in this pod, which is to be expected from a Tayam pod, I guess, of this.
Yeah, I know the feeling. When you play these creature activations things, you can put a lot of different things on the stack.
Yeah.
And these toolbox tricks where you have Yisan that can activate and search things can be complicated too. It looks like the Yisan activation is resolving because Tayam is now searching his library. So I guess it is this. But on the other hand, whatever creature he brings into play is going to die to some Niv Mizzets, I guess. It's a very tough spot to be in for him. Depending on.
It is true, but at the same time, if you would grab your Sylvan Safekeeper, you could actually, before the wheel resolves, you could give protection to your Tayam or to whatever else piece you care about. Probably the Bloom Thunder, or like maybe not Yisan at this point, but yeah. We do have a Tyvar as well. I don't think there's anything in particular if we're activating the Yisan for 1 that is going to be relevant. I guess if we get into our if we get a Young Wolf, for example, and we get into a Rishkar, then we only need a sack outlet to be able to go infinite as the time player here. But
yeah.
We are kind of missing the sack outlet and the mana producer like Rishkar or a one of these enchantments that makes you tap for mana of any color. So we do find the Carrion Feeder. Interesting.
So he can sacrifice his creatures and basically give power to the Carrion Feeder. The problem is with Sylvan Safekeeper is that I don't know if he can sacrifice all his lands to save his creatures here. I mean, then next player basically starts drawing cards and you die again. I mean, you don't have that many lands.
Yeah, we have the option of digging like quite far with this board state though, because we have the ability to sack the Bloom Tender and then activate to get back the Bloom Tender. The only thing stopping us is the amount of counters that we have. So
yes. It should be mentioned, by the way, that Tyvar is giving Bloom Tender haste. So if you reanimate Bloom Tender, it will come back and being, or not haste, but able to activate.
Oh yeah. I don't know if that's relevant in any scenario with Tayam, but or in any case in general, that there's a difference between those wordings, but in either case. In either case.
Kind of same as haste. I guess Tyvar is dying here to a Niv Mizzet trigger.
Oh, Tyvar is dying. Interesting.
Because I did see Samurai draw. Sorry?
Does that mean we don't even have time on board? Or
Tyvar.
Oh no, I mean, do we not have Tyam on board as Sen right now?
No, we don't.
Okay.
Where is it?
Where is Tyam? Where is that guy?
Not in play.
Interesting.
We have Yisan and Bloom Tender basically, and some other strange creature next to Bloom Tender. Another strange creature next to Yisan. But that's not Tyam. All these names, Tyvar, Tyam. It looks like we're resolving the wheel here. Lots of cards are being discarded by Damien. And I did see Tyam, Sen player, showcase a land, a Gemstone Caverns, and put it into graveyard, and had Glow is showcasing his hand. And now people are drawing a new 7. So the Wheel of Fortune is resolving. And we're gonna have 7 triggers from Niv Mizzet, pinging people because of card draw.
So the Carrion Feeder is kind of smart here because depending on where you put the Niv Mizzet pings, you can, if you want to kill the Carrion Feeder, they can just sacrifice something else to give it a counter. So you kind of, if you want to kill the Carrion Feeder, you want to put more pings on the Carrion Feeder. But if you want to kill something else, then the Carrion Feeder can sacrifice that thing in response, and you can save, basically store up the counters. So it's kind of difficult to assess this board state or how to portion out the pings for Samurai Dancer here.
I think we are seeing dices being placed on creatures, indicating a form of direction of how they are being sent. So it looks like 3 damage on Yisan, 1 damage on Bloom Tender, and then 1 damage on whatever that is next to Bloom Tender. 5 so far, 5. And I think an Archivist of Ogma was killed too, because there used to be an Archivist of Ogma on Glow's battlefield that I can't see. It's in his glowing graveyard that I can't see either, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, creatures are being killed. Yisan is dead, Bloom Tender is dead, and whatever that other thing was. So that's 7 total, including the Archivist of Ogma. Everything was sacrificed into Carrion Feeder, so Carrion Feeder is now a 4/4. This is not a good TIM game. Deadly Rollick is being cast by Yuriko, killing, or first drawing a card for the dragon, and then getting rid of the dragon into exile.
Yeah, this is kind of rough. This is very rough because, like, the Samurai Dancer is basically locked out of the Rule of Law because they cast the Wheel of Fortune. So they can't really defend this. They just have to let it go. And yeah, let's see what Damien can do here. It's looking very strong for the Yuriko player, actually. They play so well under Rule of Law. And if other players have the ability to address the tie-on board, then you can just run away with the game under this Rule of Law.
Kinda, yeah. Mystic Remora is being sacrificed. Or not paid for.
Interesting.
It looks like hand size for Yuriko is 7. You can see a card there with hand size and a dice of 1 and 6. So I think that's a 7. Very nice of players to showcase the hand size like this. I do appreciate it.
Yeah.
All for the streaming.
All for the stream. All for the stream. I guess it's a little bit false.
Oh, it's a Wall of Roots. Thank you, Born Hurt, for telling us what the card is on TIM's board state on the top left.
Oh, I guess we should have known that, actually. We probably could have figured that out.
It has one of those different kinds of arts that is hard to recognize. I blame. You know, Wizards of Coast are printing a lot of cards these days. It's kind of hard to keep up with some of their updates on various different card arts, I have to say.
It is true, yeah. There's so much anime now. I'm waiting on Wall of Roots anime version.
No Born Hurt. There's no takebacks on that one. That's a Wall of Roots right now.
It is true.
There was no guess.
Yep.
Thinking about it a bit, yeah, I think it is a Wall of Roots. Just a different art that I'm used to. We haven't gone to combat yet, I think. Or wait, is Mystic Remora back in play? I think they're table talking right now, trying to figure out execution. I think someone still wants to interact and do stuff before Mystic Remora. Samurai is talking, it clearly looks like this.
Yeah.
You can see his hand communication. For those that don't speak. Sign language, exactly.
Yeah.
So, and now he's completed his message because he's putting his thumbs back together again.
Yeah, yeah. I see what he's saying. And now he's pointing.
I have no idea.
Okay. Yeah.
He's back to talking Samurai.
So out of just from context, we can kind of assume that the talk right now is about whether or not how to address TIM coming down on the next turn. So we have a Gaia Cradle, right? And we have one activation from the TIM. And assuming that the players have a better knowledge of what is in TIM's graveyard.
Correct. We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know, but they do. So I guess assuming that they know there's something very threatening in TIM's board state, or in graveyard rather, then we could assume that the talk is about how to deal with that right now. And
because Thyam rebuilds very efficiently. Like you kill one of the combo creatures, they go to grave, and Thyam activates, and it's back.
Yeah. Basically. So assuming, because the Bloom Tender earlier, they had a yellow counter on it. So we could assume Tymon was on the board at one point to give the Vigilance counter to the Bloom Tender. And so we're going to cast Thyam for 5. And that
I think we're going to
leaves a
reanimate
Gysahl.
Tyvar from that.
Yeah.
Which can reanimate, which can bring back the Bloom Tender and activate Bloom Tender, activate Thyam. Thyam finding Tyvar, Tyvar finding Bloom Tender, Bloom Tender activating Thyam. So many.
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah, that's what we do. Yeah, we minus Tyvar to mill 3 and then get back the Bloom Tender. And then we tap the Bloom Tender to activate again. And then...
finding Tyvar.
Finding... No, we can't do that. Tyvar is on the board still.
No, Tyvar goes to graveyard while activating Thyam. It's counters. Well, you can remove counters from everything, right? Not just creatures.
No, it's from creatures only.
Okay. Never mind.
So Tyvar is going to be there still.
For a short while, we have a Ledger Shredder that's going to kill it too, but...
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
So... if we have another activation, basically what we need to find is like the creature that's a Gaia's Cradle stapled onto it. That could be a thing where we go in for that. If we go into a Tyvar and minus and then get the Bloom Tender and go into the Gaia's Cradle creature, for example. So yeah, we could also find like a Rishkar with activation, because then if we play the Thyam and then we activate the Cradle, we go into Rishkar, and then we have a Wall Roots activation for green, tap Ion Feeder for green, and then tap Wall Roots for another green for 3. And then if we get into any one of our creatures like Young Wolf, for example, then we have the Sacrifice Outlet, and also we have the Rishkar to go in for that with a floating loop at that point. But yeah, it's looking very scary for Time is looking very scary now. They have a big graveyard, and we can only assume that it's about to come out something very scary right now.
But we have Wield already. I mean, there are potential cards in people's hand. The Table Talk is going strong on this one.
Yeah, we're...
Now it's Glow that is shaking his hands and explaining his ideas there, I think.
Yeah.
Time is saying things with his hand too. Sorry?
Yeah. No, if I was Sen right now, I would try to force people to take game actions at this point, because they're talking way too much. I want them to take their game actions and then pass the turn to me so I can do my time things in peace without them interrupting.
Yeah, games goes to draw if the Table Talk goes too far.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that sentence. Games go to draw if Table Talks goes too far. Should make a playmat with that text. Just point at that playmat whenever the Table Talk's starting to go too much.
We could probably market that to the Tyon Discord. I think there's an audience for it, right?
I think you can market that to a lot of different Discords, actually.
It's true. Actually, like, I think TNK is moving towards that area where they're adopting that slogan as well.
Yeah.
Adding like smothering tides and whatnot to it.
Thanks for saying on Chaos Stream. No problem. Adapt it and use it when you need it. Alright, now the Mystic Remora is being sacrificed after all the Table Talk. So we are probably going into the main phase eventually on the Yuriko Tiger Shadows player's turn. this all happened before sacrificing the Mystic Remora. I think their discussion was whether the team, the Dream Team versus the arch enemy Tayam, was to keep the Mystic Remora or not. We have a Soul Ring casted from Yuriko. And Underground Sea for a copyright right now.
I think
He's taking back the Underground Sea, actually. He's untapping it again.
I think they forgot that there was a rule of law, maybe? It looked like they were trying to cast something else, but, you know?
Yuriko is attacking. We don't know who, but...
we could assume
it's Glow. Glow just took 1 damage. He doesn't have a blocker.
Yep.
And he's flipping a... Oh, Snuff Out. That's a good card. That's gonna be good versus Tayam. But it also lost 4 life on each opponent.
Yeah.
Snuff Out is a 4-mana cost spell. You can pay 4 life if you control a swamp, which he does. That's an Underground Sea to pay 4 life instead of paying mana. It's kind of free to cast destroy target non-black creature. Those of you who you remember as Terror.
It's actually the perfect card to draw right now to deal with the Wall of Roots, because that's gonna allow time to access their entire line. That locks up everything, the Wall of Roots right now. So that's actually massive that he drew that.
I have to say I also like the Malcolm Bruce ID there. It's a cool ID. Cool twist to the Malcolm Kedis version.
Oh yeah, Malcolm Bruce, yeah. It's what do they call that deck? They call it something. It's like
I don't remember. It's too new for me to...
Like...
Tropical Malcolm. That's the Timna Malcolm is Tropical Malcolm. The turn is going to Glow, who is casting something I don't recognize.
Yes, as to be expected from Malcolm Bruce, I guess. What's the card there?
We're gonna click on it and see. That is a Kite Sail Larcenist. It's a human pirate, 2 free flying ward. When enters the battlefield, target player choose up to other target artifact creature and play it.
So, yeah.
He's converting things into treasures.
Okay.
It's kind of similar to like a removal, but he's making it into a treasure. So Kedis becomes a treasure, I think, because you moved Kedis down to the other spot. Yuriko looks like it becomes a treasure. And Wall of Roots looks like it just become a treasure, because those were the cards that were moved. Yeah, Yuriko is now a treasure. I don't think making Yuriko into a treasure actually has much of an impact, because you just ninja it in, sacrifice it and ninja it into play.
Yeah. And also, I believe the Carrion Feeder should be the target of the Larcenist, right? Because we already
I can agree. I can agree. I don't know why the land is being put into the graveyard. Is that a fetch land? Because he's searching, so I'm guessing that's a fetch land.
Windswept Heath, it looks like.
I might agree.
Might. Need to... Yeah. Okay, interesting. There was also a question if we were gonna target the... there is a world where we target the Rule of Law. What do you think about that? What do you think about targeting?
Risky. It depends on how much Malcolm Kedis' game plan is hurt by that, so to say. It also, targeting the Rule of Law unlocks other players, so if you don't really care about the Rule of Law right now, you can keep it around. I don't like interacting and destroying stacks pieces. I like playing around stacks pieces personally. Like, how much am I affected by a stacks piece?
Yeah.
Because eventually someone else is usually going to have to deal with it, because they are more affected than by me. But I kind of like to build my deck capable of ignoring the stacks piece too. The turn is going to Sten, after finding a plains.
Okay. So, yeah. Definitely looking a little bit more awkward right now as of current, since we do not have our wall of roots. That was actually a huge, like the removal of the wall of roots was huge for the other players in this pod.
Yeah.
That makes all the difference with the guy's cradle and the extra counters that you have and everything. It's like it's a whole nother game right now. Also, Yuriko just casually drawing into the Deadly Relic for the miss it just flipped this entire game upside down also. So
Rule of law
lot of
number
time.
2, Eidolon of Rhetoric is being put on the stack. A 1/4 enchantment creature that says no more than one spell each turn.
Interesting. So does that mean that Tyam has died twice?
I think so.
That
He
has
also
to
knows
be-
about the snuff out and just maybe don't care.
Yeah, but Snuff Out can't hit Tyam, right? So
No, but it can
should
hit
do-
nothing actually on the support state considering the... Oh, well, after a time activation it can hit things.
Yeah.
So the turn is now on Kedis Malcolm that rolls for Mana Crypt and draws a card.
Yeah.
We don't know exactly how long this game has been going, but there is a chance that eventually people are considering, I'm not winning this, so I'm just gonna put interaction into play to slug down the game even more to make it into a draw. We don't know that that is the case, but the previous game we watched ended somewhere around 35 minutes into the match. So I don't know for certain that they are playing for that draw yet, but now we have a time twister from Malcolm Kedis.
Time twister. So, okay, let's think about this for a second. What do we do as the Yuriko player about our snuff out that we have in our hand? I don't think there's a world where we hit the rule of law with the snuff out at all. But
We
is
can
there...
destroy the creature that is making everything into treasures and basically regain our Yuriko, I guess.
Exactly. But at the same time, right? That's holding hostage the wall of roots for us, which is...
I don't know if it matters
kind of
that much, honestly.
Maybe not now. We're about to untap.
I mean, you were gonna draw a new hand, we will probably find stuff. Like,
Ooh.
Yuriko could eventually win this by just making everyone not win and start flipping more Yuriko. Yuriko
But we
go
have an
brr.
offer. We have an offer you can't refuse coming out at the Time Twister, countering it. And it is, in fact, an offer you cannot refuse because you're under rule of law. So it had to resolve there.
Magic. Magic is being used to stop magic. That's
Very
beautiful.
true. Magic cards interacting with magic cards right now.
The turn goes to Yuriko, who draws a card for turn and untaps his tapped Yuriko treasure. He goes to combat with his Laser Shredder, and I'm just guessing we're gonna Ninja Yuriko into play here. I kinda like the action of just counterspelling the Time Twister as a Yuriko player, actually.
Wait, did they actually sacrifice the treasure to sacrifice their Yuriko, put it back into command zone?
He does so now. He sacrificed the treasure, used the mana, used the Otawara for a blue and a black from the treasure. Here we Ninja Yuriko into play. And he can still cast a spell. He hasn't cast a spell yet this turn, because this is an ability. I mean, Yuriko plays pretty good, great game on the rule of law, honestly. Just Ninja and one spell per turn, and you're fine.
Very true, very true. I think they're fine not even costing anything.
And we're flipping a land, I think. Yeah, and he plays the land for turn.
Boom. Polluted Delta being fetched.
I think he's thinking about that, if that's the play. But yeah, he puts the Polluted Delta in play.
Yeah. Okay. So what's our game plan as Malcolm Bruce right now? How do we win this game?
Not with a breach.
No, definitely.
You win with Malcolm and Glinthorn, unless Glinthorn is in the graveyard. That goes through Rule of Law pretty slow, but eventually gets there.
Yeah.
You want to have something like Malcolm in play, a Grand Abolish in play, pass the turn, turn goes back to you. Grand Abolish is somehow still alive, miraculously, and then Glinthorn and win.
Yep. Yep. Couldn't have said it better myself. Because we need something to deal with the snuff out, right? We're not gonna do much Glinthorning with the snuff out on Yuriko's hand right now.
Hi there, the Papa. What's 69? Thank you so much. I honestly don't really know what else. That is an Esper Sentinel. Nice.
Sure.
Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not have more card draw? Card draw is good. I don't know if that is going to generate a lot of card draw in this game state, because the Rule of Law makes people not cast that many spells. And we do have a lot of mana on various people's board states. And no one is really tapping out ever, regardless. So I don't know how much that is going to generate.
Yep. So, yeah. I mean, this board state right now.
Either Tobbe 69.
Tobbe 69. Classic.
Yeah. No, Tobba.
Tobba 69. Welcome.
I have a feeling they're pronouncing that name Tobba differently than you and I are doing it. But in Swedish, that would be Tobba.
Okay, so we're paying 6 for Tyam, so that means Tyam died 1 time exactly.
It's gonna die again because there's a pact on it.
Oh, this is brutal for Sen right now. We have no way to defend this time. I have to go back to the command zone, and we need to pay 8. So we're actually like 2 turns away from doing something, because we need to tap out to recast
Yidlaw 73.99. I remember. That was a great deck tech. I was hoping to see you in this tournament. We need more Francisco action.
This is the kind of like board states that when you play too much Rogue Silas, you lose your ability to be able to play these kinds of board states. I don't have the attention span to stay focused at this point in the game, but this player is showing that they have another like
brain engine.
Yes, I guess that's one way you're wording it.
We have Malcolm Kedis casting Gamble. You know, there's a difference in player skill in that regard. Like, I have found that I am really good at playing the game once the game goes really long, because I am having the energy and the time to just evaluate how the play. Predicting the future is a word I like using, trying to understand, okay, this is how the pod is going to look like in a few turns, kinda. While others are really good at like finding a window where they can open up and score victory during a form of window. We have not seen any, or I personally haven't seen any Italian or Francisco today. And I don't think I've seen any one of the others showcasing that on the stream either.
By the way, I just want to point out, this is a very interesting point in the game that we see right now, because Samurai Dancer is most likely looking for a Cyclonic Rift with this tutor, because they are going to allow the Tyam player to take their turn, play a Tyam. They will go to their turn. They will untap, have all the mana open, and then pass the turn. And then when Tyam gets to their next turn, they are gonna put a win attempt on the stack. At which point the Yuriko player are going to use their snuff out, getting locked out from the Rule of Law, allowing for Samurai Dancer to be able to use their Cyclonic Rift, blowing out Tyam, being protected under the Rule of Law, and then getting rid of the board state, and then taking their turn right after.
William,
is
you
my
are
prediction.
absolutely correct. There's just one problem in your entire thought assessment. You are
Oh.
forgetting that this is a red entomb.
Oh, yeah.
It's a gamble. I've talked to Samurai a bunch about gamble, and it's a red entomb. That's what he's called every single time.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
it's been like that for me a couple of times as well. Let's see what it is. Is it a Cyclonic Rift in a graveyard?
I think Cycrift is a very good prediction from you, actually. I think you are correct. And the execution of the Cycrift here is great, the way you worded it. But the track record of Samurai is very bad for this. Usually 4 is being flipped.
Oh my God. It's a Cyclonic Rift in the graveyard.
Seriously?
Red Entomb.
I called it! A red entomb.
Oh my God. Unbelievable.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable. That was such a good.
I mean, you were on point. You were on point.
Oh my goodness. Jesus. Oh, that's very rough. How do we
I can't
win this
wait
game
to
now?
talk to him about this afterwards.
Yeah, that was brutal. I don't think, yeah, we lost the 1 in 5, the 20%, and now it's looking kind of grim for Samurai Dancer here. I don't think there's anything else that's like allows us to do that thing, right? That Cyclonic Rift allows us to do.
No.
Because like
there are no, never mind. There are nothing.
Like everything
I was
about
gonna
that is so perfect.
yeah, I was thinking about dress down, but that doesn't work. We have another ninja coming in. We have the Sakashima student, I think. So we have 2 Yuriko triggers here. Good old gamble, yeah. And yeah, that was great. Happy that you like my insights. Frankie Frass. That's a good name. Frankie Frass.
Frankie Frass. That's a classic. Okay. Yeah,
Maybe Pigeon, I have to agree, I hate gamble too. I don't want to have it in my deck.
Ooh. This is, by the way, I just want to point out, this is another reason why Yuriko is so good on the rule of law. Because you can
do other ninjas.
Yeah, you can do all of these infinites. Imagine there was a dockside on Samurai's board, for example. You can basically go infinite here. All under rule of law. And you're actually protected because if someone tries to interact, they're locked out of rule of law because so then you have the option to counter interact and you're basically safe.
It's not just that, it's like you're usually playing the control game by casting spells in instant speed. He just flipped a 5-mana miscast and a land, so everyone just took 5 damage. This game could really go to Yuriko by just killing everyone with burn, the way Magic was intended to win and play.
Very true. At least the way Yuriko was intended to win, I think.
Yeah. People started doing Doomsday and like, what? No.
I know.
Tribal.
All these Thassa's Oracles and whatnot with crazy cards. Supposed to do big damage.
Exactly. Do you know how much devotion you need to win with a Thassa's Oracle? It's crazy. Useless.
So true. So true. Yeah. At least on the rule of law, you need a lot of devotion.
You need an enormous. We have a Malcolm coming into play from Glow. We don't know if Yuriko is on Naginon conversion. Sorry. Or have you actually seen any deck lists, by the way, William?
I have not. I've not seen any deck lists. I know that Sen's Tayam is kind of different from like the Finnish players' Tayam lists. They're kind of divided on like I guess the main point of difference is like the top deck tutors, but I think that Tuca and Pixel are back on the top deck tutors, but yeah, that's my very limited knowledge of Tiam Tiam card selection.
Here's a great. This is how you're playing around Rule of Law. Yuriko is casting Fairy Mastermind. It's a creature with flash. It's just perfect. I love this. I think Yuriko is having a great game and could be the potential winner, considering how this game is going. Basically, only working out for Yuriko.
Yeah, they have access to all these like super strong ways of playing around the Rule of Law. Like Orcish Bowmaster would be perfect here, for example. If they can get to like a Orcish Bowmaster at this point of the game, it's gonna be even more over than it already is.
Yeah.
But this board state is looking pretty locked out for Yuriko, especially now that the Cyclonic Rift is in the graveyard for Samurai Dancer.
Yep. It's Gun.
It's what do they say? It's Jover, right?
What?
They usually say that it's Jover.
Oh, I've heard it's all ogre now. Like all over, all ogre.
I guess you can say that too. Yeah, any one of them works. I think both of them perfectly describes.
You know, Pontus is actually making a very good argument here, William. Here's what he's writing. I think William should tell us why he has so much random time knowledge. Why do
you? You don't want to put me on blast like that, man. It's not. There's a time and place for everything. Is my philosophy, and
I like that answer.
We should probably put that question, sweep it under the rug, and never like return to that.
Never bring it up again. Let's just ignore that.
I think that's the max EV play here, actually. If
we don't talk about it.
yeah, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about
that. Speaking of Tiam is back in play. Or on the stack at the very least.
Very interesting, yeah. So
Tiam is the blue farm of the Pantheon. Yeah, that's true. This is the first Pantheon tournament game ever, and we hope to see more. I've been dying to have some European CDH online tournaments. Finally, we have one. I'm really looking forward to see more because we need to spread out the time zone differences like this. We have some Americans playing in this tournament too, and that's great. We have Europeans playing in other American time zone tournaments. So it's good to see that we're both hanging out in both kinds of time zones and such. But it's great to have something that is like under normal time circumstances for us Europeans. City of Brass from Kedis Malcolm.
Yeah, it's just circling back to that Cyclonic Rift. Imagine having that Cyclonic Rift at this point, right?
Yes, oh my god, that would have been a potential game. We're casting Malcolm instead. Imagine casting Psych Rift here. But no, Malcolm.
Yeah. I mean, imagine having Psych Rift because you still have access. You can cast your Malcolm and then just keeping up the mana for a Psych Rift. And then like forcing basically, I don't know, it could be the case that Damien knew about Psych Rift, that it was going to be Psych Rift as well.
Dig Through Time from Yuriko. This is a big spell to dip into. Yeah, this is end step. This is the end step instant speed Dig Through Time. He's gonna look at some cards, take 2, and be happy.
Very happy, very happy. Yeah.
I'm cheering for Yuriko here. I like Yuriko. Yuriko is a cool deck. I like the concept. I like commanders that are trying to potentially win with classic Magic style. No combo, who cares? Just draw cards and blam damage on people.
Yeah,
combo.
It's great to see that we have 4 players bringing their casual decks to a CDH tournament. It really like brings up the, it really. What's the word I'm looking for? It really like it's refreshing. That's the word.
Yes. Yeah. Something different.
Yes. We got Malcolm Kedis. We got Yuriko. We got Tiam.
Yeah, this is a strange pod.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not the most meta of decks that we see right now.
No. No, Tayam is kind of popular though. It has a lot of games actually, and Yurko is really popular too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's
Alright.
like it's in this very. I think that Tayam kind of preys a little bit on the very mid-range types of decks that only tunnel vision on trying to deploy their draw engines, trying to generate as much value as they possibly can before they go into a very, very safe line of winning the game.
Yeah, Tayam might get there actually, true. Because he has 7 cards in his hand, Tayam is in play, and he's gonna untap without very good mana production. But before that, we have Yurko, and we do have Snuff Out. I think we're casting Snuff Out. I think we're gonna Snuff Out something to basically destroy blockers. Paying for SP Sentinel, by the way.
Okay, okay. What do you think we're targeting? Do you think we're targeting
I think we're targeting Malcolm, the one
Malcolm?
Samurai Dam's Rulers Malcolm, because if we kill
okay.
that one, everything goes through, and depending on how many ninjas we haven't had, we can actually win the match if we flip into like Draco and Emrakul.
Yeah, if we get those two, then yeah, it's looking pretty Jover right now.
He's actually using Plaza of Heroes, I think the land is called, to give Malcolm protection. What a pro play! I think that's the first time. Yeah, pro game move. I think that's the first time I've ever seen that happen.
I've been blown out by this exact thing earlier. I think it was like a week ago or something where I learned the hard way what Plaza of Heroes does the first time I ever read the card.
I've seen Plaza of Heroes in a lot of decks. It actually has a very high win rate. I calculate win rates of various cards, like how they're performing in various decks. And Plaza of Heroes have actually proven to have something of like a 26 average win rate on usually case. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
And here's why. We are ninjuing in a creature though.
I feel like if I'm Samurai Dancer at that point where I know that I have the Plaza of Heroes, the highest EV play is to be like very quick before they finish paying for that, like stop them and take a moment of breath and like show them that you have the Plaza of Heroes, and then try to get them to redirect the target to
something
like
different.
the other Malcolm or like whatever else with the thing. So you don't have to go through all of that.
Yeah.
All of this nonsense, with sacrificing your Plaza. Nonsense.
I think that's a March of Swirling Mist being cast by Samurai.
Huh.
I think we're trying to get rid of blockers. Or attack ninjas, I guess.
Okay.
We've already cast a spell from Yuriko, so nothing more here to do. He's ninjaing again. So he's bringing in another ninja, basically. So let's explain this. So there's a March of Swirling Mist currently in action, trying to phase out various ninjas. In response to this, he is using the ninjutsu ability to swap ninja. This is gonna make the target of March of Swirling Mist basically miss the attack. Now, ninjutsu can be used whenever you want to, as long as they are not blocked. So he can ninja once, and then ninja again, which it looks like he's actually doing here. Maybe. Yeah. So he ninja up Yuriko to his hand, and then he ninjas down Yuriko again. But because Yuriko has changed basically board state, it's no longer targeted by the March of Swirling Mist.
Okay, let's decompress. Let's analyze this for a second, because this is kind of a lot. We're activating Tayam right now. Also. Yeah.
I mean, people are tapping out. The rule of law has been used. People have been casting their spells. So it's a good time to go Tayam.
If you're Tayam, but I don't know if there's anything that you can hit really of this.
Once again, we don't know the Time's Graveyard because we did jump into this game. For those who are joining now, we haven't been watching this game forever. We watched a game before that was won pretty fast and efficiently, and then we jumped into this one. So Time was removed by March of Swirling Mist, and in response, he's activating Finding Wall of Roots. And by the way, how Phase Out works is that Time is going to come back.
So why is Time in his hand, and why does Wall of Roots not have a vigilance counter on it?
Good question. I don't know.
And also, I have more. There's more. Okay.
Okay.
Why? Why? Okay.
Why?
Interesting. Okay. Let's say something intelligent about this. So
yeah, we're caster. That's our job.
Yeah, right.
Time to sound smart.
To describe this, what's going on right now. So, okay, just a recap of everything that went on there. That was very confusing. So, we were attacking with Yuriko. In response, Samurai Dancer cast his March of Swirling Mist, notably after blockers had been declared. So, both of the ninjas were unblocked, allowing the Yuriko player to ninjutsu in the different ninjas to replace.
Wait. The game is over.
It's gone to time.
Yeah.
I believe it's gone to time.
I believe so too. I don't think anyone won there.
Yeah.
They have been dirtling magic.
It's been very dirtly, yeah. Double rule of law probably is going to get you into this board state. You would think that a rule of law is gonna speed up the game because people cast it, but you would be wrong because a rule of law makes people shuffle their cards around and look at them a little while and then look at the board state and like be a little bit depressed and then take a very long time to pass the turn.
People play it differently. Some people are fast onto their actions and others take their sweet time on it, so to say.
Yeah.
I've seen both. But yeah, I do know people thinking for 5 minutes every turn because they go through every action they could make until they realized none of it works and then they pass turn.
I know. And I know because that's me. I'm describing myself under a rule right now. I wasn't roasting anyone but myself there.
You would think that people would know how to take a single game action. That is very well said.
Yes. But that's why you think too high of me. I do not know how to take a single game action. Anyway, good game, I think.
Yeah, it was a cool game.
It was a cool game.
The first game we watched was really awesome with the Rogsai victory with Necropotence and such. I like Necropotence. It's cool to see Necropotence on cool action. We're gonna be going off. Oh, thank you. We love you, Frillo and Mons. Thanks.
Hey.
We're gonna be going off for a short break, but the next round will start pretty soon, and me and William Sjöblom, Mons and William will be back soon.
We will be back. Thanks